Hello dudes, it's me Online10 here, back with day 2 of the event. Hey, we're back. Okay, hopefully you guys can hear me. I think I unmuted. I should have, at least. We got our stalker gang here. I can't speak. Don't worry, I got T this time, so I'm going to be able to talk, so that's fine. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. No builds. What? No. I have a build. Just hidden armor. See? It looks better that way. But yeah. So today we have quite a bit of things to do. And we have a lot of guests planned. Let's see. Okay, anyways. So, yeah, I know, Lou. But I don't think that's gonna work out. When Salted interview. Salted, we're meeting with Salted tomorrow. Today we're meeting with HeyZeer or HeyZeer0 or just Seer, game developer. We're meeting with Bracewell, a content team manager, IMAX, a GM, Oculism, a GM, and MiniPCpro. Did you know that there are 50 states of chaos, also known as the USA? Aren't there 52 states then? Alright. When's IMAX best manager? He's after HeyZeer. But yeah, okay, if you want to see the mythic stats, here they are. We got a Revenant, 70% overall. Then we have a Dawnbright there. And then we got a Apocalypse over there. And then we have a Divser over here. Pretty good lifesteal and main attack damage. The rest is pretty meh. And this Fatal. So yeah, those are the mythics. But yeah, we're gonna start off by doing some quests before our first guest, Bracewell, joins us in around 1.5 hours. We have Realm of Light Part 1 wormholes first today, and I noticed that I'm in the wrong third person mode here, so let's switch to that. Let's get started. If my voice is a bit weird, I am sorry. I got well, a fair amount of tea here, so hopefully you guys can hear me. We're not using Voices of Wynn because we need to speed through these quests, so we don't really have the time to listen to anything. No view bobbing is so contrarian of you. Yeah, I know. The reason we went with no bobbing is because we just run a lot and it just made the screen shake all the time. So this is it's to not make everyone super dizzy. So we're on world 10 today. All right. I don't even remember these stages. Oh yeah, we gotta go get the skin thing. And then go up and then meet Larry. Like, are we meeting Larry right now? Just use a horse. Yep. probably would be a good idea, but I'm pretty fast with this. Grab one of these. There we are. And exit. Yoink. We're also doing question mark quest today. Oh, Ice Horror is here. Hello. Lament, Moon Tower. What is this build? It's annoying how all of them are invisible. It's quite hard to see them. Oh, now I picked up a bunch of things. Like AC Rune. Oh, there we go. But don't want it. And let's go. We can see Laurie at least. We might run into issues with question mark quest if Wynn X up. The painting isn't spawning. If a quest is buggy, we're skipping it. They changed something. You no longer drop items. Yeah, you click the bookshelf. That's what I've been told. They changed it. You click the bookshelf in Yaya's house. You're thinking of getting crates. Yeah, because you gotta get the big sword, Blue. I know you like big swords. Oh yeah, now we gotta... Yeah, we'll jump into your magic. I think first time we did this on like beta, the magic didn't work, so we all just fell and died from fall damage. It's like, Laurie, you killed us all. Oh, you got the paladins already. When you want to look at someone's build, why can't you see the rings and bracelets? Probably because that's not information that you get for Minecraft. Like, it's basic Minecraft sort of sharing to know what item they're wearing. And that way your own game knows what to render that they're wearing. The specific stats is just something that Wynn is lucky to get as well, right? We can know that you're wearing this, so it knows what you're rendering. But we can't see bracelets and stuff because these are technically just items part of your inventory, and that's not part of what Minecraft sort of sends as information to others. But yeah, what archetype? We're using a ritualist. Why can't I enter here? That is very annoying to look at. Great. There we go. Oh. And go. And parkour. Yoink. Yeah. Parkour is not the best thing. Okay. Ooh, the drop from the song. Warpay is a genius. Ah, we're gonna die. Now we're fine. It's a mod, not vanilla. Yeah, it's Wynntils that sort of gets that data, but it's vanilla Minecraft that has that function. Wynntils just knows how to... Did I say Wynndata? I mean Wynntils. It's just Wynntils knows how to extract the information. Might have to try this questline again. I got soft lock where NPCs won't spawn. Ooh. There we go. How can you in one day do all quests till where I am now after 10 times as long? I just know them and I'm very fast. Oh. Oh. I'm not leaving. I was falling from the roof. Wow. I'm supposed to shift click too. But shouldn't Windtail's developers be able to change it to a possible? No, because that would be, well, I don't think Minecraft can even find that information, so I think that would be actually impossible to do. Yeah, unless you had like server side or something. Because servers are able to check what their players have in their inventories for moderation purposes, I think. Do I like Larry? Not really. It's pretty rude. Isn't Temple of Legends like drug dealing? Temple of Legends? Yeah, it's only client-side modding, the server. Yeah, exactly like Lou is saying. Right. Can I join your guild? Well, not the guild my alt is in. That one is just my alt. And I don't know if my other guild has applications open. I feel like most challenging today will be Temple of Legends, because that one's pretty long. And Bob's Reincarnation, probably. That one requires getting all the mobs and such. But yeah. What guild are you in? My alt is in my old guild, and my main account is in the Soup old guild. I'm waiting for Bakal Tate to appear and smack Larry into dirt. Please dodge. No one likes heavy wave. Okay. Laurie jumps into Dern. She doesn't get smacked. True. Bank checker Lou is correct. Alright. How's your throat today? Well, I got tea, so I should be fine for like 5 minutes. If it start acting up again, I'll just make some more tea. Doesn't take too long. Thoughts on Thundercrack? Never used it. I don't like thunder. That's why I'm giving away my Divser. That's about it. The choice was, do I give away my freedom or my Divser? Ollie Divser, that brings back memories. Oh man, now he starts again. You can take a spoon of honey for your throat. That's what I did before I went to sleep. But I didn't sleep too long because I was up. Was I up like 6 more hours? No, not 6 more hours. 4 more hours or something after the stream. Scheduling today's stream and tomorrow's stream because there were some last minute issues. You pinged us at like 5 a.m. exactly. I was also preparing more questions because I came up with quite a few more. Use the Asian meds, honey and ginger juice. I don't have any ginger. That's the issue. Didn't you say you were tired before you ended the stream? I was extremely tired. We finished the last stream at 3 a.m. exactly. Alright. Effect? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Oh, that's pretty interesting. What a subtle hint, exactly. Right. Quest 1 of the day completed. Play. don't want it. Shadow of the Beast, our first prof quest. Yay. Well, no, we did prop failure yesterday. And it's around an hour and 15 minutes until we're meeting with DrBracewell. Hopefully my voice lasts. Oh, Nepmia is in the shout. Still haven't seen new crop failure. You weren't watching at 2 a.m. yesterday? What is this? Yoink. I think I was playing Sea of Thieves with a friend. Lou has friends? What is this? A lot of people are here for giveaway, and I'm here to ask people what their favorite color is. I don't think people are here for the giveaway at the moment, because it's not gonna happen right now. You're gonna have to watch the entire stream. We'll hide the giveaway split between. I'm thinking we'll just do one giveaway, like you type in one command, and then we roll winners in a certain order. That way you don't have to do enter a billion times, and the same people can't win again because they've been rolled once already. That's how I'm thinking we'll do it. We'll do like all at once in one big roll. That makes it easier. And also less spamming in the chat. I just started Wynncraft. Should I buy a rank? Well, there's a sale on ranks, but the thing is, if you just started, you have to sort of evaluate, do you see yourself playing Wynncraft for the foreseeable future? If so, I would recommend buying a rank, and I would recommend VIP Plus. It's sort of the most affordable, or sort of most value for the money. And we gotta get the cows. So, but yeah, you don't need a rank, but yeah, just win a rank, like, yeah, exactly. Or you can watch me fail a puzzle. In case I do fail a puzzle, there are penalties, and that means that I would have to roll different penalties, and there's a chance of that being having to give away VIP. Right. Wait, trying to disagree with the Avon. Alright, where's the last cow? And wait, no, they put things on the ground nowadays, didn't they? Oh yeah. Wait. We got 1, 2. We haven't decided a specific time for the giveaway. Yeah, see, they moved it here. There we go. That moment when Ava Nepmia disagrees. Lol. Alright. Now it's gonna be like, get me wood, you proffer. And alright, let's get 10 planks. It's gonna take forever. 1. Wow, cow murder. Oh no, the cow is here when we're killing all the cows. Yesterday we freed your kind, today we're killing them. Hey, you had to watch us kill Mr. Chicken, so it's only fair, right? Luckily there aren't any hot dogs in the game, huh? Same, secretly has Vicky open on another screen. If only I had space for a Vicky on another screen. Right now, I have one screen with OBS. Yes, I need one whole screen for that because I have the next sort of window that I'm transitioning into, visible and everything. Then on my lower screen, I have Discord, and then I have the stream chat, and then I have my laptop up with the stream statistics and stream chat because I need a full window Discord, like full screen Discord when I'm doing the interview to see the questions, and then I need to have the chat still visible. So yeah, I don't have enough space. I needed like a fourth screen or something. Level 22. You don't lose the question mark items anymore. Really? Thoughts about Arcanist? I haven't really played that much Arcanist, honestly. I need to find a good build and then I can have more opinions on it. But every time I've tried it, it's been with a bad build that I've made and then I just died. Alright. Yeah. You just hold them up in your house and the lab opens. Oh, you don't even click the thing? The bookshelves? Yesterday you prayed to them, today you kill them. Yep. Exactly. I guess we gotta pray to chickens today. I mean, Salted's a cow, Nepmia is a chicken. It only makes sense. We're seeing both Salted and Nepmia tomorrow. There are many build options. The old way was more challenging to figure out. Yeah. I remember this. At least this one was like bugged at first, so it went super fast to mine. Or like you could continuously mine the same node. Oh. Never mind. It's not bugged, it's probably intended. Mr. Chicken, yes, pray. I bet Mr. Chicken is Nepmia's alt account or something. And will till question mark quest. He will lose a lot of time against the supercomputer. Oh, you think I'm gonna choose the supercomputer puzzle to lose to? I'm gonna choose the easy one, so I don't have to. Oh, you don't have to place it on the roof anymore? No, you do. You just still took them. He took the cobblestone. What? He's saying I'm done. The quest book. Eh? Mr. Chicken is not my alt account. See, that is suspicious, Nepmia. That is suspicious. Nepmia communicating through shouts. That's the rich people solution. No. You do red. Supercomputer is too easy. Are you sure, Nepmia? Exactly. Wait, oh. Wait, so I feel like this is a bug I'm gonna have to report. Where's the... There, we need one more piece. Yeah, it's sus. I feel like it's a bug because he took all the cobblestone. I'm sorry, but your patch fell apart. You need some like 10 to fix it. See, he says I'm done because he takes it, but then you still need to go do this, so... Someone wants to write a bug report, or do I have to do it after the stream? Yeah. Who made Shadow of the Beast? I don't remember. Or who remade it? Oh, wait, you guys can repair it for me? Now that is neat. What? Can I join you on the question mark quest? I've been needing to do it. We're gonna try to speed through it, so I think the plan is to only do it with people who've done it before. You need to unequip the quest and the quest finish. Wait, what? Alright, now we can continue. That's why it's good to check the quest book. Just complain to steer later. Exactly. The plan is duoing only. You have 2 accounts. I have 2 accounts. Yes, but me doing 2 accounts is gonna take forever. No. It's this little village. Ah. Oh wow, the texture pack animates the big one too. I do both meteors and give callouts in the color maze. That sounds good. Blue. Question is, which meteor do I do then? Don't call them by color. I don't remember color. I only remember types of puzzle. Yeah, see, I knew you were gonna say color. Red is easiest to fail. Ah, you want me to fail? Right, now we need like, how much oil? 10 or 20? 10. Thanks for subscribing. See, every other stream I've done, Stream Elements, the bot doesn't work. But now it works for some reason. So now we have 2 bots. We are doing Shadow of the Beast. Red is the minecart. And then move green. And then the move green thing along the wall to get all green. Oh no! Oh no, Lou, that's cruel. That is the hard one. Supercomputer is easy. Just do the opposite of what it's doing. Or copy it. Actually, I would fail both of these. Yellow is supercomputer, and then blue is the elven one. With just blue is the easiest because you just remember colors. You take a screenshot. You'd fail blue too. No, you just take screenshot. That's how you do it. No screenshots allowed? Ah, man. I'm gonna lose. And I'm gonna have like 1 billion penalties by the end of this. Alright. Just a few more fishies. I mean, if this wasn't all the way in Olux, this would be a pretty neat spot for salmon. No screenshots. Aw, man. You guys want to see me fail, huh? Wait. Walking too far. I'm too fast. Wee. Oh, no. We got another puzzle now. Oh, man. Congrats on the 10K. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you guys. I would only have 10K if you guys were subscribed. Whee. Did you already get a penalty? Not yet, but I bet we're about to get one. Hello, Linus. Know the colors. Oh man. And I'm not really supposed to explore the way you're supposed to know the answer. I'm just supposed to know it. That's the sort of point of it. So this is gonna be annoying because I'm not sure. I know which options it is, right? I know it's light blue, yellow, green, and pink, but I don't know which order. Can someone else kill these so I don't accidentally pick something up? I just don't want them. Okay. 1080p. Memeing me. Okay, well, if I have to upgrade, I would have to upgrade all 3, and that quickly adds up in price. Okay, so I can't do that. No, okay. Light blue, yellow, green, pink. No. Don't click things. What? No, you're not supposed. I feel like this guy is actually like trying to stream snipe. Alright. Light blue, yellow, green, pink. No. Yellow, light dun 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 or dun 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 or dun dun dun. Light blue, yellow, green, pink. No. No. Okay. Now that counts as one penalty. As in, I can now do that. Yeah, you only get 2 from each drop, so that's number 2. Oh. So it's light blue, green, yellow, pink. I don't remember. Oh wait, no, see, he drops 3. Dun dun dun. No, that's the one we did. What do we do? Oh, yellow is last. Light pink, pink, blue, green, yellow. I'm just gonna. Pink, blue, green, yellow. But that's what I did. Pink, blue, green, yellow. Hey? Alright, that guy drops 3. But we don't have the giveaway running yet. Pink, blue, green, yellow. There we go. Okay, before the boss fight, let's roll a penalty. Let's roll a penalty. You guys ready? No spells 1 hour. Haha, yay. Alright. There we go. No spells for 1 hour. I gotta melee this thing. Well, I'm high level enough, right? It should be fine. Yay, it's fine. No VIPs for you. Pink, blue, green, yellow. Try slow. Thank you. Thank you, blue. The giveaway isn't open yet. Jeez. And I crashed the world. Did it count though? Yeah, okay, it counted. I gotta save this crushed Bigfoot bone because it is. Let's see, do we have Olux scrolls? We do have Olux scrolls. But our next quest seems to be Sight Island. Oh man, why did the music get so loud all of a sudden? Is it just me, or did that song increase in volume at the very end? Okay, so I just got DM'd by Salt. It seems like 8:30 to 10:30 p.m. UTC is the time tomorrow. Terrifying. Let's come up with some good questions. I have a few already, but I need to write some more. I also made a forums post for people to see, but yeah. Sight Island is fun. The only Sight Island enjoy in existence. I mean, the thing is, the ocean quests per se aren't bad, right? Because yes, you go back and forth, but you have access to a sea skipper, so it's not really that bad. I just try to appreciate everything, except Eye of the Storm. Eye of the Storm was cruel and unnecessary, and it's good that it was removed. And we're done with prof quests, so for more inventory space for quest items, let's ditch those. And let's go. We don't really have any good scrolls, so let's go here and buy a Levagar scroll. Oh yeah, he's invisible. It's impossible to see him. There we go. Eye of the Storm wasn't that bad. If Eye of the Storm was a quest now, and I would have to do it on this stream, you guys would be swimming in VIP rank giveaways. Because, man, I think Enter the Dojo, even though it's a 3D version of the same puzzle, is easier. We're on world 10, I believe. No, 7 now. We're on world 7 since the world Yeah, the puzzle was annoying. Well, it's like a first impression kind of thing. And the very first time I tried it, when Gavel had just come out, I was stuck in there for hours. That's the only reason I don't like it. First impressions are important. Well, I guess we're going to Nemrak because that's where you buy the Sight Island one. Yeah, the clicking in here haven't been working recently. I don't know why. Random thing I feel like I should mention. The Hunger of Gert's quest got updated dialogues. You might want to read through that if you want to. Ah, the homeboy is in the chat. Oh, I didn't see you were. Oh, you were actually saying the. You were saying the messages. I just didn't read the name. I'm sorry. I thought there would be timestamps on the on yesterday's stream. I'm kidding. Homeboy made timestamps on all the beta streams. A massive undertaking, but yeah. I can't stand the Eye of the Storm because it was too long for random mid-game quests. But I do miss it now. What about Hollow Sirene? I feel like it's more than a good replacement for Hollow, or like Hollow Serenity is like a huge step up compared to Hollow Sirene, which was also a bad quest. Man, does anyone remember what old Candor Forest looked like? I gotta go in 5 minutes, so I'll just spectate for a quick moment. Okay, well, we're gonna be streaming for like 12 hours, so it's fine. Hollow Sirene was bad, yeah. Of course you remember, Lou. I'm pretty new to Wynncraft. What is Eye of the Storm? It is a quest that was added back in 2015 with the Gavel expansion update. However, it was removed in 2021 during the Gavel Reborn update. Sight, they put him here. Early 2021, yes. January 20th, I think, was the... How did yesterday go? I started to get sick, so I had to leave. It went well. The interviews were very interesting. Oh, Mage Island. This is a funny thing. When you have like high render distance, you can see the ocean load slowly, and I'll show you exactly why. It's because if we go here and we go into effective, it has this cascade setting. It basically means when water is flowing, it does particles. And it checks every water block or source block and everything to see if it's flowing. And that makes rendering ocean super slow. So if we do this, it's going to render super quickly. Because it no longer wastes all the time. See, I just turn around and it just renders instantly. Except the further away it gets. That always renders slowly. Closest priority. But when you have high render distance, you see how everything just feels tiny in a way. Like we could get a boat to... oh wait, no. You buy boats here. You can probably get a boat and it would go faster. Okay, let's race. Okay, you guys go to Nemrak, and then from Nemrak you go to Mage Island, and I take a boat. And we'll see. We'll see if my suspicion is correct. Perhaps not. Maybe it's just, you know... 12 hours. Mr. Taco Man. So we've had Mr. Chicken, and so we've killed a bunch of chickens. We have Wow Cow, so we killed a bunch of cows. Now with Mr. Taco, do we find a bunch of tacos to murder in game? No sea skipper for an hour? Yeah, that would be annoying with some of the quests. I mean, the map is large. If you're going... well, I guess it's a bit of a ways to go, but not that bad. We'll soon be able to see Mage Island. We have Lou, so we kill all the cool people. Lou cool us, yeah, exactly. I somehow went to Celtry and I didn't even click anything. Right, Red Meteor even has the blindness and slowness part. Red Meteor has the blindness and slowness part. Isn't it Oh yeah, because you get the chip and then you go to the Gurdon Mountains. I forget. I'm using your old Royal Hydrangea build that you use for all quest stream, and it's actually really good in 2.0. That's the build I'm using right now. Well, it's a modified version because I'm on my alt, but my quest guiding build, it can beat any boss in the game. It only struggles with at a hunter's calling. Ah, dang it, we didn't do it. We didn't win. My perception of time when I'm on Sea Skipper is warped because it's just so boring to stand still. Yellow meteor is best meteor. I just showed up and I didn't see your build. This is the build. Pisces. I learned how to pronounce it now thanks to chat yesterday. Gale's Freedom, Elder Oak Roots, Capricorn, Olive, Moonpool Circlet, Prognosticum, and Charm of the Storm. This is supposed to be something else, but it's an item I don't have access to on my alt. Because I do these things on my alt, Olinus10_alt, because, well, I don't have classes with no quests done on my main account. But I have like 3 105 shamans with no quests done on my on my alt. The future quest guides will actually be recorded on this. If I like redo the entire thing at least. You see that tower in the back? Is morph still viable? You can sort of do all the content with morph, but sort of any custom build will kind of always be better. Well, not always, but if you find a good build that someone's made, it will probably be better. Okay, so Thief. We need to find Thief. Not Dalbin. He is for Temple of Legends. There's the little... Here. Oh yeah, he's just a tiny baby and you can't see him. No, wait, is he? No, he's not a tiny baby. It's his son that is a tiny baby. They're just invisible, all of them. For some reason. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Invalid book tag. Oh, yeah. Now we gotta find his son, I believe it is. Now this one you can just swim to, because, I mean, he's literally right over there. Dalvin is beneath the depths. Yes, that's true. I'm sorry, wrong name. Temple of Legends is the guy that's on top of it. With the weird long name. See, that is what crashes your game when everyone does Arrow Storm or something, or Escape with the Bolt Slinger upgrade. Effective just crashes. Yeah, they made him a human now, so... Or like a armor stand. Nope, he's an armor stand. I thought there were no spells. Oh! That's true, I'm sorry. That is true. I should just reset the ability tree. Oh, I need to be in a safe zone to do it. I'm sorry. My bad. Penalty for the penalty? Do we roll another penalty and I have to do both as a punishment? I feel like that's only appropriate, so... Well, we got no spells again, so that's... We're gonna wait for another roll here. No armor? For 1 hour? Base abilities. Okay, that one is because I just didn't turn it off. No armor for one... Okay, let's go to safe zone. It should be over there in the Nogdui Islands. And then we'll reset the ability tree. And then we gotta go to Morrow Peaks. Do a penalty because you clicked the wrong NPC. Penaltyception. Now everyone just loves to spam this to try to see me crash. Oh, I approve it and Lou denies it at the same time. Is leveling a lot easier with 2.0? I was stuck on my shaman at 95 for months and I blasted from 95 to 101 in like 5 days. Leveling is not made easier. Not necessarily, but your damage output might be higher, so you get more shared XP if you're in a party. Thanks to the new spells and such. Okay, let's reset this and then let's take off the armor. No, we have to go to Morrow Peaks with no armor. Okay, set a timer. Okay, in 45 minutes we have our first interview with DrBracewell here. Just keep an eye on the clock because I'm bad at it. So yeah, 15 minutes into the interview. Quest needed armor like the climbing helmet does not count, obviously, because I need that to do what we're doing. Wait, did they put an item identifier here? Yeah. Why would you try to crash Ollie? The more it crashes, the longer you need to wait for penalties. Yeah, if I crash, I can't do the giveaway. So sad. Come on. Oh wow, pretty good roll. Alright, it's super hard to trade. No. Oh, I guess he didn't want to trade something. Don't crash his PayPal. Exactly. Okay, so we can wear the thing because it's needed for a quest, but no other armor. It's in the bank. Get site supply from site hash. Yep. Question is, do we boat over there since it's like right over there? Probably. I'm the archer. I don't give. I don't care about it. I mean, I can just turn off effective and it stops. What motherboard? Strix B660 gaming Wi-Fi it's called. Ask Hick from Olinus10 when. Never. Wi-Fi motherboard. Yeah, I only went. I mean, I don't use the like Wi-Fi thing. I use a Wi-Fi cable, but it has the Wi-Fi capability. The reason I went with it is because it had the most amount of USB ports out of the compatible motherboards, and I use a lot of USB ports. Well, Ethernet cable, Lou, you know what I mean. You know what I mean, Lou. Right. But 12 is okay. It's even more USB ports. Okay. Well. Anyways. Oh no, I'm super slow now. Wait. Why can't I? No. And you could overclock it. Yeah, but I don't overclock things. I don't know how to overclock. Ah. No, I can't use my weapon either because I don't have enough skill. No. 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 Help. Help. I'm dying. Oh. Bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. Oh. Okay, side hash. He's like over there. Ah. Oh, no. Ooh. Need to go to that one and then go to that one. Let me figure out where he is. Yeah, he's in this one, right? I do have a USB hub too. Oh. Okay, let's redo some points here. Oh, you need to be inside a town to change skill points because they're cruel. Ah. Of course they added more mobs. No. Ah. In your BIOS. Yes, I have XMP. I'm not that bad at PCs. I do have XMP enabled. So my RAM actually runs at the right megahertz speeds. Ah. 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 Help. Help. I need help. Ah. I'm gonna be stuck here. Do a high-pitched voice every time you take damage. Okay. Do we have like a mage or something? Oh man, they're gonna fall down on my face and kill me. Of all the places, don't die at Morrow Peaks. Yeah. Look at those mountains. They're so nice when they're rebuilt, and then we just see this ugly mess that is Morrow Peaks. If I was a builder, I'd just go rogue and rebuild things in secret. No. I would follow the hierarchy and go through the proper channels, of course. But like ugly, pretty. Ugly, pretty. Ugly, pretty. Morrow Peaks needs a huge redo. Yes, and they need to remove all the mobs so I can get through this quest without dying. Totem of Undying. Do you have a totem of undying so I don't die? Please be potions. Oh no. Trying to trade me potions, but they made potions untradeable. No. Stacked potions are untradeable. Yes. We can ask Seer about that. That's actually one of my questions to Seer later. Why they're so cruel. We're gonna be stuck on this quest until we have the interview with Bracewell. And that is sad. Wait, kill the dude that's up there. I can take this ladder. There's one up there. There. Like there's a... Dude. Yeah. Go. Totem of Undying. Isn't that funny? Okay, so this is not where we need to go. I'm invisible. Oh, that's not good. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Are they ranged? Is this how Hick and Hunted feels? You just feel like a constant target. Wait, this is the wrong one. What's your least favorite quest? Well, this one's about to be. No. I forget where he's located at. Is he in that one? Because this is where we need to go for Temple of Legends. He's probably all the way over there. Yeah, that looks to be it. Alright. Let's try climbing the next one. I may or may not be guilty of flying across cattle. I got my accounts prepared at the meteors. Oh, that's great, Lou. Now it's just gonna be like 12 hours until we get to the level 80 quest. Nah, it's fine. We'll be quick. We'll be quick about it. I mean, it is level 80, so it will take a bit of time. So we're only at level 55, and we have to do Temple of Legends, and then we have to do... Doesn't helmet count as armor? Not if quest items, because then we wouldn't be able to do anything. And the stream would just be paused. Oh no. Oh, thank you. Whoop. Yeah, see, this seems to be more like it. In there. There he is. Oh, no, no, no. Ah, protect me. Thank you. My heroes. Kill him. Go, crew. Ah, oh, wait, is he up there? Oh. Wait, there's a... Protect me, my loyal followers. Ah. Yeah. Oh, there's even a quest beacon, I forget. A beacon you can't see. That's great. Ah. I hate the Morrow Peaks. I can't use... I mean, technically, I can use my weapon for melee. But I can't change my skill points because I'm not in a city. Finally. Use fist, yeah. Punch him to death. Okay, 30 minutes till our interview with Bracewell. When roughly will the giveaway take place? That is currently undecided. There's gonna be one entering, and then we'll roll all the winners at once. But we'll decide the order you win the mythics beforehand. So we'll say, like, you know, first winner get this mythic, and then we roll it, and then we roll the same thing, so you guys don't have to spam the same command over and over again. Time to take the helmet off. Yep. There goes half my health. Alright. Don't want that blip. Odd smelling crate. I swear it contains odd. Yep. Oh, wait. I'm like, here we are. Let's find site. No, it's not that easy. See, when we use the money we get from quests, we also sort of realize how much money you spend, or you would like need to spend as minimum as well for traveling and for scrolls, etc. Site is just a drug addict island. Ah, good point. Probably yes. Right. Right, I got the time right. I did, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go. I'm so slow. Okay, now. Oh, Side Island doesn't count as a town. Will you stream every day? I am gonna stream tomorrow, and that will be last 10K event stream. Wait, why is it? Oh, 45. It was like 4. Wynn excavation site C. This one I feel like we can just take the boat to. Should have done it in Nemrak. Yep. Are there mobs we have to fight? No, we can dodge all the mobs in Wynn excavation site C. I feel like it's cheaper to go back and forth on Seaskipper to get site money than actually just buying it. Maybe. I don't know what the sort of rarity of that is. What's another good build for mage / dark wizard? I don't know. Lou probably knows. He has a lot of mage classes. Check Blue's Discord. That's about the answer I give every time someone asks me about builds. Have you used Yol? No. But I think it's a fire relic. Because it's hinting at Yol being the blank. Oh no. Incorrect water source. What? Oh man. Biggest bug in Wynncraft. Unplayable. Bugged game. Yeah. Because Yol is like, okay, if you've ever played Skyrim, there are something called like shouts, and it basically is like the character says a word in like the dragon language, and it creates like a shout of like you breathe fire or you breathe ice or something like that. And Yol is the word for fire. That's how you know Yol is a fire relic, because it's fire. And it being a relic, I just remember, because I don't know. That's a whirlpool, a feature. I was like, is it happening again? Wait, was that one again? No. Like, I have to ban all the builders. Exactly, Tony. You know what to do. Broken game. No. First time Oh, ranged dungeon dude. No, please, anyone help me. Save me. No, we just got here. Look, pretty mountainside. Ugly, bad. Ooh, look at this world edit spam. Randomized block palette. Horrible. Alright. No, he's drunk at work. Look at how he's standing. It's annoying how like post 1.13 or something, pigmen have like extra features, and so when they wear heads, it looks weird. Bro lost for 4 out of 5 or 4/5 of his HP from one attack. Yeah, because I'm not wearing any armor. And I can't for 45 more minutes. Oh wait, don't forget we gotta talk to this guy. I always forget. We just don't mess up puzzles. Yep, exactly. This is what I get for not knowing what I should do. Or what I should know. Oh man, save me! Save me! Please! Help! Help! Ah! They're coming for us! Work, teleport! Alright, this is like the cheesiest thing ever. You just go bloop. Oh, I forget to get to the crystal. We have to go through like the entire volcano. No! I did blue meteor memorize first try, no screenshots. Wow. Should be banished to do this on Media World. Oh, so you guys can't heal me? I can't go to Media World because I don't have YouTube rank on my alt account. Oh, no, no, no. Do I know the cheese for this too? I think I do. This quest is like 95% shorter if you know just where to go. And that's why you should watch my quest guides, because I show you the quickest way to end a quest. Whee! Oh, I'm so slow. Oh no, ranged! Oh, dodge him and weave him. Oh. The bridge of death and destruction. Oh, more mobs. Oh. I'm so good at this game, I can complete it with no weapon and no armor. Whee! Horses are always a bit risky though. Oh, more ranged. No, no, no. Oh. Ow. Oh no, fire. Oh no. Go, go, go. Oh, magic. That's not good. Oh, run away. What are your thoughts about dragons? Wouldn't it be cool as a pet? Or a mount? Hello, let me talk to you. Okay. Next quest is the passage. And that's the first in Trom's quest. Because, you know, technically the dungeon quest is outside. Oh no. Wait. There we go. Now I can use my weapon again. No spells, as you can see, but we need to somehow cross the bridge and do the boss altar and everything. Do I have zombie eyes? I have one zombie eye. Great. Great. Why did I come up with this penalty system to make the thing more entertaining and such? Bad idea. Why do I do these things to myself? This is horrible. How am I supposed to know armor? The Great Bridge. Ah! Okay, let's do this. Ah! Don't stand still. Go, 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 go. Ah! No, no, please. Oh man, this is how I lose all my soul points. Bread lore is actually a penalty, yes. It's in there, and I regret adding it, and I should be quiet and remove it in silence. But yeah, it's an actual penalty, reading 99 lines of dialogue about bread. Why don't the team have them as a mount? Go from breaking point or something. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. But lore-wise, it's hard to explain dragons. Oh, no. Okay, we can do this. 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 Dodge him and weave him. AK, jump over the bridge. No, bad idea. I thought you could jump over the edge. But you have to be like, there's barriers. Why, Afro? Why do you place barriers? Maybe we should just wait out the full hour here. Why didn't I get scrolls to Troms? No. We're gonna be stuck here forever. Okay. Okay, we just gotta regen the rest of our health. Okay. 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 Oh, no. Yes! Yes! Thank God we went here. Oh. Oh man. Oh man. Whew. Who wrote the bread lore? One of our guests tomorrow, actually. Why am I standing still? Teely, wrote the bread lore. And he's one of our guests tomorrow. Tomorrow, our guest list is Teely, Nepmia, the web developer, and Salted. Trade me. Do you have zombie eyes? Is that what he's gonna trade? Oh. Ooh. I'll take it. Thank you. Look at the roll. Alright. We... Oh, I thought there was a whole troop of all the same skin, but it's Trickster. He tricked me. That's the worst joke ever. Okay, yeah, that's right. We should get potions because now I have to do a boss altar without armor. Great, there's only level... I never banned elemental potions. Woohoo, I'm a genius. No, I should solo the boss altar. Alright, let's empty out. Not quest items though. Because we need... Well, we won't need breathing helmet anymore. Everything else is a quest item that we need. Don't need a boat. And now let's start the quest. Let's buy some scrolls. Okay. Now let's start the quest. Yoink. An invisible baby NPC makes it 90% more difficult to talk to. Aha, I did it. Can anyone help me get zombie ice though? You need like, what, 12? I have 1. Solo naked, no spell boss altar. That's how the game was intended. Exactly. You need 4? You only need 4. Wait, did I talk to him enough? Yeah. I'm not checking the game screen. What? I'm checking chat. They lowered all boss altar requirements. That is true. Probably so people will actually try to do them. Alright, let's get some zombie ice. We need 4. Oh no. Oh, I hate the little fetishes or whatever they're called. The tiny baby zombies that throw things at you. They're horrible. You got the ice? Ooh, that's great. Why am I continuing down the path then? Ooh. Oh, the particles aren't visible. Which thing did I turn off? And firework. There we go. I was doing videos and I didn't want to totem things. Okay. Thank you. Alright, stand away, you guys. I'm gonna solo this one. That way it's there's something about soloing. Right. Watch me suffer. I think you're gonna need to stand further away, but yeah. Right, just don't enter through the room. Stay there, yeah. Stay here, yeah. Alright. Watch me suffer, you guys. Watch me suffer. Right, let's go. Let's do this. Oh no, I barely do any damage. Oh no. Oh. I'll scream for help when I need it. We just gotta do this for 30 more minutes and then I'm free. I'm not doing any damage. No, 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 please. Spare me. Spare me. No, 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 no. I'll just scream for help. Ew, no. They're all just watching me suffer here. Oh, man. Have I even done any amount of damage? Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna need help, you guys. To suffer, but you could get one of the flower things. You go to the NPC. If you have any in the bank. I don't think I have it in my alt. Okay, I need help. Anyone got more ice? I do. Okay, great. Is there punishment for death? No, there isn't. Only for failing puzzles. Here comes the crew. What's the next quest after that one? An Iron Heart Part 2. Right? Yeah, I'm ready. But yeah, so in 13 minutes, we're meeting with our first guest. So, that's gonna be exciting. The interviews yesterday went pretty well. I was a bit nervous, but wait, let me do some damage. I get a bit of a drop. Please, please, one little flower thingy. No. How much damage do I need to do? Well, I didn't do enough damage. There's zombie eyes here. I have 3. Wait, there's more. 15%. No, it doesn't respawn. Only minions respawn. Oh, I'm trying to use spells to get out of here, but I can't. What's the goal of the stream? To have fun, to celebrate 10,000 subs, and to complete all the quests whilst harassing content team members with a bunch of questions. Basically. Well, is it harassment if they agreed? That's the thing. Right, I put in 3. Can someone put in 1? Actually, I have the last one. Never mind. I did it. But I don't have... I put it in the bank because I didn't have enough points in defense. Wait. Let me do some damage. Don't kill him. Okay, he's aggroing on me, so I'm gonna try to do some damage to him. Oh. I forgot to take my elemental potions, so... Yoink. Oh wait, that's a native. I'll just wait here until you guys can come help me. Bro looks so goofy. The goal of the stream is to interview me, which is not being meta, so now. Try Flames back. Yeah, it's hard to, you know, no armor with... I mean, it's a decent weapon. It's just... You don't do much damage unless you have armor. I guess it really shows how important armor is. Oh, I'm gonna start losing items now. I don't have soul point bombs. That's not good. Wait, let's do this in 10 minutes because we have an interview lined up. Is anyone able to join you for the quest? Because I need help with Bob reincarnation. You can join, yes, but yeah. Right, don't kill him. Let me do some damage. stay outside of his spell range. Oh, thank you for the heals. Come on, come on. Yes, I got it. I got it. I got it. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, we did it. We did it, you guys. We did it. We did it. Okay. Now we can end this quest and then we can start an Ironheart Part 2. Show me your skin mod. It's a good alternative for hide armor. I'm not on 1.19.1, but someone did. Oh, show me your skin mod. Yes, I did see that. Someone mentioned it in the Discord that it's a good 1.19.3 alternative. I haven't checked if it allows, you know, a separate option for hiding others versus your own armor. But yeah. Okay, let's do this. Jump and jump. And I'm going the wrong way. I have an army. No, I have an army. Where did the army go? Well, I'm gonna start it, but we're gonna do it during the interview. It's not a hard quest, so. Yoink, and we can drop those because we don't need it. To change the point so you aren't squishy, but do less damage. Yeah, but then it's gonna be annoying when I want to put my build back on. And then it's Order of the Grook, that's also easy, and after that, Beneath the Depths. Okay. But I think after an Ironheart Part 2, we could probably put our armor back on. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? Oof, that's a controversial question. I can't answer it because I don't want to lose a half of my son. Order of the Grook. Yep. It's a good one. But it's not... There's not much battle in it, so we should be fine. Olux. Let's go. I have my mechanical reactor microchip thingy. It's the worst thing I ever had to make. It took half a year. Whoa. Alright, Detective Heart. If you deny the question, it just means you like pineapple on pizza. Oh, really? Alright. I'm just gonna, let me, just... Alright. Let's get started. Talk to Dags. Do, 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 do. You can do that, hot dog, after the intro. Let's go. The door's broken. Okay, so it's time for our next guest. Starting as a command blocker for Wynncraft, into becoming a hybrid working on all aspects of Wynn, like models, discoveries, quality assurance, and quests, but also having to lead the content team, being one of its managers. Our next guest is none other than DrBracewell. Welcome into the chat. Hopefully someone can move you. There we go. Can you hear me? No, you're deafened. Oh, hello. Hi. Welcome. So, your first credited contribution to Wynn as part of the content team was back in the Dungeon and Discoveries update, having worked on some of the discoveries. Which ones did you work on, and how was it to have your first contribution to the game be something totally new at the time?
Fixing one of the elevators that had broken in the Rimac Mesa. And that was quite funny because it was the day I had just passed my trial. And so I was like, what do I do? And people were like, choose a request. And so then I picked one. Everyone crowded around me as I fixed the command blocks. And then I didn't have a lot of time back then to do stuff because I was still quite young. But I think, if I remember correctly, some of the first stuff I did was the discoveries in Nilva Forest. Yeah, I think there's that one where like there's the 4 towers.
Oh, you made that one.
I don't think I made the whole thing because some of it was with the script rather than command blocks. But I mean, we're going back a long time here, 5-6 years now.
It has been a long time since then. But it's the discovery still holds up to this day.
Yeah. So in the start, I think a lot of what I did was fixing bugs and remaking a few puzzles. I remember there were some quest puzzles that used to be with redstone, and I turned them into command blocks because that's when I joined, when we were trying to like convert a load of the old legacy redstone into command blocks. Now we don't really use command blocks all that much anymore, so you know it's the kind of development cycle that Wynn's gone through.
Yeah, because I wanted to ask, sort of with an increase of scripted things and sort of less of command block things, what sort of has your role as a command blocker evolved into?
That's quite a big question because now I'm a manager on the team. So my role has definitely developed a lot throughout my time on the content team. And that's been both alongside the kind of the changes in the tooling systems available to Wynncraft, as well as the personal kind of journey that I've gone on within the team and the stuff I do for the game. So there's definitely been a change in the systems available. So we started with, you know, just custom Java plugins many years ago when you could write a quest file and it would show in game. And then like there were some redstone contraptions in game, like doors and a few puzzles with lights and stuff. And then command blocks came in, and then scripting came in, which is where we have this kind of custom language that we can use to write interaction within the game in a much more kind of concise and expressive way than you can with command blocks, because it has things like maths functions and, you know, player interaction detection and things like that, which command blocks aren't really available to do.
Yeah.
So that's been quite interesting, and there's definitely been a sense of we need to keep on top of updating old content to these new tools, because once you get a new kind of fancy script tool, obviously all everyone wants to do is make new things with it, make new puzzles and new mechanics. But once we have it, there's a certain level that you might want to consider, should we go back and change some of this old stuff and improve it using these new tools?
Yeah.
And so that's something to think about when you work on an update. And it's why some of the past few updates have been a bit kind of like revamp focused. And we've worked on remaking a few things rather than going full out into new content.
Not many know this about you, but you do front-end dev work and you have your whole own website and everything.
I do.
Tell us
Yeah.
about that.
So that's a kind of side hobby of mine. I mean, I say side hobby, but right now it is what I'm kind of planning to turn into a career after I finish education. But yeah, front-end web dev's pretty cool. I started on it. I would actually like to think to say that Minecraft and command blocking was what kind of pushed me towards learning how to code and do kind of things in a more general sense of computer science rather than just Minecraft. Because I was always kind of interested in computers, and then I started playing video games, and then I started playing Minecraft, and I got into a bit of the technical side, and that pushed me to learn code. And then, like, just the kind of path I chose when I was like 12, 13 years old was I want to make some websites. So I went through with that. I kind of self-taught myself some of that stuff. And then over the past however many years, I've done like some kind of personal side projects. I've definitely done some that have actually been kind of related to Wynncraft. So I've made a couple tools that help us write kind of code for Wynncraft.
Ooh.
One that stands out is the kind of mob generator, which is is available on my website. People can see it even if you're not part of the team. And essentially all it does, it has a list of all the options that a mob can have. So like if you want to give it a certain spell and you can't remember the exact name of the spell, you can go to my website and select it from a list and then click the generate button, and it will generate the right kind of configuration for that mob. And so there's a couple of things like that on the site for available for the team to use, and then some other like kind of cool personal projects, I think. And yeah, hopefully the idea is in the future to turn that into a career. I don't know if I'd do like kind of freelance stuff. I have done some freelance commissions before, but yeah, that's kind of the plan.
Because you sort of answered my next question here, because I was wondering if working on that has taught you skills you've been able to apply to Wynncraft. But seeing as you've done the mob generator, I feel like...
Well, it's definitely gone both ways. There's definitely been a sense of working on the kind of technical side of Minecraft has encouraged me to explore computer science and coding. But then also working on coding has developed my technical knowledge so that I can create kind of more impressive mechanics and puzzles and interactions in Wynncraft. So it definitely kind of goes both ways, I think, especially now that Wynncraft has a kind of more scripting language, which is quite programming related.
Seeing as it's, you know, it's seems to be web development and such, would you want to be a developer for Wynncraft?
Well, I couldn't possibly say, you know, I can't take this away from Nepmia, who's, you know, a great web dev. Like he's improved the website and all sorts and done the stats stuff and the ability tree on the website. And so I do remember a few years ago, or months, however long ago, when Salted put out some kind of requests for a web developer.
Yeah.
And I thought about kind of going for it, but I wasn't super old back then, and I had a lot of play on my school with school and stuff.
Yeah.
And so maybe in the future, if it's needed and I have time, I could do some web dev for Wynncraft. But other than that, it's not something that I see kind of in my immediate future.
I know you mentioned Nepmia and of course, but I I didn't sort of mean to replace Nepmia. I more so meant because in the early stages of Wynn, before they quit, we did have 2 web developers working on the forums and all this stuff.
Yeah, of course. Like if something comes up and there was like if there was a requirement for more web developers, then, you know, maybe it's a possibility for me. But I know kind of at the state we are now, there isn't really a requirement for that. And if there was, I'm not sure how interested I would be in doing it.
Yeah. Now, you worked on some command contraptions during the Silent Expanse and the Gabble Reborn update.
Yes.
What are these contraptions?
So the Silent Expanse is actually kind of the point where I took a little break from the content team. I wasn't super active. I was I was kind of like right in the middle of, you know, seniority. I'd been there a couple years and I knew the server and I knew the systems, but I wasn't really doing a lot, and people didn't really come to me with questions or to like think about the game or whatever. And so I kind of drifted away a bit. But then once Gavel Reborn started, that's when I kind of came back to the team properly and started doing some stuff. In terms of command contraptions, not a lot of them stand out. They're not kind of like quests. They're not as big of a content. Usually there's a rec that something needs, like you might need to create a puzzle and then you make it in a couple days or whatever, and then you kind of leave it and go on to another thing. Whereas with a quest, you might work on it for a few months, so it kind of stands out more in your memory. I think if you pressed me, the main thing I would think about is... I don't know. There was quite a bit that I worked on. I remember there were a lot of just kind of random things around. I mean, one thing I did that kind of, I'm not sure why it stands out, but there's the discovery where you have Reven's head, I think.
Oh yeah.
It's somewhere, it's like in Candor Forest, I think.
Yeah.
And you pick up the head, and there's one bit where you put it on a body, and then the body gets up, and then the body walks around to this crypt, and then the floor opens.
Yeah.
I remember making that with command blocks and armor stands, and that was a pretty cool little thing to make, because I was kind of, I think that was one of my few armor stand animations that I made. I wasn't really super into them, but I remember making it and working, like spending quite a bit of time on making it look like fluid and smooth and stuff, and so I was quite proud of that. And that was in Gavel Reborn, I think.
Yeah, that was in Gavel Reborn.
Yeah.
Are all the sort of armor stands and animations made through command blocks?
Yeah, if you see an armor stand animation, that's going to be command blocks. We don't really do that with script, because script obviously has access to, you know, like the player model NPCs where they walk around and stuff. So usually we'd use that over armor stands. I think the reason I use armor stands for that is because I wanted to have the cool effect where it's a headless body walking around and then the head jumps on and there's some like blood particles and stuff.
Yeah.
And that wasn't really possible with a player model.
Are there a lot more hidden command block contraptions around the world of Wynncraft that the sort of average player might not sort of assume or know?
There are quite a few, and the main reason for that, and this is maybe a bit technical, is because there's the difference between client-side kind of interactions and server-side interactions. And script, the language you use, is a client-side language, so anything that you do with script usually only appears for the player, and only for that specific player, right? For example, that's how we do things where, like, if you have a cool cutscene and a tree falls down, the tree doesn't fall down for every player, it only falls down for one who's doing the cutscene. And that's a client-side kind of operation. But then command blocks are server-side, so that means if you open a door with a command block, it's going to be open for every player on the server, which we might not want. For example, if one player hasn't done the kind of correct trigger to open the door, obviously the door shouldn't be open for them, but it should be for a different player. And so when you're designing content, there's definitely an element of that to think about. You want to think about, should this appear for all server players on the server? Should it appear for just one? And then once you open that, you get into this kind of whole other can of worms. Like, if the door's open for one player, but it's not open for the other, there's sometimes like some janky behavior. If the player tries to walk through, the server doesn't realize that they shouldn't be able to, and then it like glitches them around and stuff. So there's a bit of, you need to think about that when you're designing content. Yeah. So when you see a command block contraption, it's going to be server side for some reason that the creator wanted it to be.
I see. But not only do you create content, you also manage the team. What's that like?
Being a manager is quite fun. I'm relatively new to it. I was promoted a couple months ago. It's been a very enjoyable experience so far. When I was on the team working as a content creator, I definitely kind of did what I was told to by the managers or by Grian specifically. And now I'm a manager. I still do that quite a bit. There's still an element of what I kind of enjoy working on the team is making content. I like making puzzles and mechanics and game features. And so I still do quite a lot of that even as a manager, because it's like the kind of thing I enjoy on the team. But then now I'm a manager, I'm also kind of able to be part of the conversations about the game direction and where do we take the game from this point? What do we want to do with it? What do we want the next update to be and the next update after that? And then there's also the element of managing the team. You know, you've got to have kind of relationships with the the members, and ensure that if something needs doing, then it's kind of done in the right time, and ensuring that if anything goes wrong or there's people doing things that you don't really want the team to do, you need to have a conversation with them and stuff like that. So there's definitely an element of that to be done as a manager, all of which I'm kind of still learning and developing as I continue to be a manager.
As a manager, do you have to criticize other content team members' work and tell them sort of how to improve or change things? If so, what's that like?
That doesn't come up a ton. As a manager, I'm able to kind of pick a few content team members that I want to work really closely with. And if I need something done, maybe I need like a big building for a quest, I might say, could you come here and work with me on this? And so unless there's like some kind of huge gap in communication, it's quite rare that you end up with something that's completely different from what you want. And this is common to quite a few GMs as well, people who work on the quest, not just a manager thing. But because I'm not a super general manager, like Hams, for example, because Hams manages all the kind of general builds around. If you see a pond, around, that's probably Hams's work. You know, he's asked a builder to put a pond there. Whereas as a kind of quest manager and content manager, I do less of that, and I know exactly what I need to have, and I will work closely with people to do that. So it's quite rare that something comes up that isn't right, essentially. Whereas for Hams or Lumi, who's a more kind of general manager who needs to put specific things around the world, or like general things around the world, I can see that sometimes there are places where communication's gone wrong and he wanted something that the builder didn't put correctly. But it never turns into like an issue. Like everyone on the team's really great at communicating. We can always just work together to use what's already there and maybe add to it and change it a little bit to ensure that the right thing is put in place.
Yeah. How do you balance being a manager but also wanting to create content?
Yeah, so that's quite an interesting point because, you know, I've only been a manager for a few months, but now we are actively kind of working on this new region, Fruma, as you know. And so there is quite a lot of management that needs to go in to this region because it's not quite like previous updates where we know what we wanted to do with Gavel, right? We know there wasn't a ton of kind of thinking to be done about the overall story. Because, like, for example, for the second part of it, we know we need to remake this quest, we need to improve this quest, etc.
Yeah.
Whereas for Fruma, there's a lot more managing that goes on. And that's kind of where my management duties are at the moment, working on the overall story and theme and design of Fruma. And what's interesting is right now there's simply not a lot of content to make for it because we're still in the early stages of fixing, like designing what we want the province to be. So I haven't really experienced a conflict in those two things yet because I just haven't had a period where I'm a manager and actively working on new content. So I couldn't really comment on that.
When you sort of, as a manager, I assume you assign tasks for people to do. As like being a manager, do you get to sort of have dibs or pick something before it's offered to someone else if you would want to do that?
Not really. Like, I can say that the managers have been assigned to different regions in Fruma, so each manager is kind of working on a region. But it's never really come to the point where there's no really kind of opportunity cost between two builders, you know. There's always enough people to go around to work on things when they need to be worked on, essentially. Like, I'm never going to be dragging one builder away from an important project to do my thing because it needs to do it.
Yeah.
There's always going to be enough builders around and they're all skilled enough to do what needs to be done, essentially. So there's never really conflict like that.
Is there a sort of power hierarchy, or is it more like you're all on the same level just with different responsibilities?
No, there is a hierarchy, and the basic is it goes content team members, managers, and then admins. And like, that's kind of all there really is to it. If there's a conflict between each of those groups, then it just goes up to the higher ones. The
Sort of as a manager, who assigns you or who tells you what you should do?
That is the honest answer is probably Grian. He's the one who works on. Well, so all together we work on the kind of story and the arc that we want, whatever we're working on, to follow. And we have, weekly meetings with where everyone's invited in the team. So it's not just the managers or the admins to work on like the kind of overall design of what we're making. But at the end of the day, if a conflict comes up and people have differing opinions and someone wants this and someone wants that, then the kind of final decision will be down to Grian or to a different admin, essentially. But if it's a kind of smaller thing and content team members are disagreeing, then sometimes it can be down to a manager to say, no, we're going to do this instead of this.
Do you have a lot of say in the sort of overall story and sort of progression of the game as a manager?
I mean, to an extent, there's like, yeah, but I do, but it's not a huge amount relative to what anyone else in the team might have.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a GM who's been working on the game for a while, for a few years, and has an idea and wants to implement it, then their kind of suggestion will be considered just as much as a suggestion that I might put forward will be.
So is there a sort of certain perspective or a certain level of respect that is given to like OG members of the content team?
I mean, I would say so. Yeah, there's definitely a sense of it's a kind of community. We're a team, we're all working together. If you've been on it for a while, then you kind of know how we work.
Yeah.
So it's not that we're going to completely ignore kind of what someone new might say, but if there's people who know the game, have been on the content team for a while, and we trust them, and we know they have good thoughts and opinions, then whatever they say is definitely going to be taken into account, just like kind of anyone who brings something up.
Yeah. Speaking of the sort of manager role, what are some type of decisions you have to make as a manager?
Ooh. So, I mean, there's a few, I guess. We have a manager chat on Discord. So, like me and the other managers, like Lex and IMAX, and Hams and whatever. And quite a few things comes up. So some of them is on content team members. So a content team member might have done something. I don't think I can really talk about specifics, but there's an element of if a member does something that we don't want the team to come off as have done, we need to have a conversation with them about it. So like, it might be the way they interacted in the community, or the way or something they've said on the Discord, or even in the private staff Discord. There's definitely, we have a sense of conduct that we want everyone to follow, essentially.
Yeah.
That needs to, we need to handle if someone isn't doing as we want. Not as we want, as like we kind of expect as a level of professionalism.
So if you have a particularly difficult decision, you can always sort of turn to the other managers to sort of...
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's definitely a team effort being on a manager team.
Do you have an example of a particularly difficult decisions you've had to make so far?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm sure Imaxe, who's been a manager a lot longer than I have, when they come on the interview, they'll probably have some. Yeah. But I don't think I have one off the top of my head.
For the recent 2.0 update, you worked on a lot of quests, but one of them was the new top tier quests, and one the community was waiting for a long time, the breaking point.
Yes.
Could you tell us about the sort of process on working on that, and also sort of from a perspective of a manager?
So I wasn't actually a manager back then.
Mm-hmm.
I was still a kind of a high level GM working on stuff. And the quest was definitely a team effort between Lex and me. So like among us, we were able to get the quest to a really high quality. And as the community can see, it took a little bit of extra time to get it to such that kind of level. In terms of working on it, it was quite an experience because I picked it up near the end of the update. Once I had done about 9 other quests. And so when I picked it up, I don't think I had realized how big of a project it was going to be. And I remember there was this point right in the middle of it when I built it up to about the kind of the first time you'd gone into the ice vault.
Yeah.
Where I was so sick of it, and I put it down for about a month whilst the beta was, and that was like the first time the beta was released, and I just couldn't bring myself to work on it anymore. But then I took a break, and then I think I went on holiday at some point during that month, and then when I came back I felt energized enough to pick it up and start working on it. And then once I'd done that, I got a bit more back into the flow of it, and between me and Lex and a few other GMs who worked on it, like Weasel Fan did the Caucus section, and Beta Bear did some stuff, and Lunatic Lady, Amelia. It was definitely a team effort to get it done, but I picked up the kind of the brunt of the scripting work and the polish.
Yeah.
And so it was quite an intense project to work on, essentially, yeah.
What were some of the sort of difficulties that that appeared when working on it that caused its initial delay?
None. There weren't any problems. Honestly, it was quite a smooth experience to work on. It was just the size of it was what made it take so long. There's a lot packed into it, essentially, and there was a lot we had wanted to do. Me and Lex together kind of figured out what we wanted the quest to be, and once we had done that, there was a ton of work to do, essentially, because like, I mean, I could talk about quests in general are a lot more work than they appear to be on the surface.
Yeah.
So that's kind of true for any quest, but particularly for the Breaking Point because of how polished it is as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm quite proud of it because there's a sense that each kind of stage of it has been carefully put together so that it feels really nice to play, which you might not get with some other quests, which might not have had so much time put into it.
Was it? Do you know if it was planned for each raid to be locked behind a quest?
Yeah, that was, I think, the plan from the start. The plan was like the idea between the 2 Gavel updates was that we wanted storylines for kind of each half of Gavel, and so the first one brought in the Realm of Light storyline, and then the second one brought in the Canyon Colossus storyline, and we linked in the Canyon Colossus with all the other quests like Dwarves and Dogons and the like Canyon of the Lost quest stuff.
Yeah.
The key point that we did labor on was that we didn't want to repeat the whole locking the raid between like 10 quests on every class.
Yeah.
Which is why we came up with the crystal mechanic so that you can unlock it however you want. And in the future, we do have plans to implement that for every raid, essentially, once we get a bit of a upgrade, so that you won't have to do quests on every class just to do the raid.
Yeah, I was gonna ask because that was a pretty genius solution to a sort of problem you don't know about unless you are one of the players that sort of play 14 classes at once, and
yeah.
But if we can expect that for future raids or the previous ones we have already, that is
because
great.
the issue was essentially that we didn't actually have a way to detect kind of data between classes.
Yeah.
All our data kind of controls and locks, so it's all on one class.
Yeah.
So me and Lex came up with the kind of the item which you can share between a bank in order to unlock the quest. But hopefully in the future, no promises, I can't really say.
Yeah.
But in the future, we might be getting a bit of a tooling upgrade so that we can kind of communicate between classes. So it might feel a bit smoother next time.
We did talk with AfroSnail yesterday, and he also mentioned the sort of want for upgrades of tools. Is that something as both a manager and a command blocker, and basically someone who works on every aspect of the game,
Yeah.
Is a lack of tools something you also experience?
Not at this point in time. I feel like on the team, everyone always wants new things. You know, you always want new tools to make cooler stuff.
Yeah.
And in the past, we really have been limited by kind of what we've had. We had like when our scripting language first came out, it wasn't nearly as sophisticated as it was now. Like you couldn't really do like mathematical stuff or, you know, like particle stuff, and it wasn't great. And then we had a big update to it. So over the like kind of history of Wynncraft, we have had really big updates to the kind of internal tooling systems.
Yeah.
And they've been great, and everyone's loved them, and they've allowed us to make the game a high quality and improve like kind of all of the parts of the content. And if you ask me, do I want new tools? Obviously, I'd say yes, always. But there's an element of, you know, you need to balance the kind of the developer time that it takes to create those tools with developer time spent on other mechanics.
Yeah.
Because if you spend time on making tools, that doesn't really appear explicitly to the player. Whereas if you ask a developer to make the ability tree, then obviously players are going to kind of enjoy that more, even if the content might be a bit kind of lower quality because of it.
What are some of the tools you would like to see added? You know, AfroSnail mentioned, you know, being able to test quests as part of the sort of quality assurance aspect of his position. But what are some tools you would like to see?
So as a manager, I'm actually kind of privy to tools that are maybe being in the works, you know, being worked on. So I couldn't possibly say, because, you know, it might not matter to the players, but, you know, content team players are going to be listening.
Yeah.
And then suddenly they're going to start expecting all those tools.
Yeah.
But something that I would like, I guess, is... I'm kind of with Afro. I kind of want these more quality assurance tools.
Yeah.
There's definitely a sense that it's hard to debug players like who are on the live server who have a bug, because we can't really see what's wrong with them. Yeah. And so maybe in the future there might be a possibility for being able to see kind of the data that a player has, or to see the kind of what specific information they have about their character, so that we would be able to understand why they're bugged in a certain way, so that we can then fix it and ensure that it doesn't happen again for a different player. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. Sort of backtracking to the sort of previous question about raids. Was there a reason that the breaking point didn't come out with the Gavel Reborn update?
Yeah, the reason simply was it wasn't finished by the time we had. And since it was one part of kind of a really big update, we didn't want to delay the update to the point where it would be solely waiting on the breaking point and Corrupted Galleon's Graveyard, which came out at the same point.
Yeah.
So the decision was made to release the huge amount of content we had for 2.0, and then to finish the breaking point and Corrupted GG in the time period before releasing it in a patch, which we ended up doing to, I think, a kind of positive reception, at least for the breaking point.
Yeah. I mean, it was worth the wait.
Thank you.
You know my one tripe with the quest. I've already bothered you with it during the beta. But was there a reason the quest wasn't sort of the last level quest?
Yeah. I think there was a reason. I'd have to search back. I think one of them was that the mobs there are already, you know, level 97, which it wouldn't be a huge jump to, like, you know, make it level 100, but stuff was already balanced around 97. And then the other thing was that it just wasn't, I brought it up to like the team and the managers specifically, and it just wasn't seen as a kind of necessary change.
Yeah.
Essentially, it was like level 97 works. There's a lot of other stuff in the game. Once you get to level 100, then a journey beyond is available, and then that kind of starts a whole new chapter of the Silent Expanse. And so once a new player gets there, they don't know which one to do first, right? Because if they want to complete the Gavel storyline, but they do a journey beyond first, you know, they've started two at the same time. And if it was one level earlier, then they probably complete the breaking point first before starting Silent Expanse.
Let me just catch up with chat here. I did see one of my managers type in here. Yeah, we have gotten a frequent question to every guest so far. Do you have a favorite color?
I like orange. Nice color.
Now that is one I haven't heard before. That's a pretty unique one. I've never met anyone whose favorite color is orange, so that's pretty interesting. Another one is which sort of new member of the content team joined this year or pretty sort of soonish or not too long ago, do you think have done some of the best work?
So I mean, I could mention a builder because there are some new builders who've been working really hard and make great stuff. But I think I'm actually going to look at some of the new GMs. And I think if I were to single out one GM, because they're all great, you know, they all do amazing work. If I were to single out one, it would probably be Weasel Fan. It's not that like he's done a ton of work, like he's not done a huge amount, but it's something like kind of the way he's integrated into the team and has been able to join like meetings and work on content and create quests and improve like the kind of the gameplay. It's been really impressive to see him join the team and work on stuff like that.
I see. Do you have a favorite quest?
A favorite quest? That's an interesting question. I mean, would it be rude to say the Breaking Point? It's quite a nice quest, in my opinion.
That's a good choice. That's a good choice.
But I think if you were to make me choose one, I think I'd say A Grave Mistake, I think.
Ooh,
I think it has a really nice atmosphere. It's really impressively made, I think.
That's a good choice. A bit of an unusual take with the sort of scary Halloween theme.
Yeah,
but
which is why I'm so impressed.
Yeah.
How the atmosphere was made.
Do you have a sort of different view or sort of connection to the community than other content team members might have, seeing as you're a manager?
I don't know if I have a kind of huge connection to the community at all. Like, I'm aware of the community, you know, they're a part of the game. I think about them occasionally. Maybe I don't interact with it a ton because there's an element of as a manager, anything I say will be kind of taken as fact or as kind of, you know, like truth straight from the developer of the game, like the game content's mouth, essentially.
Yeah.
Content is mouth. So there's an element where I need to be kind of careful what I say. And so I don't talk about the game a ton. I'd joke around, I guess. Like I'll meme about stuff that's come out, whatever. But I don't like to discuss a huge amount of kind of game. And the other point is that, like, the only thing I really know about is the content. I'm not very knowledgeable on other parts of the game, like builds or items or anything like that.
Yeah.
I don't actually know how that really works. So, and that's what I think a lot of discussion is about in the community these days. So I don't really have anything to say on those topics.
You have frequent content team member or content team meetings.
Yes, we do.
What are some things that goes on in those meetings that you are allowed to talk about, of course?
Well, I couldn't possibly say, you know, if you want to find out, you got to join the content team.
Oh, I see.
But no, yeah, we have work nights where we don't actually do work in them. It's more about, you know, getting together as a team and kind of discussing anything we need to discuss. We do have a kind of system where if someone has something to talk about in a work night, they can put it in a channel and then we go through it to ensure that we see everything that someone wants to bring up. But then most work nights, Grian or a manager will have a kind of theme that we want to talk about. So it might be like a specific region in Fruma that we want to talk about and what goes on in here and what do we need built and stuff like that.
Is sort of everyone kept up to date on everything, or is it just like within your work area?
No, we do talk about everything. So even if you're not involved in something, even if you're like maybe a builder working on a pond in Gavel, you can come to work and learn about what's going on in Fruma. And sometimes if you ask, like Salted joins, and if you ask him, he'll tell you kind of like what dev stuff he has in plans, so the people are, you know, in the loop about that, even if they're not really involved in the kind of the design of it. They just kind of know what's being worked on.
Yeah. Do the content team sort of as a group stay up to date and updated about things that goes on within the community?
To an extent, I think if you're a content team member and you don't really care about the community, you can kind of ignore it. We don't really expect anyone to be on top of everything that's going on in the community. But then obviously a lot of the time, content team members are also community members, and then they have things to say about events that have gone on in the community, and they might bring them into the Discord so that we can talk about them as a team and see if there's any kind of action we need to take or any thoughts we have about the things that's being discussed in the community. But it's not, we don't really focus on managing everything the community says, you know, because there's a lot of players and all the players have opinions and thoughts and discussions.
Yeah.
And it's kind of impossible to kind of keep up on top of all of that.
When something sort of bigger happens in the community, a controversy, or there's a sort of massive backlash about something, how do you handle sort of criticism and backlash within the team?
Yeah. So I can't speak, even though I'm a manager, I can't really speak for kind of the team as a whole here.
Yeah.
Because there's, to an extent, you know, when you get a backlash in the community, or there's some kind of criticism of content that's been made, everyone's going to have their own personal opinions on it. There might even be some people in the content team who kind of agree with the criticism, and then there's other people who think that it's not fair or not valid. So it can be quite difficult to present a like kind of whole view as the content team, as one entity.
Yeah.
When a lot of people have different views. For me personally, to an extent, I know that, you know, there's a lot of people in the community, and often a lot of the time the backlash and the criticism of something can come from a kind of vocal minority.
Yeah.
And that people who kind of might approve of the content, who have no issue with it, don't really talk about it.
Yeah.
So to an extent, there can be more negativity coming at the team than there is positivity, which is why we always appreciate kind of threads that appear on the forum saying, thank you so much for your work and you've done a really great job with this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But we do think that it's important to, you know, reflect on the criticism that is brought up and if it's valid and if there's anything that he's doing. For example, I'm not really involved in the ability tree, but I know that there are people in the team who are still actively working on balancing and rebalancing and changing things based off feedback from the community.
Yeah.
So I think it is important to, you know, take things on board when it's valid and to consider what needs to be changed or what we think about the criticism.
But most of it, or you would say, like, if it's something big, you would say it's sort of at least recognized as something the community has sort of brought up.
Yeah, if it's something that regularly gets brought up or something really big, we do see it. It's a big team, you know, someone will bring it into the server to have a discussion about.
Sort of any part of the internet, right, has a toxic side or a more sort of, not everyone is their kindest when they're anonymous online. So do you sort of as a team have some internal way of helping each other if someone receives an unnecessary amount of criticism?
I don't think there's really any kind of explicit system for that, but we do make sure that within the team we recognize and praise each other's work.
Mm-hmm.
So if something were to come in from the community where someone's being really harsh on a piece of content, you know, we would reflect on that criticism as feedback. But if it's kind of presented in a toxic way, then we would try and reassure whoever it's kind of affecting that, you know, that's not a kind of valid way to represent feedback, and the personal attack on you because of your content isn't valid and it's not okay. And if something's kind of really severe, then we might decide to take kind of moderation action on a person. But that is really rare. We're not going around, you know, silencing people because they disagree with content.
Yeah.
It needs to be, if something really personal or harassment comes up, then, you know, we might take action. But as a team, we ensure that everyone knows that their content and their contribution to the game is valued, and that criticism is welcomed, but it's not valid to harass or personally attack someone because of content that they made.
Yeah. Because I'm thinking, like, as the role of a manager, do you feel like you have to care for the team in a sort of more, almost in a parental sort of way? Do you sort of take responsibility of the team that works under you?
I mean, as a manager, I think there has been a kind of sense of heightened responsibility. I need to ensure that when I interact with the team, there's a sense that I treat people fairly, I treat them like professionally.
Yeah.
And then if something comes up, I do want to be, if something comes up within the team that I can help, like manage, then I do want to be the person that someone can come to with concerns within the team.
Yeah.
So I want to be like approachable if someone has anything like that. Anything they want to discuss within how the team works. In terms of, in relation to that with the community, I'm just not really like related enough to the community to help someone when they have a kind of issue like that. It would fall to maybe a different manager or to someone who kind of knows more about the community.
Yeah.
To maybe like manage something like that. I'm quite interrelational within the content team, rather than how we interact with the community and like kind of external relationships.
Are there any sort of switching topic here, but are there any perks of being a manager?
Hell yeah. I've got about 10 pages of crates that I just don't have time to open. None of which I bought with my own money. Do
you get event crates too, or only the regular ones?
No, yeah, every content team member will get some event crates. Well, every kind of active one.
You gotta join the content team.
You do.
And save so much money.
I don't think I can talk too much about kind of the store stuff. I don't know if, like, because we don't want people joining the content team just to, you know, get free stuff.
Free stuff. Yeah.
But you know, if you work
for help.
If you're on the team and you work hard, you know, who knows what might happen.
But sort of with an increase in responsibility, there's also sort of a increase in perks, so to say.
Yeah. I mean, part of it is just being able, you know, I find it quite rewarding to be able to be a manager and to work closer with the kind of the vision for the game.
Yeah. Are there... Wait, no, that's probably the wrong way to start my question. Do you have any advice for both outsiders but also other content team members on how they could achieve becoming a manager, or what is needed to become a manager of the content team?
So being a manager is quite rare because there's only ever so many needed at one point in time. You know, me and Lex were promoted at the same time, and one reason that happened was because Tantabus, one of the old managers, became slightly inactive and was essentially decided to step down.
Yeah.
And so it was a space that opened up. So if in the future there are spaces and your aspiration, your lifelong dream is to become a manager of the Wynncraft content team, then you need to be on the content team, you need to be passionate about the game, and you essentially need to kind of be reasonable. You can't really be on the team and be really kind of direct. If I were to give one tip, it would be that you need to kind of know how to interact with other people. You need to know how to praise other people's content. You need to know how to communicate effectively when people to get the kind of result that's best for the game and best for both people.
Yeah.
You need to be able to treat people with respect and, you know, recognize that at the end of the day, the content team is largely made up of volunteers, and that people are spending their time on the game because of their passion for it. And you need to keep that in mind when you interact within the team and when you work on the game.
So it's not a rude, bossy type that should apply. It's more so a kind-hearted person who is able to recognize everyone's contributions. That would fit more.
I think that's really important. Not even for a manager, just for being on the team. That's really important.
Is sort of the personality aspect an important sort of selection when it comes to becoming a part of the team?
Part of the team, maybe less so, because maybe the only kind of point where we're able to see your personality is if once you've joined the team and how you interact within the team. You know, we can't really get a sense of if you're, you know, a really kind of great person off your application, just the kind of messages you write in the panel. But we do look for people who are able to, you know, communicate effectively and respectfully when we look at people who want to join the team. If someone is maybe not a good fit for the team once they've joined, you know, we're recognizing there might be, you know, issues with the way they communicate, then maybe there is, you know, discussion to be had with them or some action to be taken. But it hasn't happened, essentially, because, you know, most people who apply and want to join the team, you know, they are respectful and they recognize, you know, the value of the content team and the people in it.
Yeah. As a manager, are you responsible for applications?
Not explicitly right now. Hams manages the builder applications. I am currently thinking about doing some maybe small revamps or changes to the command block application, because like we mentioned earlier, the command blocks aren't really used in the map as much anymore, and there's not as much demand for command blocker members. But I do have it in the back of my mind that there might be a way to invite people who are passionate about programming or to kind of technical interactions and mechanics within Minecraft, and invite them to the team so they can work on stuff like that. For example, like we want to make people who have programming ability, invite them to come, like maybe learn the scripting language so they can help make puzzles and mechanics. But at this point in time, there's not really a way for them to apply to do that. So maybe, no promises, and I can't really say anything certain, but I'm looking into, is there kind of ways to invite those kind of people to the team?
Here's a good question I got from one of my event managers. Does the content team have a sort of specific view towards Wynncraft modding, such as Wyntills and Voices of Wynn?
I think they're great, you know. Like Wyntills is obviously developed by HeyZeer0, who's now the main developer, so, you know, we don't have any issue with that. And Voices of Wynn, I think, was also, you know, it was a great kind of project. I know it's quite impressive that it's been worked on by so many people, and it's now kind of in the state that it is. So yeah, I think that they can definitely add enhancements to the game that we can't really get with the kind of the vanilla Minecraft that we're working with. So me as a manager personally, I think at least, you know, they're great. Go for it. If you're passionate about Wynncraft and you have coding ability and you want to make a mod that you think will improve the game experience and share it, then, you know, go for it. It's great.
Does the content team sort of discuss what happens mod-wise in the community?
It's not a kind of huge point of discussion, you know, like we're usually aware of things that are going on. Sometimes we do look at mods and, you know, not steal features, but we think, is there a way, like people seem to like this feature in this mod, is this something we can implement into the game? You know, for example, like the quest beacon from Wyntills. That was then put in the game as the tracker. You know, so we're not like stealing ideas from the game, but we are seeing, is there something that we can use improve the game using the kind of the vanilla features available to us in Java code.
Is there part of being a manager that I haven't really asked about because the community doesn't really know about? Is there like a secret aspect of being a manager?
I guess not. I think all your kind of questions have kind of really covered a lot of the stuff I do as a manager. The only thing I will say is that, you know, I'm still quite new to the whole managing thing. I'm sure that in the future there will be kind of maybe situations that come up that I will need to interact in as a manager, like in a kind of managerial position, and hopefully, you know, like develop my ability to be in a team like this and manage the people within it effectively and, you know, responsibly.
Do you have a sort of most memorable or favorite project that you've worked on?
So I think the most memorable project would actually be my first quest, Lazarus Pit, which I did in Gavel Reborn, whatever it's called. That was quite memorable because it was my first quest, and that was quite. Here's quite a funny story. I actually failed my GM trial 3 separate times. And when I finally became a GM, I didn't actually do a GM trial. So my first GM trial was many years ago when I applied, and then I made a really awful quest for my trial. And then a few years later, I applied again and I got another trial. And this was by the time I was in the content team as a command blocker. So I was working on being a GM alongside being command blocker. And then I made another quest and I failed again. So I went back to just being a command blocker. And then I applied a third time. And then at that point, that was the bit I talked about earlier where I got a bit tired of being on the content team. So I took a break. So I never actually finished that trial. And so that was my stories of 3 separate GM trials failing. But then in Gavel Reborn, we were in a work night and Green was like, we need someone to do the Lazarus Pit. I was like, do you need to be a GM? And he was like, yes. But then he gave me the quest anyway. And then I made a really good quest. And then I became a full GM.
It is a really good remake of the old Lazarus Pit. So were you the one who came up with the idea of having to either tell or lie to the ghosts about their dead cat?
Yeah, that was me. I felt quite bad about that, but I think it was quite funny.
Quite a creative sort of addition to the quest. We haven't really seen many options like that before that one came out.
Yeah. And I think I implemented it even before the dialogue option system came in.
Yeah.
So it was implemented in this kind of really janky way where you would click in chat or a menu would pop up.
Yeah, it was like an inventory pop-up, yeah.
Yeah. But then, going back to the question, I think the projects I'm most proud of would definitely be the Breaking Point. Because I spent so much time on it. It was easily like 90, 100 hours, I think, spent on it.
As a manager, have you worked on or have you overseen any projects that you're allowed to talk about?
Not really. I'm currently managing a region in Fruma, which I can't spoil the name of, can't spoil anything about. But, you know, I'm standing in it right now on the build server. It's looking pretty cool.
Oh, is that a screenshot I'm seeing? No, I'm kidding.
Fortunately not. But it is looking very fancy, yeah.
Another question from my event managers here. How much impact can the average content team member make on the content that's being released, aside from only working on what they're told to do?
Quite a lot at the start of an update cycle, I think. Because all the kind of work nights we're having now, we're working on designing Fruma and thinking about the overall story of it. And if you come to work night with an idea, you know, and if you have a microphone, then you're able to like say something that you think might be cool.
Yeah.
And then if you say it like, you know, if you put it in the conversation, then the rest of the people, including managers and admins like Rian, will, you know, discuss it and think about it. And if it's a good idea, then it's, you know, it's quite likely that it will come into the game. And it doesn't really matter who it's come from. It could be a new builder, it could be, you know, modeler, GM, whatever. If it's a good idea, you know, it could definitely really easily be implemented into the game. If you come along with quite a big idea, you know, kind of halfway through an update cycle, it might be a bit harder to get it in because a lot of the planning and groundwork has been done for the update, and we know by that point we kind of know what we want to do, and throwing kind of curveballs into the story, they're a bit harder to kind of implement in. But if you it's halfway through an update and you want to put a cool building here, then it's likely that that's possible.
Yeah. Moving on to some more general Wynncraft questions. Is there something you would want to see added as a feature or something to the game? I know we talked about tools earlier.
I'm not sure. I quite like the idea of loot running updates. I think I'm not a big loot runner. I used to do it a little bit when I actually played Wynn. But I think that the system we have now, I don't think it's not the best system in terms of kind of end game, like kind of money grinding. I think there's some more interesting things that could be done with it to make it more enjoyable and to make it kind of better mechanics for the game.
Do you feel our other guests mentioned, for example, professions? Is that something you would agree also would be good to update?
I mean, I don't play the game a ton, but I know professions are a bit grinding. They're not great. So if there's improvements to be done to them, then
Yeah. How do you see Wynncraft in the future? Do you see yourself working or playing Wynncraft in the future?
Well, I'd definitely like to stay on as a manager and part of the team. I like being on the team. It's taught me so much in terms, my kind of technical ability, as well as working on a team, working on a project within the team.
Yeah.
In terms of, what might be coming in the future, I'm quite passionate about, the content and the story within the game. So things I would like to see, kind of Fruma for one, maybe, Dern if it ever comes to it, or the kind of storyline, that kind of snakes through the whole of the game, And so that's the kind of thing I'm passionate about. Of course, I would like to see, kind of gameplay features, like the ability tree is really impressive, but it's not really kind of my field to think about that kind of stuff. I like to think about where's the story going to go? What do we do with the content within the game?
One sort of question that popped into my mind was, after manager, what can your role evolve into after? Is there a next step after manager?
Not really. I mean, I guess you could become an admin, but I don't think that's really happened before from a content team member. You've got to kind of go into the kind of more development side of it. For example, like Colin, who was a builder and a QA, and then eventually became a web developer and a bit of a kind of game developer, and then he became an admin. So maybe in the future, if there is like we talked about right at the start, if there's any kind of web development opportunities, maybe then I become an administrator. But I think it's a bit of a long shot,
So, DrBracewell admin rank is further away than we can expect.
I mean, it would be nice.
Is there something you feel like we haven't asked you about?
I guess not. I mean, the only thing is, the 2.0 update was kind of my peak of Wynncraft. It was where I worked on so many quests.
Yeah.
And I guess one thing I would actually like to bring up is, in terms, I think I made a comment on a thread about this in the forums one time, but in terms of the kind of quests that we redid in 2.0, a few of them, we really redid them to a huge kind of level, or we created new quests out of what was there before.
Yeah.
Like Hollow Serenity out of Hollow Sirene, or the Breaking Point out of supposedly the Fortune Teller, but it evolved into something else.
Yeah.
But a lot of what I did before I started working on the Breaking Point was going through the quests and doing these kind of small gameplay improvements. that don't really kind of stand out as huge revamps. But for a new player who's playing through the quest for the first time, I think they feel really, they have a really powerful effect on players. For example, even something small as if when you like walked into a black box, it teleported you facing the wrong way, and so you would like walk the wrong way down a path. If you fix that so that the player walks the right way down a path when they get teleported, and then you do that like 10 times within a quest, and then you add things like, you know, a bit of blindness when you get teleported, or improvements to pathing and lighting, I think it can have a really powerful effect. And I did that for quite a few quests in 2.0, and that's what kind of a lot of my time is spent.
The more like quality of life detail fixes.
Yeah, exactly. And in Gavel, the second half of Gavel especially, there was some quite bad kind of contenders for that kind of stuff. But they should all feel kind of smoother to play now. So,
would you want to see a similar sort of overhaul made to Wynn and Corcus quests?
Yeah, I would. That would be really cool. But it does take time, you know. Like, I was able to do those quests quite quickly.
Yeah.
But it still took however many years for 2.0 to come out alongside everyone working on all the other features. So stuff takes more time than I think a lot of the community realizes, essentially.
I believe those were all the questions I have for you. Is there something sort of you would like to add?
I don't think so. That's about it.
Well, then I'd like to say it's been an honor to have you here as a guest, and I'm very grateful that you were able to make it. And yeah, thank you for joining us.
Me. I hope you have a fun rest of your event. Congrats on 10k subscribers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. And that was the interview with Dr. Bracewell. Very, very interesting conversation. Very interesting topics. I learned things about the sort of manager side that I haven't really thought about before. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed that as well. Great interview. Yeah, this interview is pretty interesting. Yep. Got a DM here. I gotta but yeah, as you guys probably saw in the background, I sort of been no-braining the quests here. Been sort of focused on the conversation mainly. I haven't really realized we've gotten this far. I don't even know. Oh yeah, we gotta kill like the armored zombies, but haven't I done that already? But yeah, luckily I didn't fail any puzzles. I was a bit scared with the species puzzles, and the sort of water in the Redbeard's booty quest, that puzzle as well. But it went great. But yeah, our next guest is in approximately an hour, I believe. Let me just check here the schedule. Yeah, in an hour we should be seeing Oculism. All the stalkers are gone. Yeah, all the stalkers are gone. Our entire crew just disappeared as soon as I put my armor back on. I think this is sort of broken. So I'm just gonna slash class. Slash class fixes most things on Wynn. Right now, yeah, see, there we go. A lot of worlds, I switched worlds because it seemed a bit laggy on the previous one. There we go. Yeah, see, the issue was probably the shift clicking. I missed that. How would you fail the waters? Literally click every button once. No, you have to click them in a specific order. It's the first two, skip the third, then the second two, and then click the first one you skipped, and then it's the last one. It's in a different order. How do you do quests without quest tracker? I've memorized most of them at this point. You just click each one once? What? No, that's how I've always done it. I thought there was like a specific way to do it. Well, well, we got one person here, but the entire remaining part of the crew is gone. We now have Lost in the Jungle. Do we think we can get all the way to Hollow Serenity in an hour? It's gonna be risky. I don't think so, but if we're quick, maybe. Let's just make sure we have an Olux scroll. And now let's do Lost in the Jungle. No matter which order, water puddle will be enabled and disabled the same amount of times. Totally. You could skip to it if you don't make it in time. I don't want to skip any quests. I don't want to really skip anything. But yeah. Hopefully you guys thought the interview with Dr. Bracewell was interesting. I thought it was very, very interesting. I'm on my way. Do you need some stalkers? Yeah, Phoenix here too. Join us. Yeah, Grayson. If only you could shift click dialogue whilst riding horse. Yoink. This is like the fastest quest. There's shorter ones. Dwelling Walls, for example. I like the 20 minutes I listened to it and did other stuff for the half of it. What, Lou? But yeah, he chooses when the giveaway starts. I see that a few people asking about the giveaway. Haven't really decided when that's gonna be yet. Probably sort of later on. We've only been going for 3 hours so far, so it's probably gonna be at the 6-hour mark or something like that. We'll see. Sitting on meteor all day is kind of boring, won't lie. Yep, it's gonna be a bit boring, Lou. But you have other classes, don't you? What world? We're on world 10. I switched because the other one was too laggy. You can do all the quests in one area, then move on to another area. That would save travel time. I like to do them in the order of the book. That's sort of, you know, that's the sort of intended experience or intended storytelling. Gotta talk to him. Wait, no, can we enter the teleport again? There we go. Yeah, it's interesting because with the increase of scripting, I would have assumed that command blocks would sort of fall into the background, and hearing that's the case is, yeah. But that just means the Wynn needs more people who know scripting. Yeah. Yoink. GG on 10K, thank you. There we go. Now we got Taproot. That's a pretty quick one. Won't take too long. Gotta refill our Olux scrolls though real quick. I have scripting university and I even learned management. Perhaps Lou should become a content team manager then, in a script or like modern command blocker. But yeah, gotta lean back because I've been sort of leaning forward this entire time. It starts hurting. My posture. Taproot's a pretty good quest. It's not too long. We do have to deal with the whole extra cutscenes of Laurie freaking out at the door, but That should be generally fine. It's part 3 that's the one that's gonna take a bit of time. But yeah, just reminding chat again. If you have questions for any of our guests that haven't appeared yet, but yeah. Oculism said in the Ask Away channel, just to reiterate, none of the CT will be leaking any content about future updates in our interviews. Don't expect any of that. Oculism, you should tell them to expect it. That way they will click and watch. Hey, Colossal Rat is here. Damn. Oh yeah, I forget. We have to do this whole thing too. How many anime characters are in Fuma? Oh my. Lou just harassing our guests here. Someone is having crashing issues. Yoink. Oh yeah, now we hear the little sound. That means we can start. Wee. Congrats on 10K, you deserve it. Thank you. Very kind of you to say. Let's see. I want to ask Oculism what he thinks of the mob spell that leaves yellow name tags all over the place and explode to do ouchies, a big knockback. Like the cryptic key mob. Oh, like the upcoming attack. Is he responsible for those, or? And then we turn around, talk to Laurie, and she's gonna have a little freak out about how she's not special. The skip cutscene discussion we had with Jbip yesterday really feels like it would benefit here. I just remember him using an item that triggered that attack on all players around him back in the 1.20 beta. When the spell wasn't introduced yet, it was very confusing. Right. Because it was only introduced with Nest of the Groot Slangs. Yep. No, wait, no. It was in Nest of the Groot Slangs too. Oh, he did. Oh. Have I ever played Hypixel Skyblock? Nope. I'm loyal to Wynncraft. One of the great lo-fi songs. It was actually a request from another content creator. Yoink. Yoink. Yeah, that's lo-fi. Is it muted? Or is it just too low? I can hear it, but maybe you guys can't hear it too well. Gonna increase it? Is that better? Oh, you're in VC, I forget. You're in the thingy. Yoink. The stream delay shouldn't be that bad. I say as I look into the thing and it's like 5 seconds. And maybe. We can't hear it in VC. Yep. I forget you guys are in there. It's like the guests just appear and they start talking on their own. It's the event managers though. They're helping out with a lot of behind the scene things of the event. Yoink. Taking advantage of my manager perms to bypass delay. Yep, exactly. Sadly, I can't screen share though, but sprint and shift click, sprint and shift click. It jumps here and there. It jumps here and there? You mean like the delay? Delay test. And the audio quality. Why does it jumps here and there? You mean the delay? So far it says 0 dropped frames. 5 to 6 second delay. Oh. What mods do you use? I think the bot might remind in chat. But I use the ultimate overhaul. It's a mod pack I created, version 2 of my first mod pack for Wynn. And it basically allows for higher render distances. Can't really show it off here because we're in a quest area. But for example, if I turn around, you wouldn't be able to see this far otherwise. And yeah, it has shaders, wind tills, like, yeah, well, no map to look at. We're in the middle of nowhere. But yeah. And voices of Wynn. I didn't load quest areas. Do you know how long that would take? Just loading the entire map takes forever. Delay every now and then. Yeah, the delay can also be due to internet connection. So far, at least OBS doesn't say anything has been dropped, so it looks to be sort of fine. Oh. Are you gonna make a party for all the players? Ultimate Overhaul is CT approved. I'm using it right now. That's great. It very much is CT approved. I know for a fact that that Nepmia uses it, for example, and also I have heard through the grapevine that Salted used the first version of the mod pack. I'm gonna have to ask him tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't sort of... The whole idea was to improve it, but keep a sort of vanilla-ish looking or vanilla feel to it. So not to change too much. But yeah, the clip on the website uses it, right? Well, the clip on the main website uses higher render distances that wouldn't be able to work on a Minecraft server, so... And it does use world curvature. I mean, we could ask Nepmia about it tomorrow, or Salted. You need to ask Salted if he uses the pack as well. What's a lie? Wait, what's a lie? Oh, no. Not again. See, that's the thing. Let's see. Why not use Distant Horizons? Because Distant Horizons removes the detail. You can't see like every single block. Yes, it saves performance, but it also doesn't allow for shaders, and I like shaders. Makes everything look nice. Minecraft servers don't limit render distance by default. They could have set the server render distance higher for the screenshot to work. Yes, they could have set the render distance higher. But the base set render distance for a server is usually set at 8. So they could increase it, of course. There's no reason not to use Bobby. It's such a nice quality of life. Yes, it is. And it really lets you sort of, depending on your specs, of course, you get to see different amounts, right? If you're on a laptop, 10 render distance is still a notable difference from the regular server limit. For example, the base is actually 16. Really? Because every time I've made a server, it's always set at 8. Maybe it depends if you create it yourself versus a host that sets a set amount of rules. after being like 6. Take it or leave it. Yep. I don't really know why they put rain here, since Wynncraft doesn't really use weather otherwise. But maybe it's to set the mood. But it just affects performance. That's why I hide rain. How can you make Wynncraft weapons visible on your back? It's by using a mod called YDM's Weapon Master. Pretty neat. Just a nice little add-on for some extra immersion. Yoink. Yeah, a skip cutscene would be great right now. Come on. Can we be free? Alright. That took way too long. Out of my mind, all roads to peace. Yeah, we're gonna go back and forth a lot. But we can manage. Blink. Blink. Don't want it. But I'm thinking we go to Boosie and we get a scroll to there for all roads to peace to make it slightly easier. But skip cutscene would leave no content in headless history. Exactly, it would go from an hour-long quest to 5 seconds. But yeah, what level are you? I am level... Oh, yeah. Oh. Why can't you see my level? Oh, no. It's bugged. Oh, man. That's not good. It disappeared. Oh, wait. It's because we've been on here for 3 hours. I forget. The highest limit you can put is a 3-hour limit. I am level 105. I don't like making quests quicker. I already finished 14 times. Yeah, but I mean... I can still hear the ding, 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 ding. Gonna have to slash class or something. Whee! Oh, I know what I forgot to do. I forgot to spam every Discord I'm in with the stream link. What am I doing? Oh no. That's not good. There we go. I did it. I advertised. If I had to do it 14 times, other people should suffer too. No, what's the max level? Technically the max level is 106, but that's because the 106th level is a sort of Easter egg level. So it's kind of supposed to be 105. So you can call yourself max level if you are 105. Except some people who grind a lot will take offense to that and say no. But it's true. 105 is technically supposed to be the max level. So out of my mind, let's go. Do I need to be online in game to enter giveaway? Not really. Not you at least, Blue, because I know who you are. But yeah, I can save like the name of everyone or like the winners, and then give it to you. But I would not like to wait for forever to be able to give the prize. For example, one time I had to wait a very long time because a winner of a giveaway was inactive for like 3 weeks. So the enter command does not work yet. It will it only works once I've started the giveaway, and it is not yet time for that. I'm thinking we'll do that in a couple of hours. We still have a lot of quests to do in the meantime. Favorite mythic? Probably Idol. One I don't own, but I've used it before. No, do giveaway now. Nah. I hate Almouge because I don't like sand. Because it's coarse, rough, and irritating. No, Arioto, why are you invisible? What? What's this little thing? Loose rock? Do we need that for the quest? Yeah, I'm near you, I'm near you. Why is the glass open? Is this a mistake in the build, or is that supposed to be the case? An open terrarium. Yeah, exactly. Are you participating in the Blizzard Festival? I mean, I've opened some Blizzard crates and stuff, but other than that, I haven't done much. Yeah. This little ding, ding, ding is starting to annoy me. We're gonna slash class after this quest, probably. I think you're supposed to need the rock to open the terrarium. Oh, why do you need to open the terrarium? A secret or whatever? Oh. You didn't get the snow owl. Ah, that's a hard one to get. Or boreal spear. But I always wanted to get in the terrarium, so I like it. Ah. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, this is not good. This is not good. We got another puzzle here. Yay! In 30 minutes till the next guest. Come on, this one's easy. We've come so far that Alliance could use his own quest guides. Yeah, exactly. These things are... This one... Oof, I always struggle with this one. Oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about this, you guys. Oh no. Ah! Why didn't I place it at 10? No. You don't get tired? I'm recently bored of Minecraft. Just played too much, man. And I got my science? What? So tension is rising. Spin the penalty wheel. Aw, you're cruel, Lou. You're supposed to let me get away with these things. Okay, let's spin the penalty wheel. Let's spin the penalty wheel. Wait, we got that one. No. No armor again. Press 9 because the hammer has no platform. Yeah, I know. It needs to be fan at 10. Alright, let's take off our armor. What can I sacrifice? Probably the loose rock? Okay, I'll take those off when we get to the bank. 703, okay. Right. Yes. Uh-huh. Yep. I did it. Alright, so just the one mistake is I clicked 9 instead of 10. I just had no recollection of pressing the last button in the row before. But logically, it makes sense. I think I can drop the key so we can actually hold like the items that we need. Oh no. I can't change my skill points. Well, that's not good. I think we need to start the timer after. We're gonna have to start the. No, we're gonna have to start the timer afterwards. Fists. Oh man. He has 14,000 health. But he's not aggroing on me. No. No, we're gonna be here for like... Yeah, see, he's regenning faster than I do damage. Yep. I feel like we need to start the timer after, or we get a reroll. Either we start the timer once we're done with this one and I can go to the bank and change things up, or we do a reroll. Reroll and take armor on. Yeah, I'm seeing reroll in chat. Only skull missing. Okay, two people saying reroll. Alright. Let me enable the penalty one and we'll do a quick reroll. If it says the same thing, it's just because it's starting over again. So no spells 1 hour. Okay. Was that in the same order as before? Do 2 challenges. Okay, we'll do 2 rerolls then. So no spells. That's no spells again. No armor. No, what? It's not randomized. Eh? Ah, there we go. Base abilities. There. Oh, I guess it is randomized because yesterday it was in a different order. Let me check your properties. Shuffle. Yes. No, it shuffles. Okay, so no spells, I guess. Well, we can do that. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, the thing is no spells and no base abilities. The difference is that base abilities would be spells. And I never really planned on stacking. What a useless second spin. Useless for you guys, but great for me. I just have to click. Alright. Yoink. Yoink. And up. And hop. And drop. And enter. Okay, let's go. What's the best way to level up at 45 to 50, 47? Is there barely any quests? There are several good grinding spots. There's the Levigar spider spot that's pretty good for your level. There's also the herb cave and another zombie cave that's pretty close to herb cave. You can also grind the slimes that are sort of at the bottom of the Great Bridge. I have a leveling guide over on my channel, so that one does contain spots. So keep ability tree on. Wait, reset skill tree so you don't use the spell by accident. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, but I need to be in the city to do it. There we go. Well, we rolled that I can't use spells for an hour. I failed the puzzle. I think this counts as a city. No. When is giveaway? Is it under an hour? I'll sick, then I go to sleep. It's 11 p.m. It's probably not within an hour because we are talking with Oculism pretty soon. So, yeah. Tower of Ascension Lo-Fi? Yep. That is exactly what it is. Alright, so now we reset. And since the... Let's check here. Out of my mind, yeah. And then we got all roads to peace. Oh. That one doesn't it doesn't require spells, right? It's so late already. It's not that late. Let's see, no, report your findings. Bam. I'm just gonna check here. Later than you thought. Oh. It goes fast. Time goes fast when you have fun, Lou. Do / find Elias 10 _ alt. Yep. Okay, let's shift click through this. Let's go. How has everyone been doing today? Been doing okay. My throat doesn't hurt yet, so that's a good sign. Okay, now it's all road to peace, so let's go to Boosie. Click. All roads to peace is a good quest. Let's see. I'm just scrolling through some things right now. There we go. Alright. Let's do this. We're on the wrong side of the town. Oh, and I can't use spells, so I can't walk faster. We're gonna be so slow, you guys. Look at this. What is this? It's like I'm shift clicking the entire way. Alright. Let's see. Bracewell is still here. Oh. Oh, you mean in the interview room thingy as an audience? Or what do you mean? Oh no, Bracewell is in chat. Hello, Bracewell. Oh, hello. There we go. Oh yeah, let's see. It's Oculism, and then it's Mini, and then HeyZeer, yeah, and then it's IMAX. Yep. Unless we get some last minute changes or cancellations or anything like that. But yeah, that is the sort of schedule we have for today, yes. What's WS? It stands for walk speed. One of the different IDs you can get on items. ID stands for identification. Alright, let's go. You can't see me? Oh, I was supposed to slash class. I forgot. Oh, we've surpassed that class now in amount of XP. We've gotten 2% of the way? What? Wait, how have we only gotten... Oh, no. Did I have guild XP on or something? How are we only... No, it's a later quest that give a bunch of XP probably. I think the first million is like paranoia or something. No, that still is like 600,000 XP. Low level quest, yeah, they give little XP. Oh, that lag spike. I thought we were gonna crash. Gathering XP didn't just give quest XP. No, gathering or GXP is gathering XP. These low level quests give nothing, yeah. I mean, it's relative. But yeah, the total amount of XP we should get to 106 should be around 60%. Last time it was 58%. But that was before more of these endgame quests were added. Yeah, guild XP works on quests. Or at least it should. Was he trying to snipe me? Let's hunt some piggy. I was like, do I have particles off? Oh, he's doing the old bait and switch. Oh, got him. Oh. Oh, man, I got it. Kill him now. And I can't use spells. Rip. Aha. It's a boar, not a pig. Right, why are you spamming dots? Time out. Alright. Let's do this. Oh, and we can't shift click through all of this. No. No. Just joined. What did I miss? Well, we've done a few of the quests. We are only on level 60 quests so far, which is not really good because we need to speed this up so we can get to level 80 by the end of this. We've had our first guest, Dr. Bracewell, on, and we're soon meeting with Oculism. Now, wait, I just want to say, like, if I do fail a puzzle or so when we have a guest, we'll roll it after we've finished the interview. That way we don't interrupt anyone, just making that, you know, clear here. Oh, wait. Well, the thing is, if you fail 3 times, you automatically complete it. So I've never really bothered with learning the recipe. Let's see. No, you can only have 4. Yarrow. Oh, I'm trying to memorize. Where does the NPC go? It's like, oh, go there. Is it 2 of these or 2 of these? I know it picks like. Which one does it? And then it goes over here. Is it the red one? Is it in a specific order? Never there. It's. I know you hear 2 clicks, but is it here or here? Oh, and then it's one of these. Oh. Yeah, this is gonna be banned. I did it. Oh. I've never actually done it before. I just assumed where the person usually goes. Okay, let's check chat here. I have you on the laptop now because my Discord is full screen. Order doesn't matter. Is there a recipe that keeps them down longer? Lou, don't tell him. Lou, you said the recipe? It's a puzzle, Lou. You're not supposed to. You're lucky that I was preparing for the interview, so I didn't have like it on my main screen here. How do I hide my equipped armor? Well, this is a mod I'm using called Hide Armor. It allows to hide your armor and other players' armor, so you just see their skins. Lou, you're not supposed. SMH. Well, you said you probably shouldn't help me. Oh, I guess. Oh, wait. You said never. You said you never did. So I was like, if you never knew, you can't. We can't expect you to remember. Yeah, that's the thing. I've never tried it. I just usually like grab 4 of one and then fail it 3 times. They didn't like that in my quest guide. Now with the several options, when I select something in the quest guide, the content team members don't really always like the option I went for, because it doesn't showcase all the work they've done for it. And I get that, but the thing is, like, in the quest guide, I focus on trying to make it sort of how you can complete it in the sort of fastest or easiest way possible. It's more so a let's play that would showcase the different options or outcomes. Unless they would have like different endings, like in Purple and Blue, it has different endings, so I do go through the different endings. Same with Recipe for Disaster, so people can select the reward they want. It's again not a playthrough, exactly. Alright, so now we gotta go help everyone. So usually I just go for this one. No! What am I doing? I can't do that one. I can't do this one. Because they ask you to cast spells to remove the rock. I can't cast spells. What am I doing? Right, I know this one. It's option number 3, I think. Now, I don't think dialogue option counts as a puzzle. It's pretty interesting to see if I can remember all of them. All like the correct ones the first try. Okay, this one we need to... Oh, you've got a billion books. I think they're untradeable, so I don't think I can grab one. That's fine. But yeah, so our next guest, Oculism, should be joining us in around 6 minutes or something. It was 23 seconds ago, so I was about to say 7, but it turned into 6. This one, when I was doing this quest the first time, so hard to find this little thing. So many monies. How much LE are we on? We're on 17 LE. The sad thing is that so many endgame quests have like had their rewards nerfed. And it's hard to find the quest beacon. Well, I don't know when I did it on the beta streams if I had quest beacons on. Or if there even existed a quest beacon for it yet. I don't know. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to parkour on the roof. Oh. Which rewards have been nerfed? Well, for example, like 1,000 meters under used to be 5 LE for completing it. Now it's 2. For example. Like. Alright. Alright. Sorry guys. Just preparing things. And then we have this runner, dude. Oh, don't fall into the floor. Because that is technically open. No, it's a rail. Can you walk on it? I can try running. Power of Ascension gives the most, being 8 LE. Okay, go. I wonder if they sort of planned for people being slow or people using movement spells. And people getting caught because they're bad at the game. Oh. 0.098 seconds to go. Oh man, that's pretty epic. Let's see. All right. Soon it's time to start auto braining quests, even though we're what's the next? Oh, headless history. Well, we can auto brain that one. It'll take an hour anyway. Okay, so our next guest joining us today is a bit of a mystery. This penguin hides out in prisons or in the dark dungeons of a tragic family's mansion. Now I accidentally missed my intro here. I'm of course talking about the creator of Forbidden Prison and Hollow Serenity. It's none other than the penguin, the legend Oculism. Welcome to the stream.
I've made much more than that.
Yes. You've made a lot of content.
I made From the Mountains. You should have included that.
We did talk with AfroSnail about From the Mountains yesterday, since he built Boosie for when it was added. Now, about this penguin thing, I noticed your skin. Are you actually a penguin who received the ability of human speech?
Yes.
I thought so. Moving on to your work as a member of the content team. Your first piece of content you're credited with having worked on was actually quite a lot of things. Discoveries, quests, the new raid in the Gavel Reborn update. I was working on all of that as a first thing, or did you perhaps work on other things that previously haven't been mentioned?
Working on all of those things, everything that I made in 1.20 I think got out, but all of that was definitely stressful to work as, especially as a new GM, because you know, when I first joined, I didn't know much. I made a lot of mistakes, and you know, obviously I had people there to help me, like Peppo, especially as I worked on the raids, and Grian when I worked on quests and discoveries, but I was only given around. I joined in March and we had to push in December, so 9 months to finish around 9 projects. So doing all that was definitely stressful, but I look back on it fondly. It's one of those things where you know, it sucked when you were doing it, but it's a good memory in retrospect.
Yeah. But sort of having all that work as a debut, how was balancing all that work like?
It was not that good. The only reason I was capable of doing it was because of the pandemic, and I kind of ruined my school grades just to work on it, because by the time school started up, I had a bunch of responsibilities that I just felt like I couldn't drop because we were already so far in. By August, I had From Mountains, Forbidden Prison, the discoveries, but I did actually finish the discoveries in August, and also I had the raids, which I had to go back and redo a million times because salted.
What were some of the things you had to redo in the raids?
Mostly just the mob balancing. It wasn't. I make it sound bad, but honestly, I just had to change the numbers.
Now, Do you feel like with a larger update sort of looming over the content team that suddenly a lot of work just drops down on your sort of shoulders, and is that overwhelming?
Well, first of all, I think I need to put this out there. Most CT members, unless you're Peppo, are never really forced to do anything. Like everything that I did in 1.20, I did it because like I wanted to, and I asked to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, most of the CT members, however, are willing to take on a lot of responsibilities, so when that happens, it does kind of get a bit stressful. However, we usually manage to pull through.
Yeah. Moving on to sort of the quests you've worked on, with Forbidden Prison, it was one of the first times we saw different quest rewards hidden around the quest added to the game. You could get emeralds and ingredients sort of scattered throughout the quest if you knew where to look. Who came up with that idea, and how did you handle working with the story itself whilst adding those?
Unlike my previous quest from the mountains, which was mostly Grian's ideas, I came up with almost all Forbidden Prison on my own, and there was actually one thing that he did come up with regarding the rewards. The prisoners that you can help out here and there. That was all him,
yeah.
And as far as the story goes, I didn't really know what I was doing with it. I had an idea and a vision in my head, and you know, making that work with the limited tech I had at the time was difficult, and also I had to make sacrifices as deadlines came closer. It's no secret that I rushed like the second half of the quest. That's why there's like a noticeable drop in quality. However, I do think that there isn't much of a story itself. It's just kind of just lore.
Yeah.
So
sort of continuing on Forbidden Prison, was the idea of being able to talk to NPCs from the quests, but once you've completed it, was that an idea you came up with?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if you save certain prisoners, you can meet them when you go to Sinfraz, for example.
Oh yeah, no, I came up with that. I just had to figure out, like, obviously the prisoners wouldn't just randomly give you money inside the prison, so I decided, you know, oh, their family should give it to you, or in the case of another guy, I forget his name, but let me look it up. Katon.
Yeah.
You know, obviously you can meet him outside and he'll give you money, but so yeah, I came up with almost all of that, and it was a bit of a learning curve, learning how to do like all of these things on my own.
Yeah. Is that something you would like to see added to both old but newer quests, more like an interaction happening after you've completed it?
Honestly, my opinion on it is kind of neutral. However, what I've seen from community opinion is that they do tend to like that kind of thing. So I mean, if you guys like it, then I don't see why not.
Yeah. With Forbidden Prison and From the Mountains being the first quests you worked on, how did the community feedback feel once the update launched?
For 1.20, right?
Yes.
Obviously, 1.20 had a lot of issues when it came out, and I feel like that negatively impacted some of the feedback at first. But obviously, once the issues got dealt with here and there, I started to see some more honest feedback, I would say. And looking back on it, some of the feedback that I got for Forbidden Prison was way too generous. Like, I playtested it so much that I can just identify a million flaws that I shouldn't have made.
I mean, I don't think it was too generous for sort of one of the first quests you worked on. It turned out really well, and it, like with Jbip's Misadventure on the Sea, it felt like a new take on questing. It didn't really feel like the average quest, and with the hidden sort of features out in the quests, and just you're not really playing the hero, saving everyone. You sort of have to save yourself. I feel like it's correctly appreciated.
But yeah.
But
just every time I have to play it, I just kind of die inside, because honestly, after I've play tested it like 1,000 times, just going through it all and seeing all my past mistakes just gets really nauseating.
is it hard to sort of play your own quests?
Oh yeah, totally. I can hardly stand playing Forbidden Prison. Anytime I have to do any playthroughs, I deliberately skip my own quests because I just don't feel like playing them.
Even with the new Hollow Serenity that you worked with Finn on.
Oh, that I haven't gotten to that point yet. Like I can still play Hollow Serenity and like not die inside.
Sort of backtracking to the 1.20 update. How does it feel that those two quests being the first that you worked on, ranking so high in the recent poll on the forums, both scoring a number 10th for Forbidden Prison, and then From the Mountains scoring at 39, all being quite high spots?
Honestly, if you ask me, I think those are a bit too generous. However, it is kind of uplifting though to see that people still like it, even though I think it has a million flaws.
You keep sort of mentioning flaws and things you don't like about Forbidden Prison. What are some things you would like to change about it?
The final stealth sequence, I think, is terrible. Aside from the fact that there are some issues with NPC heads not moving correctly, once you get the routes down, there is absolutely no challenge, and it's just a walking simulator. One of the things I would like to do in the near future is make it more dynamic, so like the guards will walk around and you'll have to time your movements and, you know, keep watch for what they're doing.
Yeah. So both intricate detail things like the moving heads, but also sort of the player's experience and how much they have to think about their gameplay.
Yeah. But like I said, honestly, realistically, I could have done what I'm talking about even with the limited tech back then, but it would have taken literal months to figure it out, and it would have probably been buggy. So,
Well,
I mean, I had to do what I had to do. However,
do you feel like you now have the tools you need to
oh yeah,
create
totally.
better quests?
Yeah, yeah. Salted talked about how much our scripting tools have improved, but I think he kind of downplayed how much it really helped, because before 1.20 we were kind of limited in what we could do. Like you can notice it that some things that we could do now would require math to be able to do properly, and we didn't have math before 2.0. So
do you plan on sort of working on quests in the future?
I would like to, however, my IRL circumstances might not work out.
I see. Do you find it hard to balance volunteer work for Wynncraft with IRL things?
It depends. Sometimes I feel like it's easy and, you know, I can do it whenever, and then other times I just kind of get overwhelmed. But that's more the fault of me just having bad time management skills.
Yeah. We've talked sort of a lot of about the connection to the community and such. Do you sort of stay up to date with what happens in the community?
I try to. Obviously, I can't be in every circle. However, I do check Discord at least once every 2 days and just look around at what people are talking about.
Do you receive a lot of feedback about your work from the community?
Yeah, I do.
And does that sort of do you keep that in mind, and does that help your future work to improve?
Yeah, it does. Even then, most of the feedback that I do get about my content, I usually agree with. Like, I think like out of every 10 pieces of feedback I get, like 2 of them I think are just like incorrect, or I have some kind of rebuttal against it.
But
The
you
other
would say
I agree
most, yeah. So most of the feedback is something you can learn from.
Yes.
In sort of which forum do you receive feedback the most from?
Honestly, not even the forums all that much. I'd say Discord is where I get most of my feedback.
As a sort of quest maker, do you work with the bug reporting on the quests you made?
Yes, I do keep out for bugs regarding Hall Serenity mostly. To be completely honest, I've kind of fallen behind on Forbidden Prisons bugs. That's mostly kind of an issue on my part because I kind of forgot entirely how this quest works, because it's been 2 years since I finished it.
Yeah. What were some of the sort of difficulties you had to overcome when you made Forbidden Prison, but also from the mountains?
From the mountains, I mostly suffered from just not fully understanding our scripting system. The minigame where you have to extinguish fires
Yeah.
and capture the fire sea. That took me around 3 months to make.
Oh.
And nowadays I could do that in like a week. So
Yeah, that does sound time consuming. But I mean, it turned out to be a great minigame.
yeah, I think it has its merits even now, but I think there's room for improvement. That was just making it feel a little bit better.
Do you find that you are the most critical of your own work, or do you feel like?
Oh yes,
players?
totally. Yeah, I feel like I'm most. Sometimes I see just things getting praised that I think don't deserve praise, or I see a big piece of criticism from like some guy telling me like, oh, this is really bad, or this needs to be improved. I'm like, yeah, that's right, tell them.
I see. Is that hard to deal with, criticism?
Sometimes yes, other times no.
When it comes to sort of creating and working on things, do you feel like there's an aspect of creation, maybe how hard it actually is, for example, that the community might fail to keep in mind when they want updates or content to come out fast and within a certain time frame?
Wait, could you repeat that? You cut out for a minute.
Oh, when you work on quests, and the sort of whole process of creating, do you feel like the community fails to sort of keep in mind the difficulties and sort of how time consuming it is when they want an update or content to come out within a certain time frame?
Yeah, I do feel like even with how much we talk about it, sometimes I feel like we undersell just how long and how complex making a quest can be. With code, even just doing like certain things can be a giant process. But at the end of the day, it's something I can't really blame the community for, because they're not in our heads. They're not watching the entire process happen. But yeah, sometimes I feel like things honestly go faster than they should, but the community doesn't realize that.
If you were sort of talking to the community or so, what would you sort of tell them to or how to expect things? How would you describe the difficulties they need to keep in mind when we, for example, are awaiting the Bruma update? A lot of people I've heard are expecting it much sooner than it probably will come out. What would you sort of tell that they or say that they need to sort of keep in mind when creating hype?
In regards to Bruma, like Brace said, this is kind of new territory for us, and it's something completely new and kind of unattached from Gavel and Wynn's flaws. So we're really trying to spend time making it right, and also going through that process. There are things that could happen mid-update that sets us back a month or two, or you know, Salted just overestimates the deadlines.
Yeah. Do you feel like when an update is being announced, or sort of trailers and posts and stuff, do you feel like that adds a certain amount of stress on the content team?
For 1.20, yes. For 2.0, not as much, because 2.0, most of the CT's content was pretty much finished.
Yeah.
By the time Salted got the trailers and announcements out.
With From the Mountains, was there a particular moment that you felt was sort of most memorable when working on it?
When I was making the Flares minigame, I eventually got into a yelling fit over how much I hated making it, and I had to pull in another scripter who just kind of walked me through all the kinks and quirks of script until I could figure out what I was doing wrong.
Was there when it comes to creating that quest, but also Forbidden Prison and Hollow Serenity for that matter, how much sort of control do you have over what is in the quest and the story part of it?
For Hollow Serenity, I didn't have much control over the story because Finn wrote it. Also, I feel like people kind of overlook that Finn wrote the story and kind of give me credit for it, which I want to correct. Most of Hollow Serenity success was because of him. I mean, obviously I did design and execution, but he completely came up with the foundations, and I feel like if I had done the foundations, it might have turned out a bit worse.
Is Finn also responsible for the sort of following discovery as well?
Yeah, he made the discovery. Or I mean, I had to come up with it because IMAX told me to, but yeah, most of that was his ideas, and I think it turned out well.
Yeah. I've mentioned with the previous quest makers the poll that was recently made on the forums ranking all the quests. How does it feel having worked on Hollow Serenity when it scored the second place as the second most loved quest in the game?
It is pretty cool to be in that position, but obviously I have to remember that I couldn't have really done it without Finn, so like I just have to keep that in mind. Like,
yeah.
This wasn't all me. Like, obviously I helped, but Finn really was the person who, you know, made Hollow Serenity possible.
Yeah. Does community feedback in that regard have an effect on who gets to do or who is suggested to do future quests? Like, are you and Finn likely to work on another quest in the future?
I mean, obviously, yeah, most GMs are likely to do quests, but I'm not entirely sure how Hollow Serenity will impact what I do in the future, but there's not much I can really say about that. haven't really been assigned anything yet, so.
You know, okay. Yeah, we've heard that a lot of Fruma is in still early production. Does the
Yeah.
quest making and all of that take part at the same time as the building process, or is that in a later stage once you sort of have the foundation of a region?
I don't know. I haven't actually been here to see a completely new area get made. I've only been around for reworks, like Gavel Reborn and then Spellbound. This is all kind of new to me.
Yeah.
The process of making an entirely new place.
Is that something you're looking forward to?
Yeah. Totally.
Sort of on the same topic. On quests. Out of the projects you've worked on, do you have a favorite?
Honestly, I would have to say the raids. That was the funniest to work on. Just the whole process of watching Peppo, like, do his thing, and also Lumi, and just being a part of that, especially when it came to Orpheon, and talking about it and coming up with everything, is one of the things that I learned that I look back kind of fondly on.
Yeah.
But I don't think Lumi and Peppo could tell you the same. They probably have nightmares about raids.
Do you feel like there's less pressure when you're working on something that is sort of totally new for the community? You know, we've seen quests before, but raids were a whole new concept in 1.20.
Yeah, totally. We were really trying to do something new with raids, and I still don't know if we even did, but at the end of the day, it was definitely stressful, especially when we had to figure out like all the systems and designing it from the ground up.
Yeah. Do you feel like when you're reworking a previous quest, both from the mountains and Forbidden Prison, I'm not counting Hollow Serenity because it doesn't really recreate a story, it builds its own, but when you're reworking a quest, do you feel like there's a set standard you have to surpass or live up to?
Honestly, for Forbidden Prison and From the Mountains, like especially From the Mountains, I could have done whatever and it would have been better than the original. The original was awful, but I'm not entirely sure like I had to live up to anything because they both kind of sucked. No offense to anybody who worked on it in the past, but there was a lot of room for improvement.
Is that sort of how the content team selects what to rework, or is that sort of pre-decided by the admins or managers, or can anyone suggest like this quest doesn't really feel like it lives up to our current standard?
Usually we just go through a quest and then so basically our process for a rework of a quest is that you and Grian just do a playthrough of the quest, discuss what went wrong, and then if it needs to be reworked, which most of the Gavel quests did, figure out a plan for what we can do different, or if it's bad enough, just come up with an entirely new plan.
Yeah. And going back to the sort of topic of community feedback, Is that something you in the content team sort of discuss internally? For example, the poll,
Oh,
for
yeah.
example, is it, you know?
Yeah, the census, we had like a pretty big discussion about it twice. Some of it we already knew, other things it was good to have like a visual on what exactly, you know, the CT did. I mean, obviously the poll I made didn't include the ability tree because that's a salted thing.
Yeah.
But as far as the CT went, it was very good to have just a visual and a concrete verdict on community feedback.
Does sort of quest polls and such, does that give the content team ideas on what the community would like to see reworked in the future?
Yes and no. Quest polls that just ask like, what's your favorite quest? Obviously it shows that people like so-and-so, but we don't know exactly what people like about so-and-so, which requires more in-depth feedback.
Do you think that is something the community, or not the community, the content team should sort of investigate? Do you think like it would be a good idea to maybe have like an official in-depth feedback on like every quest in the game, or people could write in specific things to suggest and explain why certain quests are sort of liked less than others?
That would definitely be a very complex thing to do, so I'm not entirely sure, and moreover, it isn't even my place to do something like that.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Sort of jumping on a whole new topic here. One of the questions our viewers have asked every guest so far is what their favorite color is. Do you have a favorite color?
Yes, purple.
Purple. That's a good choice. One of
Thank
my
you.
favorite colors. Another one of our viewer questions is which new content team members sort of joined this year or close to where we are in time. But yeah, which new member do you think have done the most slash best work, or most memorable work?
That isn't really a question that can be answered, I think. However, just from my own biased opinion, one of my new favorite members is probably Deus Fate. Her builds are really cool, in my opinion. Like, the stuff she does is kind of weird, but at the same time, very high quality.
That's true. I must agree on that. Do you have a favorite quest in the game that you haven't worked
Canary
on?
Calls, easily.
Canary Calls. The number one ranked.
Yes, I think Canary Calls is almost perfect. The only thing it suffers from is that the minecart game is a bit difficult.
Would you
But
see?
otherwise, I think it's amazing. Now, we were always expecting Glitch to make something really cool because he really proved himself with the discoveries and in 1.20.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think he exceeded expectations.
Most definitely. Would you like to see more quests like that in the game?
Yes, I would.
Sort of jumping onto a different bandwagon here. What would you like to see changed in Wynncraft? Is there anything you think Wynncraft should improve on?
My biggest concern right now, especially as a mob maker and a boss designer, is probably the power ceiling. I feel like that is getting very out of control, but that's something I'm not entirely qualified to deal with, and even I don't know the full details of that issue, but I do feel like players are a bit too strong.
Do you think there's potential perhaps fixing that with the sort of expected level cap increase we might get in the Vroom update?
I have no idea.
Are there other issues? For example, we've had other guests mention professions and loot running. Do you feel like those need to be fixed as well?
I think loot running could benefit from a bit less randomness, and professions, I don't really know much about them, so...
Have you tried professions?
A little bit.
Um,
I'm not really much for grinding, so that's another thing I try to deal with, is just make sure that anything I make isn't too repetitive.
yeah. Sort of looking into the past, what made you join Wynncraft?
Honestly, I forget. I completely forget why I joined. I just made an application and waited.
Yeah. And what got you into the game the first time?
I joined almost a decade ago.
Yeah.
I used to play on the old Crafted Movie server, and you know, I watched Crafted Movie when I was like 7 years old. So I've known about Wynncraft and Salted for a very long time, and one day Salted, or actually no, it might have been Joma, came on the Crafted Movie survival server and it was like, hey, we got Wynncraft, and you know, I just like survival, so
yeah,
I didn't really play it at first, but a few months later, I gave it a shot, and here we are 10 years later.
Yep. Speaking of the 10-year anniversary coming up soon, in the upcoming year, would you want to see it celebrated in some special way?
That is up to Salted. However, I do think a 10-year anniversary should be something big.
Does it feel like it has been 10 years?
No. I'm still like in the mindset of like it's been 7 years since Wynncraft came out.
Yeah, I can relate to that. Looking back, it does not feel like it's been as long as it has been. But sort of being one of the sort of OG members of the community, do you feel like there's a lost aspect of the OG community that sort of that's failed to recognize?
Now I was like 10 years old at the time. I'm 18 now. However, back then I feel like there was a bit of like just friendliness, like immature friendliness that most of the community had. Like especially before guilds came out.
Yeah.
It's no secret that any game designer can tell you that pitting players against players will always breed toxicity, no matter what. Like, it's just inevitable. However, even back then, I feel like the community was just a bit more naive.
Yeah.
Per se.
Also a lot smaller. I'm thinking with size comes more players, and then also
back in like 2015, I could like pinpoint like 20 different people. Actually, no, like 100 different people, and that would be like the community. But nowadays, there's a lot.
do you feel like that's a sort of improvement, or are you sort of neutral to the sort of losing of the tight knit sort of community that used to be?
I think there are benefits and also drawbacks. There's no real right or wrong answer as to the giant community Wynn has today, or the tightly knit is better.
Now, in the past, you did a series of forums posts explaining Wynncraft in the shittiest way possible.
Oh my god, don't remind me. No, I'm never doing that again.
I was gonna ask, can we see Wynncraft 2.0 explained in the shittiest way possible? Return.
No, the issue is that, obviously I'm a C team member now. Anything I say can and will get treated as law or objective fact. So just making a bunch of shitty pixel art and then with funny images won't exactly pan out well.
Do you feel like you sort of miss that type of connection that you might have to the community now that, like, when you're a content team member, everyone views what you say as, you know, fact, and everyone holds you to your, you know, what you say in a different light and such. Do you feel like that's something you regret or miss?
I mean, I don't necessarily miss it because honestly, at some point, I just kind of got bored being a player. Being a content creator has been a lot more fun when it comes to Wynncraft. But I do kind of miss just being able to talk about, I don't know, like the fucking eye and everything I say just like being a theory.
Yeah. And sort of with upcoming content, do you feel like it's hard to not leak things, or do you feel like you can't tell others what you're working on?
It depends. I mean, for Fruma, honestly, I've been kind of falling behind on what we're planning, so I couldn't even tell you what's going to happen. But yeah, sometimes I just look at people talking about things and I'm like, you have no idea.
Yeah.
But from what I have seen about Fruma, I know we say this every update, but I really do think it might shape up to be some of the best stuff we put out.
I mean, that's great to hear. But I feel like every update sort of brings a new level. In the Silent Expanse, we got, you know, a whole new build style introduced. We've gotten raids, we've gotten very much new things, but also reworking and improving old aspects of the game. So, I mean,
Yeah.
but do you feel like the community hypes up or creates larger expectations than they might or than they should have?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like some of the things that people expect would be reasonable if this wasn't a Minecraft server. Like, obviously, like for example, Hollow Serenity, I tried my absolute hardest to, you know, make an immersive experience, but at the end of the day, it is Minecraft, and you know, the blocky stuff kind of takes away from everything.
Do you feel like such sort of expectations or theories or hype, does that put pressure on you as a sort of content team member?
It depends. With raids, I definitely felt that. However, this update, with the ability tree, like, I wasn't involved with it. I didn't really care. And Hollow Serenity, the entire content team gave me really good feedback before the update release, so I was like, oh, okay, it'll be fine. So I wasn't 2.0 in general was just not as stressful as 1.20 was.
Yeah. Were you surprised by how well received Hollow Serenity was?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, obviously, I wanted to do, you know, something that's never really been done before, and also, you know, just put quests like a great mistake to I don't want to say shame, but I mean, I did kind of design Hollow Serenity to be scarier than a great mistake.
Yeah. Surpass it.
That was definitely my goal. Yeah.
Which you successfully did, I must say, you and Finn. But sort of on that quest, do you have a part of it that you liked working on the most?
Honestly, I would have to say the boss. The boss at the end of the quest, it took me 3 days to make, and it was definitely a lot of fun to design, in my opinion.
Now, you told us that Finn worked on the sort of story for the quest. Did you have sort of any insight before it was made, or did you sort of give feedback on the story itself whilst he was working on it?
Well, the story was already kind of finished. Like, the lore itself, and, you know, what Garvan was gonna do, what Katarina was gonna do, what happened to Eileen. Like, that was all finished. But at the end of the day, story writing is kind of 30% actual writing and then 70% execution. So we did have to work a lot on that, just making sure everything we wrote kind of stuck its landing.
What was the sort of most difficult part of the quest to work on?
I honestly think that it was tedious work, but it was actually fairly easy to make Call of Serenity, but it just took me a long time. Like, I had to work on it for a while, but nothing I was ever doing, like, really challenged me.
Yeah.
Per se. But as far as making something went, the clock minigame. I didn't know what to do with that for a while. I even went to ask Jbip for help, to figure out an idea for what I could do with that. And eventually, I landed on a clock minigame where you'd have to repair it and then move the handles.
Yeah.
And it was also slightly tricky to figure out how to code it.
When you're sort of taking on a quest like that, and you feel like you're stuck somewhere, or you don't know how to do certain things, do you have to figure it out yourself, or can you always sort of turn to someone who can help you?
I mean, I'm stubborn, so sometimes I won't ask for help, and then... But no, you can always ask for help. We have a fair amount of talented scripters on our team who know the entire thing in and out, so like, unless it's impossible, you'll most likely be able to find help.
Yeah. When you sort of add puzzles or like mini games, do you have to sort of keep in mind the sort of story behind Wynn? I'm thinking like a clock, that's sort of technology, but it sort of goes on the whole, you can't add certain things because Wynn, it takes part in a medieval sort of... How do you handle that?
I mean, generally, we always go for, like, fantasy things, and usually, unless Corpus is involved, technology just usually doesn't come to the forefront for me.
Yeah. I talked with Jbip about that, and his answer was similar, you know, that if you don't know how to explain something, you go with the old quirky and technology switcheroo, and usually works out. Do you feel like you would try to do the same, or would you try to overcome that in a different manner?
Usually when I write something, I try my hardest to just think of everything, and the more story gets into my brain, the better I can do that. So
how do you...
I usually just try my hardest to find an explanation for everything.
And when you create mini games or parts of quests, how do you come up with that?
I can't entirely explain it. This is kind of the difference between a talented designer and an expert designer. A talented designer can do whatever, but an expert designer can just, like, specifically know all the mechanics and processes that go into it without, like, you know, doing it subconsciously.
Yeah.
And I'd like to think of myself as talented, but I know for certain that I'm not really an expert. So I just think and do whatever, and then just make sure it feels okay.
Do you have any advice for others who would want to become quest makers for Wynn?
I have no idea. But as far as being a quest maker without, like, you know, knowing how Wynn systems work can be a bit daunting. However, the biggest thing you should do is make sure that everything you make just feels natural,
Yeah.
and good to play.
With the whole
And always give feedback. That's
yeah.
important.
With the whole new script system, is that something that is used a lot in quest making?
Yes. It has. Now, usually whenever we ask for new tools, Salted is like, oh no, it won't help that much, and then we get it, and it revolutionizes everything we do. Same happened here. It's been a massive help, to say the least.
And do you feel like with your new system, does that sort of set the bar higher for applicants? Is it sort of a higher skill level you must now know than you needed before to be able to apply?
Skill level, not necessarily. The application process is more based on creativity. We teach you the technical side of things as you do your trial. So it isn't necessarily more difficult to become a GM, but it is more difficult to learn, like, how to do it once you're actually in.
Yeah. Sort of going back to the topic of Wynncraft's 10th anniversary soon approaching, how do you see Wynncraft in the future, and do you see yourself playing or working on it?
I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen in the future. As for working on it, I would have liked to, however, obviously I'm gonna be doing different things in life, and time might just not work out, or I might lose interest, but I think I might always just, like, come back when updates drop or whatnot, just to see what's been happening.
So even if you didn't have time for Wynn and stuff, you think you would always sort of, it would always have a place in your heart, and you would always try to come back to see what's happening?
Yes.
Do you see the story progressing past Dern?
I don't have an answer for that.
I'll take that as a wink wink. No, I'm kidding. I won't interpret that in any way.
No. I like actually don't have an answer for that.
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, Dern is still probably years away from dropping, so we have content for a while, I believe. But yeah, let's see. I'm being told that we have some things in the chat, so let me just see if I can catch up with it. We're having a lot of people saying that Oculism is the best GM. Do you agree with that?
No.
No?
I mean, like, I guess everything I do is, like, sound, but there are definitely better GMs out there. Like, Glitch and Jbip and Lex,
yeah,
among others.
Speaking of Jbip, we talked with him the other day about his debut was also widely enjoyed quests.
Yeah.
Do you feel like when a content team member has such a huge impact or sort of widely or generally well received creations, do you feel like that sets a new standard for the rest of the content team to live up to?
To some extent, yeah. Ever since 1.19, Jbip has kind of changed how we do some things. But obviously he can't like change everything permanently, but he's definitely had an impact, and I think what he's been able to do has motivated others to try a little bit harder.
Yeah. You mentioned sort of, you know, when you ask Salted for tools and stuff, he might say that it's not needed. Do you feel like you, as the content team, have to convince the admins sometimes, or do they sort of, how open-minded or how sort of
Okay, I feel like
receiving is it?
I feel like I worded my earlier answer about what Salted said wrong. Despite what some people say, he's nowhere near as stubborn as like it said he is. Just generally, new tools take a lot of time, dev work, and you know, we have giant priorities elsewhere. But most of the time it's just like, what are our priorities?
Yeah. We've heard from our other content team member guests about tools that they would want to see the content team be able to have. For example, AfroSnail mentioned tools to further help with quality assurance and testing quests at different stages. Is there a specific tool you would like to see being made available?
I can't say without spoiling something.
I see. I see. But yeah, let's see. I'm just gonna try to catch up with chat here to see if there's anything I've missed. But yeah, Hollow Serenity slaps Oculism is so good. Stop putting yourself down for it. We talked a bit about how you see that, or like how you're your own sort of worst critic. Do you feel like you're being too harsh towards your own creations?
No, never.
You don't think so?
Everything I say about them is absolutely correct.
Really?
Always. Yes,
See.
totally.
One question. Kmaxi wonders, is timing for the thing that are way too fast in Hollow Serenity going? Is timing for things that are way too fast going to be fixed? Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I'd like to avoid that because at the end of the day, external things don't always sync well. However, it might be worse if they did sync.
Yeah.
Especially with how long Hollow Serenity is. It has like the second highest runtime of any quest behind a Hunter's Calling. So
it does not feel like that. It runs very smoothly, I have to say.
Yeah, I've done some timing, and sometimes it can take a player like an hour just to do it. So I wouldn't like to do any major extensions beyond that.
Yeah. And we've seen a lot of the newer quests, mostly endgame quests, are usually long and we see new long quests added and not really short quests anymore. Do you feel like we or that Wynncraft might benefit from seeing a more varied length of quests?
Yeah, I do think that quest length is something we should account for more going forward. But at the end of the day, sometimes quests do need to be long, just to fit things in that need to be fit in.
Yeah. Is there anything you feel like we haven't asked you about that you would like to mention or talk about?
No, not that I know of.
But yeah, we have one last question from Kmaxi here. Are you a volunteer or is Wynncraft your job?
I'm a volunteer.
Yeah. Go on.
Almost everybody except for like the admins are volunteers. And that's part of the reason why you know, as a CT member, you're not really forced to do anything, because you know, I'm not being paid to make Hall of Serenity, but so I don't actually have to make it.
Yeah.
So like I could drop it and then, you know, whatever.
I believe those are all the questions we have for you.
All right.
Thank you so much for joining, and it's been a pleasure and an honor to have you be with us here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. And that was the interview with Oculism. Very interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, we've talked to some legendary quest makers. It's really interesting. I'm guessing the interview went well. I wasn't here for the most part. Yes, it went really well, I think. But yeah, let's see. I've seen a lot of people mention the giveaway in the chat. It's not happening yet. Probably in a while. We'll see. Haven't really decided. I'm just sort of running through the quest. I don't even know what quest we're on. I was so occupied looking with like, oh, we're doing memory paranoia. I was like, what's Laurie doing here? But yeah, it was really interesting to talk with Oculism. Yeah, hopefully, has the trivia contest happened? No, and it might not happen, but that is okay because we have a lot of things planned anyway. I'm just gonna look at the schedule so I'm up to date on things. I think, yeah, in 45 minutes, we're meeting with MiniPCpro, and then in 2 hours and 45 minutes, no, maybe, we're meeting with HeyZeer, and then 2 hours after that, we're meeting with IMAX. But yeah, now I have From the Mountains, Oculism's one of his first quests, so let's go do that one. But yeah, I like that Oculism, you know, mentioned and really emphasized Finn's work on Hollow Serenity as well. Because I have also seen that a lot of the community contribute most of the credit to Oculism, but I feel like it was really nice of him to emphasize that it was a team effort. But yeah, I see a lot of content team members in the chat, so that's pretty funny. Every event manager gets a free mythic. Thoughts? I'm kidding, but I hope I win at least one. I don't have that many mythics that I could give every event manager one mythic. SMH, I said Breaking Point was a team effort. You did, Brace. You did. And Lex, you know. But I haven't really seen... That's the difference, right? Even that was a lie. I did it all. Lex didn't help at all. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? With Hollow Serenity, I feel like it hasn't been as noticeable that people attribute credit to Finn. But I feel like with Breaking Point, it's been appreciated both, you know, to everyone who's worked on it. But yeah, and Snurp is here too. But yeah, every event manager gets 2 mythics. Breaking Point took 8 GMs to finish. Exactly. It was let's just get this ahead of time. There we go. Got the dentures. I feel like this has always been the funny part of this quest. Hey, I got your denture. There we go. Alright. We don't actually need to go in here for a quest book update. We just go directly. Gift them all boots. Exactly. Boots are still like expensive. If you buy a lot of them. Snurp is the greatest builder there is. Tony is just here appreciating everyone. And I feel like that's really nice. But yeah. Are you going to make a multiple highlight videos of the best answers? I will make highlights, and I'm probably gonna make shorts, and I'm probably gonna make separate videos, which would be the highlights, I guess, and clips and such of each interview and every interview and such. Yes, I will. Okay, maybe take a little sign about what about the interviews. There's names. Oh, a name over their avatar that I made. Oh, that would be pretty smart. I could maybe add that for tomorrow, but I don't think I can add that midstream. Tony is one of the builders of all time. But yeah. But yeah, Kmaxi, I will be enforcing copyright over those clips, obviously, so no steal. Okay, I can't even see Axelis. Where is he? He's gonna yell at me for not being with him right now. He's like, where are you? I have no clue where you are, my guy. You're just a floating name tag. What is going on with Wynn? See, is he still over there? Maybe he hasn't started walking yet. Tony's one of the baloney of all time. Of course I appreciate everyone. They're my besties. That's good to hear. No, he's at the house. Oh, he's at the house already. See, it's so hard to see what's going on when they're invisible. Or am I just blind? I don't know. I'm looking 90% at chat or my questions, depending on if it's an interview or not. Yeah, see, maybe I just missed him. Here's a question. Why do you choose to play Wynn instead of similar AAA RPGs like Skyrim? You have a whole book of video ideas these days. Jeez. That seems like a lot of work. Well, I do play Skyrim when I have time, but now it's like 80% school and the rest is just make content, basically. Like after the event ends, I'm gonna need to study a lot because I have exams and blah blah blah, annoying things. Salted should just hire me to be like an official media, so I could just do this whole thing full time. That sounds like a great idea. Probably because Skyrim came out way too long ago, and everyone's already covered the content. I mean, I wouldn't make content on anything else but Wynn. Wynncraft still gets updated. There's not that many creators. I mean, the reason that there isn't many creators is because it's pretty hard to grow on Wynn only. It's because Wynn is sort of a tight-knit community. It's not, you know, super famous. I mean, it does have a world record and such, and it has had a lot of players. But the sort of general community is more tight-knit. Not like the Skyrim community that is very sort of engaged in everything Skyrim. I don't get harassed in the workplace working on Wynn. You don't get harassed on Wynn? What is this? Content team needs to work on that. That's good to hear. Oh yeah, this one's angry, so you gotta wait for him. The reason I played Wynn and not any AAA RPGs was because I only owned Minecraft. I see. A lot of Wynn players stick around that often. Pretty sure most go through the quest and then quit. Yeah, that's the thing. Either you play through a couple of times and then you leave, or you've been here for 8 years doing 14 class. Do we have any builders in chat? I mean, we do have builders in chat. Oh wait, it's a flag. Is that supposed to be a flag? That looks so much like a building mistake to me. But it's a flag because I didn't see the little fence behind it. His face is like, hello, I'm a builder. Yeah, I know. And Phoenix is also a builder. And Tony is also a builder. There we go. Yeah, I know it went on top of the trees. Half this chat is probably just content team. Sitting. I'm being... Wait, no. It's this tree first. I'm just skipping to the end. It's this tree first. Eh. Or that, yeah. Eh. Yoink. Oh. Yeah. Other tree. Got you. Okay, let's get this one in here. Die. I also build in Minecraft, but I'm really bad at it. I mean, you can always practice. Practice is how you... Oh yeah, this one walked in here on its own, and we're supposed to capture it, even though it walked in there on its own. Have you only used YouTube money to build a PC? Well, not really. It's more so I'm gonna have to pay it off with YouTube money over time. The reason I play Wynncraft and other things is just that it's better. It is better. I feel like I need a sip of tea before my voice disappears again. Cold tea that's been out for 5 hours. Right. Let's jump into the hole. Whee! Uni has made me broke. Yep. I am calmly grinding a game while watching this stream. That is the right way to do it. And let's go. Maybe you need some freshly made Ko-Fi instead of tea. Exactly. Give me your money. Ah, I'm getting attacked. Yeah, that's a point of the quest to fight here. But I'm not really paying attention to the quests. I'm just running them. And then I end up dying. It's treason then. It's pretty funny that you guys thought I was gonna fail the Lost Souls puzzle, but I did it. If you look at Wynncraft compared to a game like Elden Ring, they are both amazing in their own respects. That's why I will respect Wynn as much as any AAA game. I mean, oh, ow, loud. With the tools that they have available, and with it being in its, you know, it's a game within a game, Wynncraft is incredibly well designed. Yoink. I don't think you're going to fail anything, to be honest. You've played this game too much, unless you're including deaths. I am back. Homeboy is back. I mean, I failed like 3 puzzles so far or something. I struggle with finding the last body and misadventure on the sea while watching the stream. Well, you can watch the stream and my quest guide at the same time. Multitask. Temple of the... No! We're gonna be stuck here for days, peoples. For days, I tells you. Alright, Temple of Legends. Can't teleport because mobs. Of Linus is a failure, exactly. A huge failure. Lewis, both my biggest supporter and biggest hater. He's like, what do you mean support? I don't support shit. That's a piece of a carrot if you can hear me too. If I win the giveaway, I better get Singularity. But I'm not giving away Singularity. What? No, it's a fetch quest. It has its place. I don't ever want to see this reworked. Now we can just talk to him because we've done all the quests. We have all the things on us. Nether, of course. Do we have... Yeah, see, I knew it was a good idea to look. We need more Tron scrolls. Tomorrow's the big boy store money giveaway. Do the winners have to be online? Can they message? I will sort of detail that further tomorrow. Oh, that was a Ko-Fi sound. Oh, Alec. Thank you, Alec, for the donation. He gave me his money. Thank you, Alec. That's very nice of you. Perhaps. Deathless. Blink. Nether. Giveaway was already? No, the giveaway has not been yet. Minorly updated to be 2% more tolerable. No, I've gotten so many complaints about it. People don't like the waves of mobs added in this nether part we're about to do. No, the giveaway has not been yet. It's probably gonna be after the next interview. And how we're gonna do it is that I'm gonna show you the mythics. We're gonna decide a pre-decided order. Then we do one entering, and then we pick the winners in that order. That way everyone doesn't have to type the same command for every giveaway. And the winners who win won't win twice because they've technically been picked already. The next interview is in 33 minutes. I have to remember to message. He asked me to remind him. I've reminded every guest so far. I remind them every time to, or not really remind, I double check if in case they're delayed by a few minutes or something came up. Just put a pin message. Can moderators pin messages? What? Did I talk to him yet? Yeah. Alright, let's go. Okay, chat. No, don't shout for the giveaway. I will probably shout for the giveaway. Because I haven't shouted in a long time. And it's at a good time to shout. Maybe I could shout now, but people will stay for the giveaway. See, this is the thing I've gotten complaints in my comments about. These little blockades and you have to fight waves of mobs. I don't really see how that makes the Mantle Quaker Demon my beloved. Is that the pigment? I don't really read the name tags. I kill them too quickly. Oh, can you still cheese it? Or did they add barriers? AfroSnail hasn't gotten this far yet. Hehe. I need to be in first person though. Oop. Well, the thing is, I have viewers from all time zones. So it's not really, you know, fair if they just forget about something and then they miss out. But I could shout now. No, we are still spell. We can use spells. Oh. No, I halfway through I did go without spells slightly longer, like 20 minutes longer than necessary, but that was because I was having a compelling conversation with Oculism. But I did enable it after an hour and thus 20 minutes, so a bit extra time had passed. No clue, but somebody should pin a message saying the giveaway hasn't happened. There we go. I'll pin that. There we go. Okay, how about I shout now? Then. That way it's still a while until, you know, the giveaway itself. But people who would want to watch can still get a notice. So let me just do that real quick. /use shout bonus. Shout number 2 of the day. What? I forget what. Yeah. Mage Island we go. I guess I should have bought some like Nesak or similar. Alright. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna be smart and effective about this whole thing. So we're gonna go to Morrow Peaks and Salchar at the same time. As we go. Ask for an age and country reveal of the 21-year-old Swedish boy. Exactly. I can't really join the giveaways due to my time zone. I stick around. I usually go to sleep before the giveaway. I see. Perhaps we could try to roll tomorrow's store giveaway a bit earlier then. How about Hot Dog gets all the mythics? Well, I feel like if I gave Hot Dog all the mythics, he might give them back to me. And you guys don't want them to go back to me. Let's see. Maybe it would be best if the giveaways be on your Discord server so everyone could get in. Well, I don't really have a bot for Discord giveaways or like a way to do them. And I would have to learn how to set that up, and I feel like that would take a lot of time, and that's also waste a lot of time. Yoink. Yoink. We are in world 10, yes. Alright, so we are gonna go to Mage Island and then Selchar and then Morrow Peaks. Okay? So we're starting off with Mage Island. I mean, we could take a boat over there, but Mage Island. No problem. I don't really have use of ranks, so just do whatever you feel like it. Yeah, the store giveaway. I haven't perfectly sort of decided how it's going to be. Oh, Nexus, you're right, Lou. I always forget about the Nexus. I never use it. I never use the Nexus ever. That's the thing. So I always forget about it. But what it's gonna be is that it's gonna be $200 worth of store items. But it's going to be 20 different winners, and we're going to pre-make some different packages, right? The reason we're pre-making sort of a pack that you pick from is that way we can make sure ahead of time that everyone gets the same amount of sort of value price. So let's say like you can choose from X amount of XP bombs or X amount of this bomb, or perhaps a rank upgrade if that is within the price range, etc, etc. Alright, let's talk to him. And then we're gonna need to go down there and get like 12 Sky Vapor. I think it's 12. Oh wait, we gotta find the cave first. Turn past during parkour to see you behind me. You walk past me perfectly behind my back. Oh, that's hilarious, Lou. I was only able to see it in your stream. Wow. I think we need to get 12. Let's check. Yeah. I mean, I could always appreciate a decrease of these items, but it's not too bad. The spawn rate should be increased though. Should I keep my fedora or should I get motivated to loot run? Motivated to loot run, because no one wants to loot run without motivation. Hey Linus, just wanted to let you know that I have quit, but I wanted to thank you for making your content since there isn't enough content for Wynn, and your quest guides are amazing. Thank you. Meef, you're quitting Wynn? What? No. Why? Mr. Taco Man, it's from Order of the Grook quest. Yeah, the Nexus is from Order of the Grook. It's a teleport system for the ocean. Okay, this guy is stream sniping me. He gets all the kills. I'm not getting anything. What? Let's go. I'm so glad I didn't put penalties for parkour. Okay, let's see if we can do it again, Lou. Oh. Did we do it again? Alright. Android or iOS? Android. It doesn't break. Okay, so now we're gonna go Salchar, and then we're gonna go Morrow Peaks. And like Lou lightly reminded us of, the Nexus does exist. So Nexus, and then walk across, and center should be Salchar, I'm guessing. I don't know. Nope, because that was not the center. That was a massive fail. I suck at this game. You guys can make fun of me. Made a forums post on it more detail, but basically I'm sick and I don't want to waste the last years of my life behind a screen. No, you're sick. Man. I mean, I understand that. But man, I'm sorry. No. Go this way. Right. See, you guys were just waiting here because I'm so bad at the game. Even went wrong at the longest way possible. Yeah, I know. See, Skipper would have gone faster, Lou. Wow. Let's dive around here. See if we can find a coral of Nelforce or Nelfars or Nelforce. Nelfors, perhaps? Hopefully they didn't change what item it used. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm gonna drown. I'm dying. I'm dying, peoples. I'm dying. Subscribe quickly before I pass. Oh. Okay, die. Bye. Jesus, no. I got a few years left. I'm gonna be fine. Well, you do right as in doing, as in, you know, choosing the option that you want to go for. That makes you feel like you've enjoyed your time the most. Use specials cave. Use the special cave for coral. Use the special. And I'm drowning again. Quickly subscribe. Oh. I'm not seeing it. Lou, have you seen it? 2094. Yeah, I've seen everything else as well. Okay, so you say there's a special cave around here? Like in here? Ah, there it is. Thank you. Coral of Nelforce, yeah. And now the Nexus isn't gonna take us to Morrow Peaks, so let's go boating. Yeah. Hey, there it is. Ah, render distance. Wait, what? Maybe give up too easily? No, he's been diagnosed. You can't really change that. I'm sorry to hear that, Meef. Oh, there's a okay. Turb, be respectful of others. I feel like you shouldn't assume. You know, he said it's personal and he doesn't want to talk about it, but you know, you can't assume that it's all about a mindset. Bobby should work on Fabric. Yes, we are playing on Fabric right now. Wink. Ooh, we're going too fast. Oh, forget. Wink. We can get Bob's wool here while we're at it, so we don't have to go here twice. Maybe we should go and grab Mooingtons at the same time then. I'm super fast. Look at all this gold. Would be great if it wasn't in a high level area. Now we gotta go around this entire thing. Alright, 17 minutes till we're meeting our next guest. And well, this is Bob's wool, not really the other thing. Maybe we should go grab the other thing first. Giveaway before the next quest. No, giveaway will be after the next interview, so it's still like an hour to go. Maybe longer, maybe shorter. The item we need is actually... Do I remember that? Actually in that one, I believe. Right? Because there's no... Yeah. Be in that one. You don't want help with the boss fight, am I right? Which boss fight? I mean, I can probably solo every boss fight except a Hunter's Calling. No, it's right there. Yeah. No. That's the one you teleport out of. I remember. This is the one we gotta go for. That's the teleport out of. Trust me. Crafter of Worlds. Oh, I can solo him pretty easily, probably. Okay, there we go. Got the eye jewel. We just need one. We can grab the little tree thingy. Oh no, that isn't the teleport. Isn't it? What is that then? I don't know. We'll see. Let's get Bob's wool here. Family, friends, make the best of it innocently. Don't waste it studying more than you enjoy. Yeah. I shall stop it. I just want to say, I want you to know, as someone who has also survived life-threatening situation with only 30% chance of losing, hope too early can really hurt your mentality. It's bad. Yes, there are several aspects of all of it. But, you know, I just want everyone to be respectful and kind to each other in chat. Don't be kind when Mini arrives, though. He's a skill issue and should know that. Oh, man. Lou, you're so harsh. Alright, so now we can go and get Mooington's skin while we're at it. Since it's so close, right? It's right over there. We're basically right next to it. And boat. Get our trusty boat. And we go on an adventure to kill an innocent cow. Cowman, we're slaying your kind once more. Who's Mini? Mini is our next guest. So sorry for dampening the mood. If you want to know more, there's a forums post. Don't be sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. It's a bit of a topic on the sort of heavier side, but it's all right. It is all right. I don't like when they sort of are out of tune. It's annoying. Do you have a link to the post? Oh, yeah, that's a great question. Speaking of questions, do you guys have any questions do you think I should harass Salted with? If so, please let me know. I'm already gonna harass him a lot, but you know, we'll see. Wait, if I can't get Singularity Mythic, I won't do enter, since that I can get VIP plus. Oh. What do you mean so you can get VIP plus? You can enter the Mythic giveaway. Although what happened to everyone's favorite red cow pepper? Yeah, let's kill the guard. Or a key. And then we go kill an innocent cow. I hope you're watching, Cowman. Not Salted Cowman, the other Cowman. And he mooed no more. God, that's dark. Yeah, Salted, if you will ever end cats and dogs, they can be your pet. Yeah, wow. Ask Salted how some CT members and I can get out of this basement. No one's ever quit the content team before. They just disappear mysteriously and no one ever hears from them ever again. Can't get out of here. Let's grab a Trom scroll. He's gonna want us to go to Key Light and then, yeah. Before though, we're gonna go to, oh yeah, there's mobs nearby, but I'm not getting that message because Windtills hides all the little messages. And I haven't looked at that in the config yet. Before, this Salted like salt. It won't let me send links, but it's near the top of the forums. It says I'm quitting, goodbye and thanks. Okay, more serious question. What's Salted's favorite piece of deleted content? Or favorite content in general? Will there be a town improvement called My Motiny after Tommy in? Oh, how dare you? How dare you even ask such a question? What? Obviously, it's gonna be called Sunilo after Olinus 10. That's a capital of Fruma. Dun, dun, dun. No. If they honor WinTubers like Martin before, I would hope to see Mr. Sabelonian and Hippie. I mean, even Glitch Slayer, but he had kind of a falling out with the Win community. But, you know, at least Seb and Hippie should be immortalized before anyone else is. Can he add a city named after Skullman? I'm new to Wynncraft. It sounds excited to get into it because of how cool it sounds. It is very cool. And welcome to Wynncraft. And Tommy in the video when asked if they could make a town after Salt, say we can make that work. No. I must ask why they let Tommy in it on the servers. There we go. A Sado leaf. That's what it's called. I remember the name the second I picked it up. So sad. Wee. Ask him if items with archetype points. Oh yeah. That's one. Okay, can some of my event managers perhaps pick out some of these questions and put them in the manager chat so I can look at them later when I'm writing more questions for tomorrow? Alright, time to remind Mini. Are you ready in 10 minutes? Let's see. Alright, now we go to Tequila and then it's Creeper Mask and such. Oh, I forgot Rymic. Old Terudo Hide. Old Terudo Hide in Rymic. Oh, it's just gonna take a while. Yeah, I saw the same. Change his name to Peppered. No, that's his alt account name. Skullman needs a city. Also, thanks. Nobody be surprised if you see my account. It's going to be my brother. Ah, I see. Tell Salted to pay respect to me. Yeah. We can ask a builder to put a grave. That sounds so dark. I'm really sorry. That sounds so dark. I just mean, it was meant from a good place. But that was so dark. I'm really sorry. That was really dark. But yeah. Rename word to Meef. I need my medicine. Man, I'm gonna miss your comments, Meef. You better get better, okay? Use the power of the Wynn community. He asked Salted to change his name to Pepper. That's the name of his alt account. I think so, at least. Let me just prepare here some things. Okay. Just preparing things. Just preparing things. I want a grave right as you walk into Emerald Trail. In the tutorial, as soon as you start, you have to like press F to pay respect to Meef. That would be funny. Alright. The Queen of Fruma raid, yeah. What is an alt account? You keep referencing it. An alt account means an alternative account if a person owns more than one Minecraft account. So for example, I'm playing on my alt account, as you can see, Olinus10_alt. That's why there's no YouTube rank. Because my second Minecraft account is called Olinus10, or well, it's my first, this is my second. It's called Olinus10. That's the one with the YouTube rank. We're on world 10. But you know that we're on the same world. Okay, time to start doing quests in auto mode. Rename Greg to Meef. But that would be horrible because then a lot of players would kill you all the time. It's horrible. Okay, let's get this old Terudo hide. It's gonna cost a few emeralds, but nothing you wouldn't expect anyway. We're gonna get a semi-accurate emerald count, but not fully. We cannot rename Nameless because that implies the Nameless has a name to begin with. That's true, DS Phage. That's true. Wait, old Terudo hide is in here, but we need to talk to the scam dealer merchants. What does it cost? Are we guessing 32? That's what I'm gonna assume. Do you think we can ask some questions about Fruma to Salted? I mean, we can try. Whether he answers or not, that is the mystery. It was exactly 32. Wow. Okay, back to Trumps we go. I mean, we can try, but yeah. We have to sort of think about how we phrase it. I imagine he would answer some things. We gotta ask all the leaks. All the leaks. Exclusive Fruma leaks only on the Olinus 10 channel. Make sure to subscribe if you want to hear it. 20,000 sub goal? No. Oh, that would be funny. Okay, here we are. What's the next quest after this? Lazarus Pit. That's a good one. Grand Youth. Also good. And Win Excavation Site D. Score! One of my favorite quests. Yeah, it is one of my favorites. I mean, I would assume a lot of people like it. Okay, you're coming up with Fruma questions. Okay, that's great. Right, now he wants us to go to the creeper dude. Yep. Creeper mask on. Wee. Bro, I'm missing Temple of Legends. Yep. I feel like I lose my crew the entire time. Everyone just follows me. I just speed around. Unless you have scrolls to every place in the game, I'm just too fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Thank you, Lou. Dude, I've fallen for these before. I'm not falling for that. Yes, I have fallen for a bunch of those before. There's a dude who has like 5 screenshots of getting me every time. I'm not gonna fall for that. But that one was way too obvious. Alright, let's go. Come on. Come on. This is my only crew now. Come on, follower. You're my friend. Thank you. Okay, I have everything you need. Talks too much. I assaulted for Meef Grave on some random side of the ocean or something. My speed build is quicker, but I'm managing. Yeah. Okay. So, it's time for our next guest. And unlike our other content creator guest, Draco, this one is a streamer. Actually, one of Wynncraft's biggest active streamers. Almost streaming Wynn content every day. I'm, of course, talking about our next guest, MiniPCpro. Welcome to the stage.
Hi, 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 hi.
Hello, Mini. Long time no see.
Hello.
I'm kidding. You've helped with the event. He's one of the event managers, so it's a bit of a different tone here, but yeah. You started Wynncraft back before the pandemic, 2019. What led you to start playing?
Funny enough, back in the day, I used to watch Grian, and I was like just one day bored and scrolling on his channel, and I found his tutorial quest of the mansion in Olex. I forgot the name. I'm bad with names.
Yeah, an Ironheart.
Ironheart, yeah, that one. Not Ironheart, not Ironheart. The mansion, the corrupted mansion.
Oh, you mean Memory Paranoia?
Memory Paranoia, that one. Yes. He's played for a warrior in there, and I was like, that's really looks interesting. And I like went into like more statistical of the server, and I was like, okay, I might give it a shot when I get a laptop. I got my first laptop and tried it out, and instantly fell in love with the server, like how much aspects of it have, like of MMO, and I really enjoyed it, obviously. So after that, I found a few communities, and through there, I just met more and more people.
Do you feel like when you join, because you know a lot of our guests have are both new and old members of the Wynn community, but as a sort of newer member of the community, when you join the game, do you feel like there's a lot of take in? Is it like hard to become a new member of the community? Is it sort of, or do you feel like it's easy to be integrated? Can you find a group?
Starting out solo, it's not easy for sure, because if you start brand new, this is pretty much for every MMO. Its question is how MMO represents you, how to play, and Wynncraft has like shows you how to play for the quests, which surprisingly it's really well done. But the issue is that some people just skip them, which is an issue. But besides that, for a new player to coming into Wynncraft, if they do quests, they pretty much can discover the story and discover how to play the game. Only aspects are really end game, which they discover themselves.
Yeah.
I would say.
Was there a reason you wanted to start streaming Wynncraft?
Nah, the thing is, I made content beforehand. I started streaming on YouTube, but I was never that interested into YouTube aspect, and I tried Twitch and like how it functions as a streaming platform. It's way better than YouTube one.
Yeah.
That's why I really love to stream there, and I'm more into streaming than making content per se videos, is because I could just improvise.
Yeah.
And that's why Twitch just drew me into more because of like its aspect of streaming.
So this being a stream and all, you feel like this is familiar to you?
Yeah, per se, yes, I definitely.
Being sort of, you know, starting streaming on Wynn, is that hard?
Depends if you have, because before I started streaming on Wynn, I already know people around the places. For someone brand new player and starting streaming, depends where. Twitch is way easy, bro, for discoverability wise, because you have custom tags and titles. Even if you haven't just entitled Wynncraft, you're easy discoverable.
Yeah.
On YouTube, it's rarely that people would search for streamers.
Yeah.
So mostly people discover on Twitch than on YouTube.
Yeah.
For streaming wise, yes.
You know, we can see chat here has been memeing a while, calling you a skill issue, but what are some of your strengths? Like, what are you good at? Both Wynncraft, but, you know, it could be streaming or anything related to that. What are your strengths?
I would say I'm okay. I'm really good at terraforming. Terraforming is an aspect of building I'm really good at. Terraforming means making terrain and trees. I'm quite decent at that. And then secondly is loot running, I would say, but that's a weird aspect to say that I'm good at, but because just how much amount of time you put into it. That's pretty much it. Like, those two are main strengths, I would say.
What are some of your weaknesses? What in Wynn is your mortal nemesis, like parkour is for me?
Definitely one of them is parkour. I would totally agree. I would say one of them is definitely parkour. I hate that so much. For example, oh my god, EO parkour, Electric Outlook parkour. I hate that so much. But the second thing I would say, I'm not good at PvP. PvP on Wynncraft I'm really not good at. I used to be a Toxo main before 2.0, but now the Toxo is nerfed to the ground. It's not really something I would go into. I'm not good at PvP at all after 2.0.
Do you feel like that's something Wynn could improve on? Like we saw in Canary Calls, right? They added the whole skip button if you fail after a certain amount of times. The minecart sort of parkour. Do you feel like Wynn should sort of help players out who struggle with parkour in more aspects of the game?
So it's always a learning curve. That's why I would say that I didn't get the skip part that much, because I actually did it myself a few times. And even if I said skip, I already did it just to do it. And said, yeah, I actually did it myself. I didn't skip it. That's why actually was like, okay, it's good aspect if someone is just speed running them.
Yeah.
But to learn, I would actually prefer not to have it. It is just my opinion. Even though I'm not bad at parkour, I would say that actually it's better not to skip it.
Like, let's say you mentioned like the EO parkour. Do you think it would benefit if you failed it, let's say 5 times in a row, that you could skip it? Do you think that would be a good thing or a bad thing? Would it make the dungeon too easy?
would make a dungeon easier, definitely, but it loses the point of being a quote-unquote final dungeon
Mm-hmm.
because it was supposed to be hard. That's why it has to be a challenge. If there's no challenge, there's no point of being the hard one.
Yeah. That is a good point. That is a good point. I just hate parkour so much, dude. I just wish I could skip it.
They, last one, EO parkour actually was changed again. Yeah.
It's been changed a lot of times. Well, not really, but recently it's gone back and forth.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
How is your general relationship with the Wynncraft community, and has it sort of changed since you became a popular Wynn streamer?
I would say yes, it has been changed, but back in the day, like when I started out, I would say that I was really in close community that were really connected in between, and outside I didn't connect to much people. So what changed definitely is how people see you. Like, for example, some people, it's funny enough, when you get a media rank, that's just a pink name close to your name. Some people will hate you and some people will like respect you. And it's funny how that always is.
Yeah. Is there something you would want to tell future like content creators or people who pursue media rank? Is there something you would tell them that they sort of would benefit from knowing?
Be interesting and do consistency. I became as far as I am now because of consistency, and connections. Knowing people around, meeting people around. Yes, you can do your own stuff, but you need to find ways to improve. So always see people that are better than you and know that what they are doing. See what they're doing, and see why they're doing like that. It takes a lot. For me, I watch a lot of like other streamers, how they do stuff behind the camera. I did a lot of that. And I saw what they change and how did they improve. And I usually follow those stuff.
Do you feel like media ranks are like viewed as any other player, or do you think like they have a special role in the community?
As a perspective from a community, yes, I would say they have a special role. As a view from staff, I would say we don't have any special role.
Yeah. Moving sort of on here, what are some challenges with streaming, apart from, you know, creating videos and other types of content? What's a unique challenge for streaming?
For me, it's personally the improvise and find content to do, because for video you have 12 hours of recording, I would say. Maybe depends. On streaming, that's like 3 days of me streaming, right? And you always are running out of content, so you need to find stuff to actually be more interesting, I guess. You need to find some new stuff to do.
Yeah.
Or comment on some stuff. So definitely commentary is a huge thing. For example, a topic and discuss about the topic.
Yeah. Wynn in its nature, right? It's quite repetitive if you play it for a long time. You do the same quest, but then you finish, then you start a new class, you do that. The end game has sort of gotten a lot of, you know, complaints over the years, you know, as it's not enough or people want to see more. Do you think it's hard to create content for a game like that? Because, you know, everyone has done this X quest a bunch of times, or everyone has done this or that. Does that sort of affect the content you can make?
Yes, definitely. Like, I did all quests multiple times.
Yeah.
I did challenges, for example, hardcore, Iron Man, crafted, blah blah blah. And I always loot run in the site, but if I do loot run stream, I plan beforehand beforehand. I
Yeah.
plan like some topics I will talk about on stream, and so I can. It's actually more commentary, and I just open chests because it's really just brain that in a way,
Yeah.
opening chests. And that's issue with Wynncraft is in endgame you only have few stuff you can do. Sadly, you can do either loot running, profing, raids, or just quest grinding, so completionist. And besides that, there's nothing much, I would say. I would say how to make this more interesting is, for example, quest for the Seakeeper quest in Salchar, Lost on Sea, or what is the name? Where you have choices.
You mean Misadventure on the Sea?
Misadventure of the Sea, yeah, that one.
Mm-hmm.
So you gave people like player on options, and more options in a quest to do, and each one will give you different ending.
Mm-hmm.
So that way, people that will replay the thingy, will play the game, will find more endings and more like story.
Alright, that's not Misadventure on the Sea that had different endings. Which one has different endings? I don't know.
Misadventure of the Sea had different like ways to get money and get different ways to get in the ship. New quest, for example, new quest that was added now.
Yeah.
You can kill either the whole village or Whole Serenity. Either you can kill the whole village or you can save the whole village, for example.
Oh, yeah.
That's another example. If they implement more of that, I would say it's more interesting, like for aspect of the game.
You talk about, you know, the end game and such, and I mentioned it as well. What would make good end game?
What would make a good end game? That's a good question, actually, because the thing is, you can just like there's either way you can keep adding to the end game, but that means they have to be often updates.
Yeah.
For example, I'm comparing here Hypixel to here. Hypixel has a team that's way differently organized than Wynncraft. Wynncraft is free, and Hypixel is paid pretty much, and that's why they can push more updates than Wynncraft. But Wynncraft have higher quality, way higher quality.
Yeah.
And that's why people are often complaining about endgame, because it takes such a long time to actually get an update that will increase, like, add to the endgame, right?
Yeah.
So what could fix it is either add something that can be grindable at the end, which will give you a reward, for example. Yes, professions in a way, but professions are boring in a way. Like, you could add a profession that gives a specific quest to profession that you can unlock with, like, for example, you have the quest in Olex, which you have professions for. That's actually not a bad idea. So only people with professions can do that.
Yeah.
They could add that, for example.
With our other guests, we've talked both about, you know, how to improve professions, and loot running and such. You talk about, you know, profession quests and such, and I suggested that, right? Like a separate part of the quest book of like shorter quests, which are only like profession related. Do you think that would attract more people to enjoy professions if that was a thing?
For sure, yes. For example, just an example of quest. Craft this guy a helmet that has this and this and that, because that will at the same time explain the player what to have to do.
Yeah.
Right? Player usually, when you're doing the first playthrough, you never learn how to craft stuff.
Yeah.
So that will kind of explain to player how to craft, and at the same time make professions more interesting. I would say that, yeah.
Do you think, because you loot run a lot, do you think Wynncraft needs to change loot running?
Okay, that's a good question. I would rather change the way of getting a mythic.
Oh, okay.
For example, Forger was good addition to it, but it's always not worth it because how much you get mythics from loot running, comparison-wise. For example, I think I talked to Lou about this a while back. For example, custom bosses, like you have one in Ragni, that have a really like low drop chance of a mythic.
Yeah.
Maybe could be good addition. or a dungeon drop, really low chance of a dungeon drop, like a raid, or raid, no, actually not dungeon, raid. For example,
Yeah.
QnA has a really, really low chance of dropping a mythic.
Yeah.
Uh,
So instead of sort of nerfing loot running or changing it up, you would prefer like other changes to be made or adding new
Yeah.
ways of
Yeah.
obtaining mythics.
Yes, and they add those changes, I would suggest removing loot running then, because if not, the mythic will become too common,
Yeah.
and that's not point of a mythic. Mythic was supposed to be rare.
Yeah. Now you mentioned like, you know, like a boss to defeat with a very low chance of getting a mythic. Do you think such things would be interesting to see for other items and not only mythics? Like per se, there's a world boss, almost like a boss altar, but not necessarily that it requires drops and such to enter, but similar to a boss altar, but even more unique tiers of items, but below mythics.
Yeah, one thing they could actually could do is make bosses that spawn on a specific amount of time. That would have a good reward as a drop, and should be able to enter with multiple people. It's something similar done in Genshin, for example. I'm playing more MMOs these days, and they have specific bosses that drop specific items on specific days. So that means that they will have to actually to think and organize when to get what.
Yeah. Sort of going to the topic of this sort of stream here. You mainly loot run and do raids during your stream, but you also do quests. What's your relation to quests in the game?
Questing. I personally did all the quests a few times. They explain a lot about the game, but they definitely miss out on few stuff if you don't pay really close attention. And I often don't pay attention. That's why I got Voices of Wynn, for example. But because I'm really not good at doing stuff.
Yeah.
And it gives you aspect of what is actually happening around you in the world you are.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I actually like the aspect of the quests being in the game, because they will actually explain the stuff that's happening around you and how stuff is happening in the lore. Lore is really good. Even with secret discoveries are just filling the gaps that you're missing out.
A lot of the lore, right, or like the in-depth lore is in like the library discoveries, right? Do you think you would want to see sort of in-depth lore available in other ways for sort of players who aren't really going to read everything to sort of be able to take part of anyway?
I would say no, because it has to be a reward for finding them, and that reward is lore. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why I would say it's quite limited. I would say it's better.
Yeah. Sort of moving back to the quest topic. Do you have a favorite quest?
Hunter's Calling. Hunter's Calling is definitely one of my
Hunter's
favorite.
Calling. That's a good choice. It's very liked by the community. Do you have a least favorite quest?
Realm of Light, I'm gonna be honest. Realm of Light series I really don't like.
The entire series?
Yeah, most of them. The third one is the most annoying one. Explains a lot, but it's skippable cutscenes.
You would much rather have that be library lore?
Yeah, I don't need to know all of that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I agree. It did take a long time to do. Sort of going on more win related, because we were talking about, you know, loot running and professions. Is there anything else or any other aspect of the game that you think Wynncraft could or should improve on?
Should or could improve on. There could be, it sounds weird, but ways to improve weapons besides just powders.
Mm-hmm.
Because nowadays we have rolling weapons, so you have stats,
Yeah.
and adding powders to them. That's only two ways to improve a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels kind of empty in a way. That's one of those I would say to improve. And or add more classes.
That is
Add more choices.
really. That's a really well thought out. I've never thought about that before. And it's a really well thought out answer. You mean sort of like in games like Skyrim, you can make a weapon, but then you can bring it
Yeah.
to one of those like stone sharpener things, and then you can just
Yeah.
be a few of the materials that the weapon is made of, and it will slightly increase the stats.
Exactly.
That would be also a way to maybe include
To make-
professions.
Into the normal weapons.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like you could.
So,
Sure.
for
Yeah.
example, rare bosses we were talking about.
Mhm.
Maybe those rare bosses drop a or a raid drops a material that is needed for the weapon to upgrade, and it's really rare chance, so it's worth grinding. For example, mythics are the rarest, and you have the tiers go down.
Yeah. And then it wouldn't be a loop of if you want better stats, you have to pay a re-rolling. You could increase stats
Yeah, exactly.
in a different way.
Mhm.
That's a really good one. You should write a suggestion post. Like that's a really good one, Winnie. Caught me off guard, and that was a really good answer. Now my mind is just occupied with a bunch of ideas here. But yeah, sort of going back to you being a Twitch streamer, do you have like a favorite memory or like a best moment of streaming?
Oof. Best moment of streaming. Yeah, probably when I started streaming more on Wynncraft. Meeting people or like playing with people I used to look up to. That's one of the most favorite memories for sure. Reaching 1K. It was a huge goal for me, and I was
1K.
like, damn.
Was getting media rank a big moment, or did you kind of
Yes,
expect that with the whole
but
application process?
Yeah, I was kind of expect that it's gonna happen eventually, but at the same time, it was an achievement for sure. But with a bigger achievement, like was the other two I mentioned for sure.
What are some of the people you have played with that you used to look up to?
You were one of them. Second one was Trial, and then and then people that are not from this community around here are Amber.
Yeah.
She's another streamer, and Truth.
Yeah.
Those are.
Funny that you mentioned me because now you're a guest on my stream. Woohoo. But yeah. When it sort of they added the whole application process for media ranks, right? A while before you got media rank. Do you feel like there's a negative side of the application part because it takes away the surprise of joining the world one day and suddenly you have, been noticed because you filed for the application and you sort of know you sent it in? Does that sort of take away a bit of the achievement?
Yes, it does. I would say definitely it does take a bit of a way, but at the same time, I think there has to be not application, but like requirement for it.
Yeah.
Because
yeah,
if it's not, it's kind of like everyone can have it, which doesn't make it as special anymore.
Yeah. Speaking of the requirement, do you feel like there needs to be a change to the requirements, or do you feel like they're at a decent level right now?
It's a decent level now. I would say maybe followers to 1K, but for Twitch, I have been recently noticing that less and less streamers go on Twitch
Mhm.
and go other way. Go on YouTube and
Go
stuff.
on YouTube. Do you think
So-
it's easier to grow on YouTube as a Wynncraft content creator?
Yes, I would say definitely. Because videos you can reach out. For streaming, you have to be live yourself.
Ah. Do you think a Twitch streamer could sort of amend that by, because you made a clips channel, for example, and you've uploaded a few videos? Do you feel like being able to do that would help, or do you feel like that's just extra
Definitely not.
work?
No, it is a bit of extra work,
Mhm.
but not that much, I would say.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, with editing, it's for me personally, it takes a while, and it's a whole more process for it.
Yeah.
Uh,
We've seen, you know, I wasn't gonna bring this up, but my head keeps giving me the question. So, we've seen a bit of controversy with the whole media rank situation recently. Do you feel like there's a different view on media ranks, and do you feel like there's an unfair sort of opinion against media ranks in the current state?
yes, I would say so. Yeah, there is. That's why when I said media rank is an achievement, but at the same time, I know people that don't want to actually get it.
Yeah.
Is because once you get it, people see you. Yes, he has access to specific stuff that we don't, and they can abuse it, even though we don't.
Yeah.
But other people see you as someone that actually puts time and put effort into it.
Yeah. Do you feel like you get recognized more like in the game when you have media rank? Like, do people ask like,
A
oh,
bit.
what's that rank? And then you get more exposure through that.
I would say a bit, not that much, because usually IGNs don't match
Hmm.
for like media ranks in general, or they're not known simply, even like as a person or as a streamer, as a content creator.
Do you sort of do you have to deal with a lot of criticism? And if so, how does that sort of affect your streaming?
I have dealt with some of it. It doesn't affect me that much. I have really good mod team,
Mhm.
and with streaming you just see it in chat. I just usually ignore it.
Yeah.
You just learn to ignore that stuff. Because sometimes they don't have good point of, or like they don't have good statement.
Yeah.
So I just personally ignore it.
Do you ever get useful feedback that you can learn from to improve your content?
I did, yes, multiple times already. For example, some layouts, how to put stuff, some transitions, people suggest me how to change them. People suggest me how to actually run the stuff. So yeah, definitely.
Hmm. What is something you would like to see in the Froome update or in other upcoming updates?
Boom update. So the main reason why I joined Wynncraft is exploring.
Hmm.
I like seeing stuff that even when loot running, I like to look around and don't focus on chests that much if I loot run.
Yeah.
It's because I can revisit stuff even so many times and I'll still find something there that I didn't see before.
Mhm.
And that's why I always like new content that was pushed now out. It was still really interesting of me, though it was quite similar. It's because, oh wow, they added this here. Why does it fit the environment? How does it function? Because I think here as a builder, when I see stuff, is okay, why does this make sense and why does it really good? So for Froome, for example, I really hoped it's gonna be really open like they said it's gonna be.
Mhm.
That means you can explore and see
Yeah.
every detail of it. I like detailing. For example, I can fly around, even around the sea. On the shores, there's like ships wrecks and some camps, which is the
Mhm.
people usually don't go for it. And
Yeah.
wrinkles in the map, like regular island.
Yeah. So you like intricate details that reward sort of
Yeah.
exploring.
Yes.
If you got to personally pick something to be added, it could be anything. What would you add?
More secret discoveries.
More secret discovery.
Definitely. Either secret discoveries or secret areas that only few people know. One of them, for example, is for Al Mouj bunker.
Yeah.
The one you go underneath.
Yeah.
That's a huge.
The
Not a
old
lot of people
black
know
armor merchant.
that one,
Yeah.
for example. Yeah.
You like
People don't know
exploring and the intricate details and such.
Yeah.
Do you have advice for anyone who wants to become a streamer on Wynn?
On Wynn, specifically on Wynncraft.
Yeah, specifically on Wynn.
Don't cage yourself. Wynncraft is amazing, but you can go so far on Wynncraft. Depends what your goal is. If you want to stream Wynncraft because you enjoy it so much, sure, go for it. It is fun, but as a streamer, you will run out of stuff.
Yeah. We sort of talked about that, you know, the difficulties with streaming. Do you feel like streamers need to explore other types of content in a sort of wider regard than YouTubers might?
For streamer, you always have to reach out to other platforms. You can not only hang to Twitch. Sadly, is because multiple ways. Personally, one of the main reasons is because of how much you're actually getting from it. If you're getting paid, it's not a lot. And secondly, discoverability wise, yes, you will be found, but if you're doing collaborations and stuff, it's really preferable to reach out to other more platforms. For example, Twitter. I just made it recently, so I said, yeah, I'm live here, I'm doing that. Or just upload VODs to Twitch or make shorts on YouTube, for example. Everything like clips that you do on Twitch, upload that to the shorts, for example, just for discoverability wise.
What do you think the future of your Twitch channel will be like?
I already plan and kind of will slowly transition to more variety. Still will stay in Wynncraft because it's still like I enjoy it. I have so much stuff to do on it, but I enjoy other games too, like hardcore, for example, nowadays, and like modded. And definitely when Fruma is added or like more stuff is gonna be added on next update or next patch, I'm definitely gonna be on here trying it out. Yeah.
Are you currently working on something exciting that you want to tell the viewers about that they can look forward to on
Yes,
your
I'm
channel?
doing huge rebranding myself. Probably switching more to VTubing and probably gonna be adding more secrets coming up soon. Not saying much, sadly though.
Ooh, more
Still in
secrets.
progress, all of it.
Okay, that's exciting. Secrets. Now I asked Draco when he was on this question. If you had to sort of convince someone on why they should watch your content, why should they watch MiniPCpro on Twitch?
For streaming it's different than YouTube for sure. Why should you watch it? Like I know quite a bit. I know quite a bit about Wynncraft and stuff around, so definitely I can have stuff I know. I don't know everything, obviously, but what I know I can help you out with that. For load running, I can definitely help out. That's one stuff I know. If you're interested in that. And one other thing is just have fun and I don't know, have a debate. We usually have a lot of debates.
Debates,
We
yeah.
had really often debates.
Do you argue with your viewers or do they tend to agree?
Both, depends what topic we have.
What are some memorable topics you've talked about?
We had a topic about what was the last one? That's actually a really interesting one. Most of them were from podcasts what I do, which is like 3 of us talking, and one of them was If you where do you want to travel?
Mhm.
If you have all expenses paid, that was one of the topics that really actually we talked a lot about it. We took like an hour,
Oh,
half an
wow.
hour for about it.
Yeah.
And then other topics I can remember. We talked about jobs
Mhm.
and how like taxes work and stuff. I think that was today. And we talked about how to actually people get job and how to actually people like start with businesses and stuff. That was another topic we had a few days ago.
So not only can they tune in to watch familiar Wynncraft content and enjoy Wynncraft discussion, they can just tune in for interesting discussions and debates on everything whilst chilling to some Wynn and other Minecraft stuff.
Yeah.
I see. It's a good argument. Now, I also asked Draco if he could ask Salted or any of our other guests anything specifically. Now, I know you're an event manager, so you have the ability to type questions wherever and whenever you want to. But does anything come to mind right now that you would like to ask?
Yeah, it's a weird cache. Actually, it was about to type that out before like unmuted. So for the items that gonna be, are there gonna be new items in 2.0, or what's gonna happen with items? For example, mythics. Are there gonna be new mythics, or what's gonna happen with items that we have now into like in the Fruma update? That's definitely one of the questions I have.
Someone who has a lot of mythics, right? Or ask someone who has a lot of mythics. What's your opinion on this whole debate that's arisen about mythics and the Fruma update level cap increase?
The issue is that either if mythics are gonna be increased to the highest level, that means that people will speed level up to use them. If not, they will become kind of worthless. Besides the few of them that have special IDs, that's the reason why there's huge debate around them at the moment.
How do you suggest it would be handled?
Personally, don't know. I would be interested to increase few of them to the max level, but at the same time, we cannot increase every mythic to the new level, and I would like to see item team come up with new items, because that would make it more interesting to like loot again, find new stuff again.
I'm just gonna catch up with chat here. I don't know if any of the other event managers, not yourself perhaps, because you're busy talking, but if anyone has found anything, I've been too busy having this conversation, so I haven't really had time to look at it. But I know someone asked in the beginning, tell how did you manage to fund such a large giveaway?
Yeah, this was definitely one of the biggest giveaway that were done on Wynncraft. I will not say names because I don't know if they want to be named or not, but multiple people contributed quite a bit of amount of money, and I contributed, I think, quite a bit myself. So it was total collection of, I think, was 5 people that put money together and like host the giveaway pretty much. That's why it was funded. It's such a huge one. We were able to do it. And the one okay, sorry. And the second thing is, I don't sell mythics. Whatever I find, I keep. But if I have double, I will give away. Because I don't need money. Like I have like 12 on my name at the moment. Because everything I had, I give away. I keep nothing. That's why. If I want something, I find it. So that's why.
I'm just gonna check through our Ask Anything here, because I remember there was someone asked, what does media rank do?
What does media rank do? Oh god. So with media rank, you have pink name with YouTube beside it. For some reasons, I have a YouTube channel, I guess. But no, with that we get our role for YouTube content creators to record there. For streamers, it's kind of useless. I literally don't need it. And I think that's the only perk there is. Oh yeah, and if you don't have a champion rank, you get you get VIP plus like features.
Yeah. Would you like to see more features or benefits of media rank?
No. There's too low requirements for the features.
You think they're too low already for the features or benefits you get?
For the features, yes, because that means VIP Plus is pretty easy to get, I would say. Oh yeah, there is Q priority, which I don't like. I personally really dislike Q priority because it doesn't make sense. I personally would say that has to be removed. That I don't like it. I completely don't like it. Because for some reasons, if you have champion and Q priority, you can just bypass whatever you want, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I agree on that one. It did come as a bit of a shocker when I realized priority was a thing. Let's see. Oh yeah, Lou mentioned Q priority. Yeah, we've had a few discussions about that one. I mean, we didn't really know about it until the double XP weekend, and we talked about it in the YouTuber Discord.
Yeah. I don't like it. I really don't like it. I personally think it should be removed. It's too overpowered if you combine it with champion rank.
Yeah.
It's no point.
I can agree on that one. Is there like a hidden side with being a content creator that the community fails to sort of keep in mind when they might be critical or have sort of preconceived notions about media rank players?
Yeah, they have expectations of you, I would say. And I think that's one of the main ones, I would say. Because whenever I stream on Wynncraft, they have expectations that I would do something on what they want. But I rather stream what I enjoy, because that's more important for me.
Yeah.
That's why.
Do you see Wynncraft sort of progressing as the sort of Dern storyline, or do you feel like anything that would come after that would feel like an attempt to just revive the server?
I don't see an attempt to revive a server. Yes, partly yes, I would see it, because they kind of already said that it's kind of like leading to the end. I don't know if they're gonna be providing more lore to extend it, but if they won't, it will lead to attempt or reviving a server. Yes, definitely. But that means that they will kind of cap on top of it. Like, there's nothing above it, pretty much. That's why I'm saying this. But again, we'll see what they will do. I'm really hoping for like huge areas to explore on, because I like exploring, obviously.
Now, I've asked all the content team members, right, the question of, you know, which content team member they think has been doing really good work since sort of becoming a new member of the team. Do you have like or do you know of a content creator instead, who's either new or just, you know, unrecognized or smaller in sort of size, that you think has done a really good sort of job this year?
Because the most of content creators I know or I talk to don't plan to or never plan to mainly do Wynncraft. But few of them that I know of, for example, Callie, did really good job, like as a vent and stuff. But I know for sure that she doesn't want to plan. She doesn't plan to stay here forever, right?
Mhm.
Because Wynncraft isn't her main platform. That's why.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people. Even Melon did a really good job as platforms. Not bad, not bad at work at all. But again, people have IRL stuff, and that's explained to, like I said, they cannot do this forever.
Yeah. See, I'm just gonna check if we've gotten any other questions here. Selected questions as a few. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask, but what's your favorite color?
I would say red, either or black.
Red or black? It's dark. You must really like Darth Vader then.
Actually, I didn't watch Star Wars in such a long time. I need to rewatch it.
I
6
forgot.
years.
I forgot.
I didn't watch it in such a long time. No, I didn't watch it in such a long time. So that's my next to-do list is pretty much what Star Wars. Probably do one night, just all of it.
Yeah. Do you have a sort of favorite raid in the game?
Great. But for the rewards, it's really good. TNA. It was really good. But now you cannot even get amplifiers free from it, so it was nerfed really badly. So I would say TCC has always been fun for me. But my favorite builds that I mainly use for the raid were changed, so I don't have anything to play on. So pretty much these days that's an issue I have. Because the thing is, I used to main assassin. I have the most playtime on assassin. Pretty much all the playtime is on assassin. And assassin is quite sadly unplayable for raids. There are ways to play assassin, but not the best, I would say. For example, guild warring. Yes, guild warring is one of the main thing that people would go for assassin actually, because there is a way to play against guild towers to do a lot of damage, really high damage. But again, it requires huge crafted builds and stuff that are quite expensive, sadly. So for normal player to actually do TNA, I don't know, it's highly unlikely as an assassin player.
Sort of on the topic of assassin, right? Because it's been a bit of a controversy since 2.0 came out, and as an assassin main, what are some changes you would like to see made to the assassin archetypes?
I really like Acrobat. Acrobat is the main class I actually play on Assassin. So I would nothing change to Acrobat, maybe add some more damage to it, because it's lacking the damage a lot. Vanish. Vanish, I would say increase the time duration of the Vanish. It's been a while since I played the Vanish because I don't like it that much. Because Vanish has such a low duration that usually people don't see it worth it. For using it. And for the Trickster, I personally never played Trickster. I only use it for leveling, and that's about it. And nothing else. So I would say those are the main changes I would suggest to go to.
And speaking of sort of changes that Wynncraft could do, right? We talked a bit about early game and new players before. Wynncraft, right, since like the Gavel Reborn update, we saw, they changed the areas a bit around and added some more lower level quests. What do you think Wynncraft should change to keep new players in the early game playing?
I saw a lot of streamers come to the Wynncraft and leave around level 40. The reason why is slow progression.
Yeah.
That means either they would have to slow early game progression, so they get used to slow progression. Because whenever human sees progression and they get used to it, human will always try to be that piece.
Yeah.
And when they see the decline, they will back off,
Mhm.
or like try different ways. Because, for example, even I personally, when I did the first playthrough on my assassin, I left around level 70,
Mhm.
and I came back after like 4 months, just because the reason there's either grinding quests or XP grinding, and there was no other ways to progress. Well, I personally didn't know about other ways to progress at that point, because you can do secret discoveries, you can do area discoveries, really good XP for leveling.
Yeah.
Secret discovery really, really good. But as a new player, they could really not give you. They don't help you that much. Like they don't help you as an early player. You don't know that secret discoveries is a thing.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Do you think a quest should somehow introduce them?
Yeah, I definitely think. They attempt to do that. They did attempt to do that with the first boss that is close to Thrivic
Yeah.
in Ragni. But I think it was failed attempt. I'm not sure. What do people think though?
Yeah. Now, when I asked Draco what he would want to see added to Wynn, right? He said, you know, more mobility, either like mounts or gadgets that would allow like flying, so you don't have to like use TP mage and such. But also like swarms and mini events. That's something you would find interesting.
Yeah, definitely. That, like I said, I would like to see added like bosses, like a event of bosses. That would be really interesting. Like swarms, like they were back in the day, would be interesting too. Yeah. I really would see interest in the bosses. For example, a special area made just for bosses that like spawn, I don't know, on a world that's around 2 hours old, and only specifically then.
Ooh.
And if you are there, you can enter the zone. Everyone that's in there enters the zone, and does the boss.
That gives
but
me
you cannot,
SAO vibes.
It does. Yeah, it is. It is. I actually plan to rewatch SEO these days. I just have that feeling I'm gonna rewatch it. And either when you finish it, everyone gets a reward, like with raids in the chest. And then next world. But the issue is people I know would grind that, so they will have a timer every 2 hours. Okay, switch worlds, blah 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 blah. But that's just MMO. People that grind are above the level.
Yeah.
And that's normal.
Absolute runner, right? Do you think chests should be made client side, or would the abundance of looted chests lead to a crash in the economy?
So I did, when I met Tilly, we had a huge debate about the economy and everything that's happening. And economy is highly influenced by videos and stuff online. Fun enough, huge influences, whatever. I know people that made money just by uploading Nirvana build. For example, when Glazer uploaded Nirvana video, I know that person that manipulated Nirvana market made a lot of money.
Yeah.
A lot. Just because of that reason. It will not crash the market immediately. It will be like a long term. For example, when they added Corcus now, Corcus has been added more chests for Disco. Disco prices has been dropping since then because more Discos have been found.
Yeah.
But that will, if it was client size, the purpose of a mythic, like the rarity of a mythic, will be dropped because mythic will be more common, right? So that means that they would have to lower the chance of finding a mythic, or like make it rarer less commonly. If they do it, like I personally don't know, because that means just go old worlds and chess camp, and that's it.
Sort of on a similar topic, do you sort of think the game should focus on a community-based economy? Like, should that be a main priority, or should these sort of singular player's experience, you know, being able to actually get a mythic on your playthrough and such, should that matter more?
I personally think that mythic should not be obtained easily, so normal player doesn't get it.
Mhm.
And only if you actually try to get it would be obtainable. For example, like doing, because that gives you a reward for getting it.
Mhm.
If everyone gets it, it kind of loses the meaning of a mythic, a purple box, right? That's why. I know we had a debate about this a bit back, that for example they should have access to the mythic and that everyone obtains it, but I don't see point of it, because that means that there's the purpose of mythic, like mythic as a name, it's lost.
Yeah.
That's my personal opinion.
Is there anything you feel like we haven't asked you that you expected to be asked or wanted to talk about?
Nothing that I think of, to be honest. No.
I believe I haven't noticed any questions in chat. I haven't seen any from the managers. But those were all the questions I had for you, Mini. I'm just gonna wait a second to see if anyone tells me that I've missed something. I mean, I've ignored the skill issue things on purpose, but you know, we're not here
You
to
get used to
insult.
it, it's just,
Yeah, does that offend you, or do you just take it as a meme?
Sometimes it offends me. Like sometimes, like I'm actually did something good and you still see this as an issue. Then you do it and prove me what I did wrong.
Yeah.
But other times it's just I just oversee it.
Wait, Lou is saying I've missed one. Could you paste it in again so I know exactly which one you're talking about, Lou? Is it this one? Oh, he's writing other things. I believe it might be. Are you actually good at building mini PCs?
Funny enough, I never built a PC. I helped few people build it, but never built it myself.
Would you like to build one in the future?
Yes, definitely.
Where does the
'Cause-
mini PC name come from?
Oh my god, the old name. Oh god. So I used back in the day my channel. I used to place everything on Pocket Edition, so that was PE Pocket Edition. Then when I started playing more on PC on the old server from my country, I was like, there's no point in my name. Like I don't play on Pocket Edition anymore, and I changed it to this. That's the reason why I gave myself this.
I see. Yeah, Lou just confirmed that that was the question indeed. I'm assuming the PC building one. Perhaps, you know, once you're a big streamer, we can all buy a PC from MiniPCs.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
A line of stack tips.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, those were all the questions I have. Will you participate in the giveaway to win back some mythics that you've lost?
I have lost none.
Oh yeah, technically you got help. I forgot.
Well, I gave away mine, but like
Yeah.
I have everything you're giving away. I already have, so I'm doing double stuff.
Yeah. You're super
have
rich
others
is what
doing
you're
this.
telling us.
No, I'm not super rich. I just rather have other win. The thing is, I want to find mythic on my own. If I find something, I want to keep it on my own.
Yeah.
If it's someone else, you keep it.
Yeah.
That's why. That's kind of the reason I'm following.
But yeah, it's been really fun to have you here as a guest, and I'm very grateful that you were able to join us. And yeah, it's been an honor. Thank you.
See you around.
See you around, Mini. So that was MiniPCpro, everyone. He can probably paste his own link in the chat because he's a moderator. So, but yeah, you should check out his streams as long as I'm not doing content at the same time. Yeah, super original. But yeah, and I see everyone is saying thank you, Mini, for the link. I see everyone has been, you know, yelling out about the giveaway. I also failed the puzzle. I failed the memory one, the last one. So we're gonna have to roll that. But I'm thinking I'll just start the giveaway first, and I'll explain how it's gonna go down. Okay, and that way we don't have any misunderstandings, and then I start it and make it open. Don't start the giveaway yet. Why not? But yeah, I'm gonna explain it first. So let me just probably get to a safe spot or something. Let me get through this stage of the quest. I can sort of stand still for a second. And click. We can shift click through that probably. I've compiled a pre-list of questions. That's great, Lou. I'll probably go to bed way earlier today, maybe even before CRC interview, because I'm tired since I went to the gym before the stream. That was also the reason I was a bit late. That is perfectly fine, Hot Dog. That is perfectly fine. But I hope you're here when we're interviewing Salted tomorrow. But yeah, so here's what we're gonna do. First I'm gonna just, maybe I should just hide the text so you guys don't spam a bunch of commands too quickly. But we're gonna switch over to this screen. Hello. Now in here I have listed all the mythics in a certain order, so I have their IDs. So first we have APOC. Those are the IDs for it. I'm gonna write down here. So I'm gonna probably get the chat up in here. So first we have APOC, right? The first winner we're gonna pick. We're gonna, whoops. Oh, wait, let me remove that. So the first we're gonna roll is APOC. Epoch, yeah, that would be funny. And how we're gonna do this is that we're gonna have you enter once, and then we roll all the winners from there. And then in the order that we pick the winner, they get picked. Don't do enter yet. I haven't started it yet. You guys get excited way too quickly. It's not up yet. It's not started. That's why I hid the enter command suggestion thing. But yeah, so we have the APOC. And after that, we have Revenant. Those are the IDs. DSFH, keep doing enter, guys. Exactly. Thank you, DSFH. Then we have Revenant for number 2. And those are the stats for that. After that one, we have Dawnbreak. That's number 3. We have Dawnbreak. And then for number 4, we have Fatal. Those are the stats for that one. Fatal. And the last one we have is the Divser. So those right there are the stats for the Divser. Right there. So in the order we pick those winners, they sort of get that. So I'm gonna pin that message so you know, everyone knows that that's the outline of everything. And now we're soon, not yet, don't worry, it's gonna happen. See. Oh, I see. Well, okay. The thing is, wait, let me just change that then. That's how we'll do it. And then we don't want a timer. And there you go. Everyone is, you guys get excited way too quickly. The bot tells you when it's open. Now you can enter. Now you do exclamation mark enter. And yeah. All the viewers just increased. Yeah, now you can do enter. And let's see. And yeah, I'm gonna let that run for a while and we'll just return to the quest. Shout that there is a giveaway. Plus 10k viewers. Rig the giveaway for me. How do I join the giveaway? Now giveaway, now giveaway. Don't spam it multiple times. Yeah, exactly like Hot Dog said. Don't spam it multiple times. You don't need a confirmation from the bot. You just need to type it in once. And then our next guest is HeyZeer0 or HeyZeer0. I don't know. We're gonna have to ask him how to pronounce his name. But yeah, he is our guest in 50 minutes. And we're gonna get a world restart soon. That is a bit annoying. Let's go. That's the only thing messaged in chat right now. Enter and confirmations. But you don't need to wait for the confirmation. As soon as you type it in once, you've entered. So that is fine. The screen is still on divser. Yes. We can just hide the divser like so, and then boop. Look at the colored lighting in here. No, you need to be logged in on you need to be logged in as far as I know to be able to type in chat. But yeah, you can also only enter with one account, so I'll save it here interview and then I might go. Okay. Okay, Hot Dog. You decide what you feel is best. Oh, we're gonna mess this up now. I bumped into the thing. Yep. Okay, let's go back. Whee. Wow. Oh, yeah, you can't click it several times. Yeah, what? Go, 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 go. Hup. Oh. Ah. So did I get, I mean, if you've typed entered, you're entered into the giveaway. I mean, last time we had more entries than viewers, so. I feel like, oh yeah, I did fail a puzzle, but since we're doing a giveaway, I'm gonna roll that afterwards. Otherwise, half of the time being under under the penalty will just be me rolling a giveaway. That's why I'm waiting with that. So we're gonna do that after the giveaway. Oh, I see it. You haven't yet rolled the failed puzzle. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, mobs. I forget that those exist here. Do I have slowness? Yep. Up, 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 up. Whilst you're waiting here, whilst everyone gets entered into the giveaway, if you have any questions you want to ask Seer, for example, our next guest, who's one of the developers of Wynncraft, write it in chat, and one of the managers will pick it out and save it. When will winner be rolled? In a while. I just want to give everyone enough time to... Oh, that's not good. Enough time to enter, and I also don't want to be in a sort of bad stage of a quest as well. But in a while. I feel like we're in a sort of good phase now, timing wise. So we'll hopefully be able to do question mark quests and such. I feel like we've timed it pretty well so far. Disable all performance scores. Wait, what? Wee. Wait, what? What does the I, F, and C mean on your screen? Wait, what? Eh? Wait, what? I don't know what that means. I don't understand the question more so. Oh, the ritualist stuff. Ah, I see. Yeah, I forget that those exist. These are masks. It's part of my thank you guys. It's part of my ability tree. You enable different masks for different boosts. For example, the L gives you a damage boost. Basically, the F gives you more so a defense boost, and then this one gives you a walk speed boost. Mainly, there are other benefits as well, but overall, decrease spell cost and such. All the content team members here to win all the stuff. Ocelot here. We got a moderator in chat. Stop your crimes. Yeah, you start where the sort of ultimate discovery is, so we just have to walk in this general direction. Can they make more rainbow DPS wands? Singularity is the only one. You're not a mod anymore. Wait, you're not a mod anymore? Oh, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze in a second. That's not good. Did I mute that? The music disappeared for a second. I don't know if I did. I think I did. Question for Seer: how did you become a mod? He's not a moderator. He's a developer. Ah, wait. Oh. I'm not even looking at Minecraft right now, so I have no clue what's happening. Ah. Oh, we got a world restart we gotta deal with too. Okay, hello, frog. Go to world 5, okay. How tall are you? We're on 4% now, so we've gone from like 1%. We've gotten 3% of the way to 106 in today's stream. All right. Hardest boss fight in the game. Yay, we're dying. Okay. Oh yeah, he's invisible. Can we just run past him now? Goodbye, yeah. We can. Frog, let me out of here. But yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Let's see. 102 people have entered. How are there more entries than viewers? I feel like there's people with alt accounts here. Of course they are. They always are. Alts are quite likely. When is the salted thing? I just want to know because it's probably the last thing I watch on YouTube. Salted. The interview with Salted will be at 8:30 to 10:30 p.m. UTC. So basically in 23 hours it starts. Yes. Around 23 hours. Can I talk? Hello. Okay, let's get out of here. Need walk speed. Eee. 1 person per vote. Yeah. I mean, there's only so many people I could recognize having an alt on, so. Do me a favor. Oh my god. Now he starts again. Alright. Let's finish this quest and then we'll roll the winners. How about that? Let's open that, put that in there. Okay, let's check here. Next one is going to be finding the light. Ooh. An alt will win again. What do you mean again? No one's alt has one. So, I mean, yeah. Let's roll the winners, shall we? Let's roll the winners. Oh no, I'm getting killed in game. Well, not really killed, but something's attacking me. So let's go into a hut and hide there. Alright, here we are. So let's roll some winners, shall we? I won VIP. Yeah, the thing is with the VIP role, I allowed for people to nominate another account. But winning a mythic goes to your main account, and so having multiple entries is unfair to everyone. But we are going to just, you know, roll it and see how it goes. I need to move this around slightly though. Really perfect. I guess it can't be perfect. Okay. I guess ready. Has everyone done it? I think so. Isn't there a website that will make alts and destroy them afterwards? Well, I mean, like, you would need an alt account. Because if you're on an alt, like, YouTube account, and then you and then you start at asking for the win on a different account. Like, let's say, you know, my account is Olinus10. So if I join and someone named Bert, you know, says give it to Olinus10, it would sound kind of suspicious, right? But yeah. So I guess if you're gonna have an alt, have a very different named alt. But yeah. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna close the entries right now. Yoink. And then we're gonna switch over like that so you guys can see. Okay, so remember, the first winner when we pick here wins the APOC. The second winner wins Revenant. The third winner wins Dawnbreak. The fourth winner wins Fatal. And the fifth winner wins the Divser. Okay? I'm gonna have a little notepad here so I can write down each winner. But first I'm gonna write APOC, and then we're gonna skip one, and we're gonna write Revenant, and then we're gonna write Dawnbreak, and then we're gonna write Fatal, and then we're gonna write Divser. So we're doing one roll so you guys don't have to spam the chat with enter several times. So let's pick a winner, shall we? Winner of the APOC. Drum roll, please. I'm not good with drum rolls. Let's just win. Turb! Yeah, we know that's a viewer and not an alt because he's been active in chat all the time. You won the APOC. Congratulations. Winner of the Revenant is Scott Fung. GG. Congratulations. Let me know what your Minecraft account name is, so we know who to give it to. Winner of the Dawnbreak is MouseComp. There we go. And now for the Fatal, we have Pedro. Or Pedro. There we go. Wins the Fatal. And then we have the Divser. The final prize goes to Candle, I'm assuming? Candle. There you go, guys. Congratulations. It wasn't rigged. Because if so, I would have won them back. Even though I didn't enter. Okay, so let's see. Wait, Candle is the dude that's been stream sniping the entire game. One of the followers in the game. Let's see, can I click here? Yeah. Wait, what's your main account name? Or like, what's your Minecraft account name? Let's see, type in your Minecraft account name. MouseComp hasn't said anything in the chat. Electro underscore. Or Scott Fung Electro underscore. Oops. Somehow that pasted it in weirdly. Oops. Oh, that's weird. Yeah. There we go. And DrBracewell. Okay. We just wait for MouseComp to say anything in chat. MouseComp is a bot. You're actually a goat. I'm actually a goat, like not greatest of all time, but actually like a goat. The real winners are the friends we made along the way. You're right, Meef. I'm gonna go eat now. GG's to all, and if someone doesn't respond, give me the mythics. Yes, if MouseComp doesn't say anything, we give it to Octa. That's the Dawnbreak. Yeah, Pedro, what was your main account? I saw you. Yeah, you're logging in. What's your Minecraft account name called? Write it with the same account that you're writing in chat with. The real winner is Linus for getting 10k subs. Penalty wheel, penalty wheel, penalty wheel. You want to watch me suffer. Looks like an alt. Kinda sus. Rehydrate yourself, Linus drink tips. Yes, I'm gonna have a cup of tea in tomorrow's stream as well, because so far it's been working. We've also had more guests today, so there's probably been a bit less talking for me to do. My MC name is Kiro. I saw you type that. Okay. Mouse comp is the one we don't know about. Has been quite active or inactive. The real winner's me, because I'll be in VC with Salted tomorrow and there's nothing he can do about it. Oh, that's funny, Lou, because I'm gonna make it so everyone's muted. Also, I have to ask Salted if he's fine with it or if he wants it to be a direct call. Yes, you can be there, actually. Yeah, that's true. Lou, you can be there. Bam. Re-roll, re-roll, re-roll. Okay, let's give it like a minute or something and then we can re-roll. How about that? How about that? So let's wait a bit and then we're re-rolling the dawn break if Mouse Comp hasn't said anything in chat, okay? So let's just switch back real quick and then we can sort of meet the winners. If everyone is getting online. If someone with rank wins VIP, what happens? Okay, when we do the penalty wheel, and if someone if someone with a rank wins in the VIP penalty wheel, you can't get a VIP upgrade because well, the price difference is unfair. So someone who would only win VIP would win less in terms of monetary value. But you can, if you can nominate an account that doesn't have a rank, you can nominate. Otherwise, we'll re-roll. So if you have a friend or if you have an alt account, that's the only time we allow alt accounts. You can nominate them to get VIP. Done with YouTube. If I win, sell it to the blacksmith and leave the scrap in the chest and close it. Thanks. What, you wouldn't give it to someone else if you won? But yeah, so our next quest on the roster is finding the light. So we could go start that and then we could, oh, we got a supporter, Sayo. Thank you for joining the support or the member group or becoming a member. I'm really bad at talking about it because I have so few members. But you if you join my Discord, it should automatically give you the member role. But yeah, thank you for becoming a member. But yeah, guys, can you give me VIP? If I don't win and you have VIP already, I would appreciate that. We'll keep that in mind, Skullman. Alliance, you should join my house. The great Tonarn is here. We need to start the quest, I'm thinking, and then we can make our way to Sinfras and then the winners that are online and available, because I am understanding if you've given the Minecraft name of your account and you can receive the winnings at some point during the event, later or tomorrow's event, you know, you can write in chat and remind me and we can make that work. If you can't receive the sort of winning item with sort of within the time frame of the event, we must re-roll because I have a lot of studying to do after I'm done with the event, so I'm not going to be able to get online as much. Penalty wheel, penalty wheel. Yeah, we'll start the penalty wheel as soon as we finish the giveaway. So we're just going to start this and then make our way to Sinfras. There we can meet everyone, and we can also re-roll if we haven't heard from the last winner. What if I'm only level 52? You can still win. If you mean that you can't get to the area and such, we can always solve that through other means. Wait, no. Are we on the go to? Oh, invalid book tag. Yeah, okay. See you guys in Sinfras. Whee! Let's go. Alright. Other means are Deathless. Exactly. Sinfras or Deathless, the two hubs. I wonder if Fruma is gonna have a central hub of some kind. I mean, sort of evil rulers are usually located in the center of their empire. That way they can sort of look over their entire sort of kingdom. What will be the 20k event? I buy Wynncraft or become an admin because well, I don't know. What are you studying? I study law. I'm in law school. Through my balls. Exactly, DSVH. Alright. Let's see if we have any of our winners here. Alright, time's up. Yep, time is up. And the mouse comp hasn't said anything in chat. I'm just gonna enable so you guys can see the roles so you don't think I'm lying. You ever see, you know, I'm going between here. We can see more messages from the people in chat. What world? We're on what world are we on, guys? That's a good question. I don't even know myself. We're on world 5, but we can switch if that's needed. And Sinfras. So, as you can see, no new messages. So we're gonna re-roll mouse comp. As you can see, 3rd winner in the row. He won the dawn break, so we are gonna re-roll the dawn breaks. So pick a winner. Boink. Crouton 18. I know that guy. He's the one who did the Rickroll when he leveled a bunch of classes. Also part of the warrior cult. Crouton 1. Bruh. Okay, dude, you gotta get online now so you can claim your prize. Bam. Okay. Now we can disable that, and we can hop over to the game again. And then we can actually go back to this view. Remove that border. That was actually a nice transition with the border sort of removing. Okay, so CND1, the account name of Candle in chat, won the Divser. Yay! Take care of it. It's the first mythic I ever found myself. I know, I'm giving it away. Never sell it. Never sell it. There we go. It is actually the first mythic I found. Why don't you keep it for sentimental value? Because I wanted to have a cool giveaway. Alright, next up. No, you didn't win. No, you didn't win. Electro underscore. Electro underscore was Scott Fung, so you won the Revenant. There we go. Right, so making sure I'm trading the right person. There you go. Congratulations. Phoenix, you didn't win anything. Oh, Kiro. Wait, Kiro, just making sure it's spelled the same way as in chat. That's Pedro, and you won the Fatal. It's a very nice Fatal, sponsored from one of our event managers, actually. So thank our event managers for helping out. Thank you. Gave me a block even. Wait, I can't put that in there because then we will count winnings incorrectly. Okay, so then we have Trabsol. Yeah, I notice you. That's Turb, and you won the Apocalypse. Wait, Trabsol, where did you go? You keep running around. Can't see you. So hard to see, but there you are. Stop moving around. There you go. Congratulations, you won the APOC. APOC is really good. I have a melee build I could show you that's pretty good. Give the dawn break to the shadow guy or reroll. It says Crouton. Who's the this shadow? The shadow spy guy? You want to give him the dawn breaks? I can respect wanting it to give it to someone else as long as the correct winner that sort of decides it. No one tries to trick around. But Crouton said that in chat. No, not that shadow person. What shadow person? Who's the other shadow person? Crouton? The level 52 guy in chat. Oh, the level 52 guy in chat. Who said they were level 50? Now everyone's gonna be like, I'm level 52. Oh, yeah, you said give it to the level 52 guy. I see. I'm just trying to see which name or like where they said it. Oh, shadow in the corner, dagger in my chest. Yes. Shadow thingy. Alright, yeah. Say psych right now? Yeah, okay. So, shadow in the corner, dagger in my chest. What's your Minecraft name? I'm level 52. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna put that back and then we're gonna do it this way then. We're gonna switch to a class that is... No, this one is not in a good place. This one's in Ragni. That's accessible. Everyone's gonna rob this count. Saxus. I'll be in Deathless. Okay, I'll meet you in Deathless. Have this done tunnel trouble? Oh no, it hasn't. Do I have Deathless scrolls? No. Okay, I'll get to Deathless. I'll get to Deathless. This one has definitely been. This is the class we did the all quest stream for back in 2020. I can't afford it. I'm too poor. Where's all my money at? Ah! I'm giving away all my monies. Oh. There we go. Okay. Deathless? Boink. I was also level 52 once. Wait, what world are you on? Wait, he said his name. So, what? Yeah, there. Sex sus. Kinda sus, not gonna lie. World 30. Alright, I'm gonna switch to 30. I'll be right back on World 5 in a moment. Don't worry. Okay, where is he? There you are. Get here, you. No, don't run around the tree. Get over here. There we go. Hello. Now that is level 52 stuff, alright. Okay. Trade, trade, trade. You won these thingies. You're just spinning around. Hello? 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 I did it. We did it. Okay, there we go. Congratulations. You're now rich. With DrBracewell. I was also once though. Bro is an NPC, Lima. Oh, I might be invisible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's why he was running around the tree. Okay, I'm gonna switch back to 5 where everyone was all already. And it's already 20 minutes until our next interview. I'm in queue because I'm not on YouTube rank on this account. Yeah, let's roll penalty while we're waiting. Let's roll penalty. That's fine. Okay, let's see. No armor, 1 hour. No armor, 1 hour. Wait, we're doing... No. We're doing quests with mobs. That's not gonna be fun. Okay. Can someone get off with champion or something so I can get off? Why is a foot missing? Why is a foot missing? Or why is there an added foot, I guess? What is with the... Already halfway falling asleep, but I don't want to miss your interview. Right. We're just gonna switch to 10. No, we have to do lobby now. We're just gonna go back to world 10. Ta-da! We did it. Wait, so no armor. We're gonna have to fix the... Like... Good that we're in a city then. There we go. Oh. What do you want to trade? ReneCZ scroll. Will we need a ReneCZ scroll for more quests? I'm uncertain. Don't you know that there's a PnE course? Yeah, I do know that. What about them? Left the world should open a slot now. My username and skin got changed by my brother. I think my original username was like Korean X. Ooh. So yeah, now we're oh, you want to trade? I have a boat. Okay, you get my boat and I get your boat. There we go. Alright. Let me just check here. Yoink. Just fixing things. There we go. Library. Oh. Let's see. Oh. Hello. You want to trade? Speed Surge. This is actually one of my favorite items. Build team meeting. I'm part of the build team. Oh, Fruma. Alright, let's do this. So, let me just prepare some things in a second. Alright, something. What the Fruma? Oh. Someone did it, but it doesn't work because we gotta read this first. Does that work now? No. Still gotta do everything. Oh wait, you guys are trying to kill me because I don't have armor on. Sneaky. But yeah, I'm just gonna check Lexdale Witch Trials, Forbidden Prison. Ooh, that's gonna be a good one. Troubled Tribesman, Hollow Serenity. Only good quests about to happen. Reincarnation, yeah. Let's see. You see my warp? They're comparing mythics down there, I think. Oh. Can still use spells, haha. Unless I fail another puzzle. Then I won't be able to. But yeah, let's see. I'm gonna when's the VIP penalty giveaway? Well, we haven't rolled a VIP penalty yet, so we've only rolled a no armor, and before it was no spells. But there is an increased chance of it being VIP, but we haven't rolled that, so. Oh no, there's so many things in here. Why did they make them ranged? Ranged mobs are bad. Wait, I can still heal? No, because spells are not allowed in. Wait, parkour. Watch me suffer. Ah, why is there a mob following me? Can someone help me? No. No, this is how I die. Up. That went great. How about we get started on our next interview? Wait, let's see. I'm wondering if the mod you use hide armor has a forged version. I mainly play on 1.12.2. I don't know. I haven't actually looked into it. We can't enter. Oh. You can only enter once. Oh, it breaks now. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked into other mods similar to it for 1.12.2. But yeah, the reason I didn't was because I wanted fabric for better performance, so I could add a bunch of mods. But yeah, speaking of modding Wynncraft, should we get started on our next interview? From developing the mod most beloved by the Wynncraft community to actively working on the game itself, our next guest is none other than HeyZeer0. Or is it HeyZeer0? You're gonna have to correct us. Oh yeah, unmute as well. There we go.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, chat. Hello, Linus. How are you all?
Well, I'm doing great. My voice is working at this hour. It didn't yesterday, so I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm been fine, but yeah, I can guess. I have been here for a bit, so makes sense.
Mm.
But yeah, you can call me HeyZeer0, HeyZeer0, or whatever you want. I'm used to be called a lot of things, so it's up to you.
Have the content team been closely watching this event as I go through one by one? But yeah, before we sort of get into the nitty and gritty stuff, tell us about your experience of Wynn before all modding and dev work. How did you get into Wynn in the first place?
Oh, I think I joined Wynncraft when, like, 1 week after it launched, so my account is, like, really, really old. And I was quite impressed by how the server was built, even if it was, like, way different than what it was today, and it kind of, like, caught my eyes, and it was like, holy cow, this is really cool. So I always had, like, some fascination for Wynncraft.
A true OG. We've had a few OG guests, and we've had a few newer players on here. But with sort of Wynncraft in mind, before you started modding and before you became a developer, what was your favorite part of the game? What did you enjoy doing the most?
Okay, before I was modding Wynncraft, I think before I was starting modding Wynncraft, I was like just playing normally the game. I was doing my quests, maybe doing some dungeons, and I noticed that there was like specific stuff that Wynncraft was lacking, and it was mostly because they couldn't do it, and that was like my cue to to make Windows at least.
And seeing as you're one of the admins of Windows, what inspired its creation?
Well, it's exactly what I said. There was like some other mods that were already related to Wynncraft, but none of them had I had like a view of what could be done about creating a Minecraft mod for Wynncraft, which was actually, my plan was not actually to just provide a bunch of utilities, was to actually improve the game itself with the tools that it couldn't have because it was vanilla. So that's when comes like the custom class selection, the health bar, and stuff like that. My goal was always to improve the game and make it better to play and make sure it was like satisfying all around and stuff like that.
Yeah. You sort of answered my next question, because Windows came in a time that there were other sort of community mods. Was the sort of idea to surpass them in a sort of level that haven't been seen before?
Well, my initial idea, because I didn't do this all alone. I have my partner Siu with me at the beginning.
Yeah. And
Siu was one of the developers for one mod that was trying to get back into the modding scene. You can say that. But our plan was all along was not actually, we didn't want to replace this mod. We wanted to be better, but we wanted to grab everyone that made a Wynn mod and then just get them to collectively work into the same thing. So we could make like the ultimate Wynncraft mod. And that's where Windows was born.
I see. And I mean, seeing as Windows is the most popular community mod in the history of Wynncraft, I feel like you succeeded, right?
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, of course, it's not only my efforts. There is like the whole Windows thing. There's the people that are currently working on Artemis that are doing a great job. I'm really grateful for everyone that ever touched Windows or even contributed to it, even if it's like a small contribution. Everything is worth.
Yeah. And I know nothing about modding, right? I know how to add mods, and that's about the limit of my knowledge. But I would assume that it's harder to mod for a specific server than just the normal game. Is that the case?
It kind of is. The problem, I mean, when we started with Windows, we were using like Forge, and Forge is heavily designed to be created for like client and server mods at the same time. So you have like new blocks and stuff, new blocks and APIs for that stuff that makes it easier to create this kind of stuff, and not really for client-side mods, which is the case for Windows. So most of the time we were like constantly reinventing the wheel, trying to make Forge work with stuff that it didn't.
Yeah.
And we were basically hacking it entirely to make the mod work as it currently is. That has slightly changed a bit with Artemis, because Forge is still kind of the same way it is, but we have Fabric. Fabric is like way more open, and the implementation is whatever you want it to be, which makes it way easier to actually code and to and maintain it than the original Windows source code.
Yeah. Has working on Legacy gotten easier over time?
Well, the problem with Legacy is that its Legacy architecture is not really well designed. Windows was the first mod I ever wrote, so I did a lot of mistakes while creating the core part of the mod. It wasn't only me that did it, but we were like mostly inexperienced, and fixing mistakes, fixing like this kind of mistakes takes a lot of time, and most of the time we're just adding more and making it even more spaghetti. So the Legacy code base, it has parts that are more modern and has like better stability and stuff like that, but it has parts that is like a completely mess and really spaghetti code.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have like a proper model or a proper architecture. We just had a vision, but we didn't have the full vision, so we recreated an architecture that was not enough for what we wanted.
Is that something you're trying to, I know you haven't worked on it a lot yourself, but is that something the Wintil's team is trying to keep in mind when working on the Artemis version?
Yes, I haven't actually contributed to Artisans at all. I have only gave them my thoughts and what I think would be cool, and maybe like some advice over it, or helped fixing specific bugs or stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yes, one of the Artemis goals was to actually rewrite the entire mod and create the basic structure that could allow us to create more features easily. So we have like proper configurations and stuff like that, and the proper overlays as well, and a lot of other stuff that are way better done than how they're on Legacy.
Yeah. And speaking of features, do you have a favorite feature, either just from using or a favorite feature to having worked on?
For Windows, oh, I love
Yeah.
the music player. It's my favorite feature.
What has been some of the more tricky features to work on?
What was the trickiest feature, or if the music player was tricky?
Oh, I mean, if the music player was tricky, then that too. But if if you have any other,
No,
sort of-
I think the most tricky feature to get first was the map, because I had no idea how to make it.
yeah,
So I had to like learn quite a bunch of OpenGL and stuff like that, because I had to make the map efficient, and there was quite some thought on making maps. It's not that simple, especially for like minimap. The main map is kind of easy. It's just like a texture there, but the minimap is like, it has way more thought into it, because you need to scissor, and then you have like the square version, which is quite easy to draw, but then you have the circle one, which needs a mask, so it gets a little bit more complicated.
yeah, I can see that. And sort of on the topic of the map, Wynncraft minimap rules are quite strict on what can be shown and what can't be shown. Is that sort of something you have to learn from sort of after you make a mistake? Like you make the mod and then you sort of get told by a moderator or something, or is that something you can work together with before you became a developer? Sort of, is there a sort of contact you can have with moderators and such within Wynncraft?
For the map in specific, the rules aren't that restrictive. You just have like, you can't have cave maps and you can't show entities, and that's pretty much it. But yes, we do actually have a channel that we can talk with the moderators. It's called Consultation on the Wynncraft Discord. Sorry, not the Wynncraft, the Wintil's Discord. And whenever we have a question, we want to know if a feature is allowed or what they think about a feature, we just ask in there generally. So yeah, that's the way we have kept talking with the Wynncraft moderators. Even before I was a dev, we would always check if we had a feature that we thought could be illegal, we would just ask there, and they would answer or check with someone else. That's usually how it goes.
Moving on to your role as a Wynncraft developer, how did that come about? How did you become a developer for Wynn?
That's a weird story. So I found a bug in the game that allowed you to break the game barrier. So imagine you would join the game, but you would not be in the same time in the game. You would play in like Minecraft vanilla. So you could interact with loot chests and do everything you would do on a vanilla, but you were not actually in the game. So I had this bug, and it was like, I told someone to fix that. I told like a random developer to fix it. I don't remember who it was, but they never fixed it, and it was quite abusable because you could probably use it to find some random exploit. But it was never fixed. So what I did, I DM'd Jomla, and he answered me about it. And then after some time, I DM'd him again with a major issue, with another major. This one was actually even bigger. I'm not gonna discuss what it is because it was like a bad issue. And then that's when he asked me if I was interested on joining the Wynncraft development team, and if I had experience dealing with Minecraft servers, which I have. I have quite a bunch of experience with Minecraft servers in specific.
Really? What is your previous experience of servers before Wynn?
Yeah, I have quite a couple actually. mostly I am Brazilian, so I mostly worked with Brazilian networks. But yeah, I also worked on for example, I worked on a PvP network on Brazil that was kind of the same size as Wynn, so I already had like some experience. Of course, it's not the exact same experience as Wynn because Wynn is an MMORPG and that was like just a PvP server. But the concepts, like what is behind the Minecraft server and the architectures and knowledge is pretty much the same still.
Yeah. Quite a unique story on how you became a developer. You sort of personally
It's
reached
kind of
out
lucky.
Yeah, that's very lucky. But what does the job as a developer mean? What are your responsibilities?
I think the best way to describe my job is that I am a gameplay developer. So what I do is I create gameplay features alongside Salted, for example. Salted designs it and I create it. I code it. And I also create tools for the content team to do their work. So for example, I'm not responsible for creating quests, but I'm responsible for creating the tools for the city to make quests.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I'm also creating any other gameplay mechanic. For example, you have the ability tree that was made by me. You have the, I don't know, the war system and stuff like that.
So you sort of you write the code and sort of make it work.
Yeah.
Basically.
I also design some features as well. For example, the party finder, it's all my design.
The party finder is all your design. Ooh.
Yeah.
Did you come up with the idea?
No, Salted. I don't remember the specific. I don't remember what was the specific, but Salted wanted to make a party finder. But he had to go somewhere and he was gonna get busy for like 2 weeks. So he asked if I could make it. And if I could like make the entire design for it because he was not gonna be able to do it. It was something like that. So I just designed it entirely. That includes how it works, the menus, and everything else, including like the matchmaker, which is also part of the party finder.
And sort of on the same topic of discussing things with Salted and such, we've talked a lot with the other content team members about their autonomy in their role, right? You work closely with Salted, I would assume, but who decides what you work on? Can you come up with your own ideas and work on that, or do you sort of work on what you're told to work on?
It depends. I do work very closely to Salted, but sometimes things we do are my ideas. Sometimes it's his ideas. We just have like a priority of what we want to see or features that can be done. We usually work in dev cycles because we have a lot of contents in the game, but we don't have that many developers, so we can't work on everything at the same time. So we just pick a focus and then we improve that, and then we go to the next topic and then we improve that. So that's basically how we work. So yes, I can come up with ideas and I can discuss them with Salted. And usually what I do is I just write the idea. I create like a ticket for it. And then I talk with Salted, and if he thinks it's cool, I finalize the ticket, and then we keep it there sitting. And whenever we reach that part of the development where we can pick that ticket, I would pick it up and add it to the list we're gonna develop for the next update, if that makes sense.
Yeah. But Jumla, right? He's the head developer. Do you work closely with him as well?
At the moment, Jumla is not really active, so I'm basically mostly replacing his role as a developer.
I see. Is
But
Wynncraft
there is only me, so I'm
Yeah.
just the developer, and Crunkle, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Is Wynncraft in need of more developers?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Well, it depends on the amount of stuff we want to do in an update, if that makes sense. If you want to create a huge project, that would take like, if we want to do, for example, change half of the game randomly, we would need more developers. But it depends on the amount of times we're doing these changes, because the thing is, I can work quite fast, but I'm only a single person, so I can only work at one thing at a time. if that makes sense. So it's like you are parallelizing the jobs. So the more developers you have, and more content can be developed at the same time.
Yeah. And seeing as you're sort of taking on all of this on your own, how's your workload? Is it stressful and overwhelming, or do you find a way to manage?
Sometimes it can be stressing, but I kind of like what I do. So I never think it is as a stress factor that makes me that makes me feel bad or something like that. But yeah, sometimes you have like big updates or upcoming stuff that can make it stressful. For example, if you're making a release, but it's not stress about not being able to keep with it. It's more about it by itself. For example, if you're making the 2.0 release, I'm stressed because it's a big release and not because of whatever other reason.
Yeah. And seeing how being a developer for Wynncraft is a paid position, unlike the content team, which are mainly volunteers. What differentiates the sort of amount of work and responsibilities you would have to the content team?
The content team is more freestyle, and while I have like the list of tasks that I need to do. For example, currently I'm working on something, and I know exactly what I need to do, and stuff like that. But the content team is more like a freestyle. So for example, we have like a request system that managers can just do a request, and anyone that is part of the specific team can just pick that request and do it. That's basically how this CT work. But as the developer, I have my specific list of tasks that I need to do.
I see. How has it been to be a developer so far?
It has been great. As I said before, I really like what I do, and I'm really grateful for being here at Wynncraft.
Yeah.
I like the freedom that developing for Wynncraft gives me, and because I really like MMORPGs, and I really like the freedom that you have on creating one. It's like a specific feeling that you get when it's like you're creating a universe or helping creating something like that, and it's a really cool feeling, and that's what keeps me going.
Tell us about sort of a regular day in your life. How does it go? Do you work on Wynn all day?
I work partial time, so that's about 4 hours per day. Usually, sometimes I work less, or sometimes I work more. It depends on how excited I am to make something, mostly.
Yeah.
For example, if I have a cool feature that I'm like, holy cow, this is gonna be incredible to make. Even if it's hard, it's gonna be like a cool challenge. Then I might work like 8 hours in a day. But most of the time I'm working 4, because I feel like the more I work, less productive I am being, because it's a very complicated task, developing stuff, because you are not only creating. Sometimes you're creating something. Sometimes you're doing the architecture of a project. Sometimes you're designing specific things for like menus and stuff like that, sound effects and stuff like that. So the more time you are doing the same task, less effective you are on it, because you get burned out of doing it.
Yeah.
So it's not really effective for you to work, or at least for me to work 8 hours in a row, unless I'm really excited about it, which is some already happened in the past quite a couple of times.
Yeah. And speaking of, about things that excite you to work on, what has been the most exciting things that you have worked on that's sort of completed, aka, that you can't tell us about?
You have the ability tree. I was really excited for the ability tree. The development of the ability tree, like the core system, like the menus, how it would work, how the stuff links, and how it unlocks. I did it literally like in max 2 weeks, because I was so excited that I couldn't stop working on it. But then we have to do all the abilities, think on that, and it was still a fun experience to do it, but it was a lot of work. Because imagine that you have have 5 classes, but each class has 3 archetypes. So it's like you're developing 15 classes, and you have like hundreds and hundreds of abilities that are custom tailored and custom coded. So yeah, at the end, I was really burned out of working on the ability tree. It still am kind of a little bit. I remember with like the last things I was doing was like the powder specials, and it was like, I can't face this anymore. I'm so burned out of the ability tree code. But it was an exciting project.
And speaking
And
of the,
I really like it.
yeah, you mentioned the powder specials.
Yep.
You told me that you work on particles for spells and etc. Did you work on the particles or like the particle effects that showcase the powder specials?
Yeah, I made all of them actually. So, yeah, all of the weapon specials and the I don't think the armor specials have any particles, but I might be wrong. I don't remember anymore. I think it's only the weapons. But yeah, I made all of them.
Did you also work on all the spells?
Yeah. Most of I don't remember what is like the percentage or ratio of what particles I made and what particles were made by someone else, but I was leading the particle makers, the particle artists, and my goal was always just to make it. I had like I have like a huge problem with like audio, sounds, and visual clutterness. I don't really like stuff that gets into your vision. It like really bothers me quite a bunch, and I don't really like stuff that is like spamming the audio as well. So that's something I always took care of when like telling people to make particles or making them myself. I'm not a really good pixel artist, but some of the particles that I made are kind of right. And if I thought I had like a good idea that I couldn't make, I would just like ask someone else to make. So I have like Fishcute that helped me quite a lot on making particles. He made a lot of them, and it's the real MVP on the ability tree.
Are you
I
happy
need
with,
a lot of more people that have.
Are you happy with how it turned out?
Yeah, I'm quite happy with how it turned out. I know that some people don't like specific spells or, for example, the new bash animation or stuff like that, but I'm actually happy with that. But yeah, you can't please everyone, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's something I've asked every guest actually. You know, how they deal with feedback and criticism. As the sort of main developer, when the community, but perhaps also other content team members, sort of have a tripe with one of your creations, how do you handle both positive but also negative feedback?
Well, it's a little bit more complicated. It goes a little deep, but essentially, I don't really like the professional archetype. I don't want to, for example, if I'm talking to the community, I'm not gonna give like professional entries and stuff like that. I like people to know that I'm also human and that I can also make mistakes. And the way I deal with this kind of like negative feedback is that I always try to explain what I had in mind or what were my plans. But sometimes people can be toxic, and in this case, I either just stop answering or just try to convince the people of what my point is, even if it does. It's like talking. I don't really like offending people, so I avoid that at max. I don't really like conflicts. I like to have ideas, and I like to brainstorm ideas, and I don't really mind if an idea is bad or not. For example, you can have a horrible idea, but it can be used for something else. That's the mindset I always have. So that's basically how I deal with like feedback, and I'm always open to hear what people have to say, but as long as they are not being toxic, of course. And I will always try to discuss, and sometimes you might point to me something that I will like, oh yeah, that's actually true, I should change that, and I will do it, because for me it's more important that the game is good for everyone than my own pride or something like that, because I love the game and I want it to be good, if that makes sense.
I mean, that seems to be a pretty good way of handling it, you know, listening to feedback if it's worth listening to, and if it's just toxic nonsense, then to disregard it.
Yep.
Sort of backtracking to your work on 2.0. It did the sort of amount of work persist or increase or decrease after the updates release, considering we've gotten so many patches with balancing?
No, I'm currently working on stuff. So yeah, I'm always working on stuff. There is always stuff to be worked. That's so yes, I'm currently working on a really cool project that I can't talk about, but it's gonna be cool. That's what I can say. So yeah, there is like I'm always, since I'm the most active developer, there is like I'm always doing something, and even if it's not like related to making features, it's like I'm bug fixing, or I'm fixing the network because a crash happens or something like that. Or for example, if we reach our limits and we need more space for more players because a lot of players are joining, I also need to handle that, and so go on. I'm always doing stuff basically.
And on that topic, are there things you would like to add or create in the future that you haven't sort of been able to do yet?
Yeah, of course. I have a lot of changes that I would like to see on Wynncraft, but I'm not gonna talk about them because they might be done, and then we'll be spoiling.
And sort of, you came from this whole background of Windtills and modding. Do you feel like that helped you sort of already knowing things you want to add to Wynncraft? Did that sort of help with ideas? I'm thinking, since you became a developer, we've, for example, seen the quest beacon, right? Which was only a Windtills feature before. But now it's part of the game.
Yeah, the quest beacon is quite a funny story, because it was like, I think it was my second task that Salted asked me to do when I joined the team, and the first concept we have with the beacon was so bad. We had like a literally Minecraft beacon that would spawn every time you would walk. It would not follow properly, and it kind of worked, but it was like really bad because the beacon would disappear and it would take like 5 seconds for it to appear on the next position that you would need to follow. And then Crunkle came up with the idea of actually using the beacon we have today, using models and stacking them upwards, and that's what he had. And that actually blew my mind, because I wasn't like, when I joined, I was so fixated with like vanilla structure that I didn't realize there was a possibility. So when Crunkle suggested that, it actually blew my mind, because I was like, holy cow, there is a lot of potential of how stuff can be done. We can, and that's mostly what we are doing on Wynncraft. We are grabbing Minecraft features and we are completely tweaking them to make some cool stuff. And we abuse everything we have in our power to make this stuff to happen. So that's actually one of the things that I really like of working on Wynncraft. The like, when you figure out something new, or something you can abuse to make to make feature or whatever it is, it's a really good feeling. Even though it's still hacky, like creating, like, if it would be an actual game, it's still quite satisfying when you are able to create something. For example, the ability tree menu, right? That is like way different than every other menu we have.
Yeah, how can such things, like, how can non-vanilla things be created? You mentioned the menu, which is a good example, right? Because it's made out of like 5 different textures, right? There's like a middle section, a top corner, and bottom corner for each side.
There is 4 actually.
Oh.
But yeah, the thing, so when we were developing the ability tree, we were going to do it like all the other menus, where we have like the upper part be where you would have the connections, but the tree also requires buttons. Like, you have the pagination button, you have like to go to the next page, go back, and then you have the reset button and stuff like that. And if you would have that on the main page, you would lose a bunch of space that could be done for abilities, and that would like limit our potential quite a lot. So when Salted presented me his idea of how he thought the ability tree menu could look like, I was like, that's gonna be a problem. What if we actually use the player inventory to place button as well? So that's how the ability tree menu works. We are both using the top inventory. We have like the normal inventory up, but we are also using the player inventory. For example, if you open the ability tree menu right now and you take a look at your hotbar, you're going to notice that all your items are kind of vanished. That's because we replaced your inventory with the ability tree menus buttons.
No way. Wait, so this is like a double chest or something, and then this is our own inventory.
Yeah.
No way.
You have your double chest, that is the upper part of the ability tree, and you have your inventory where the buttons are, like the next page, the skill point and stuff like that. And that's the kind of hacky stuff we are always doing. There is way more cases of this.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now I can't unsee it, the little square on the bottom here. Just wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I ruined it. Just kidding.
Oh, that's very creative. Wow, what a solution. But do you feel like with the tools you have, do you feel limited in what you can create since you're bound by another game essentially?
Yeah, definitely. I wish we had we could change the client easily, because then we could do a lot of cooler stuff. But unfortunately, yeah, there are some limitations, and especially because we are running on lower versions like 1.12. There are features that we could do that are like 1.13 plus that would be really cool, but we can't because we need to support 1.12 as well. So yeah, that's also something that limits the amount of stuff we can do.
And speaking of 1.12 and such, you know, when we had Afro as a builder, you know, he mentioned how switching to a newer version would allow for more options in block palette selections and such. Do you think that it would be realistic to for Wynncraft to update in the future to a higher version?
Updating to a higher version would require a lot of work on the server code, mostly because it's currently not. It's like a mix of a bunch of versions, which is not good. But yeah, definitely. But there is a lot of stuff we can do to actually make like 1.19 blocks be available in the game. Because we can just, for example, for blocks, we can just translate or replace them in older versions. For example, if you have like a purple block on a new version, we could replace this block on a lower version with like purple wool or whatever has a similar texture and the same color.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's not like a big issue for us. At least for blocks in specific, we can always pull them back. But there are certain features we can't use.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't make sense for other players.
Seeing as,
for example, new sounds.
Yeah. Yeah, that is something that's been added as well with newer quests. But seeing as to the sort of modding community now, right? Wynn is moving to 1.19 and such. Do you think it would be a good idea for Wynncraft to update? You know, it would not only give more blocks, you know, but it would give more mob models and probably allow for other tools to be used.
Yeah, there is definitely way more tools you can have in upper versions. You have core game shaders that can be used to manipulate what you were actually seeing in the game, which could be useful for making quite some insane features. But honestly, even though Windows is on 1.19.2, our good portion of our player base is still playing on 1.12.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that would be ideal to change or force change. If it would happen, it would need to be smooth. Like, find a way to incentivize people to play on upper versions.
Yeah.
Then just like completely locking it, and then whenever we run out of players playing on 1.12, then we completely switch to the upper version. But that's a hard task to do. It's not easy.
That's a good point. But sort of on the topic of tools, right? I've asked the other content team members. We got on the topic of what they're able to use, right? AfroSnail, for example, mentioned that it would be great if quality assurance had more tools that would allow them to jump into a specific section of a quest, right? So they could easily bug test it, for example. Are there any tools you as a developer would want?
Well, not really, because I can just create the tools I want. But in this case, for quality assurance, yes, quality assurance sometimes lacks the tools. But in specific for the case AfroSnail, it's not really a thing that developers should work. Like jumping to specific parts of the quest. That's something that the person that is creating the quest, the GM that is creating the quest, should do, because they can just create a script that jumps the player to that part of the quest. And that's how I've tried to make the CT design their quest based on common game design points. For example, having checkpoints every once in a while. Like, it doesn't need to be an actual checkpoint, but like a point on the progress of the quest that players can just jump back into it, because it makes it as a fail safe, if that makes sense. And we have tools for making that already. But yeah. We will always, like, the content team will always want new tools, because it's good to play with new toys, and sometimes you need something that doesn't exist yet. But yeah, and that's why we put effort on creating more tools. But yeah, of course we are always gonna lack tools. But it's not like we want to create even cooler content. It's just like sometimes we don't have time to actually develop all the tools.
Do you have conversations within the team on what they would want to see given to them as tools and such?
Yeah, usually what happens is that managers will tell me and Salted if they need something, or if players or if the content team needs something. They are usually they just go there. We have like an ideas channel on the staff Discord, and people will just like randomly put ideas, even if it's for the game or if it's like a random tool they could use, and stuff like that. It's not like we are always welcoming ideas for tools. Because if it's something, there is like efficiency is really good. If there is something you can do more efficient than what you're doing right now, that means you'll be consuming less time to make the same content, if that makes sense. So giving more tools is guaranteeing that content will be made faster, and they will also have better quality, as long as the tool has also quality. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm skipping back to the previous conversation here about the version, because we got a question here from one of our event managers. What's the main reason holding Wynncraft back? Is it the player base, or is it the amount of things that would break due to the code being for older version?
And what do you mean by holding Wynncraft back?
Sort of holding what's the reason that Wynncraft isn't updating to a higher version?
It's just that the code is it's very spaghetti at the moment. It's less since I joined, because he wrote like good portions of it, but still happens. And the server core specifically is quite spaghetti. There is like as I say before, there is like a lot of players playing on lower versions, and more stuff in general like that. It would be a hard task to, as a single developer, to actually update everything. Honestly, it would be easier to just write a server software from scratch than to use like one of the availables currently, like Spigot or Craft Bucket or whatever you prefer.
Yeah. So it's both a mix of the player base, but also the sort of internal code.
Yeah.
We got a question from chat here that was, since you work part-time, I'm assuming, do you consider Wynncraft a hobby or more of a career?
Yeah, Wynncraft is my main work. I only work on Wynncraft.
Oh yeah, Tony asked in chat, when do you plan on joining bingo night? Our squad needs you.
I don't know, dude. I have been really busy. So yeah, bingo night.
Yeah. Taking into account that you're an admin of Wynncraft and owner of Wintils, what's your thought on the new sort of community mod being Voices of Wynn? What's your thoughts on it?
I really like it. I think Voice of Wynn is a cool project, and I wish they keep maintaining it because they have a lot of good voices in there, and I really like it. It helps quite a bit playing with voices than just reading dialogue. Because sometimes you don't want to read stuff, but having the voices helps quite a bit.
Speaking of mods, because that was from one of the Voices of Wynn team. What about my mod pack? Wink, wink.
Your mod pack, Alliance.
Yes,
Honestly, I think your mod pack is fine. I know that Salted uses it, so you have a huge representation there. He's a huge fan of your mod packs. He's always using it.
Really? Even the new one?
Yeah. I think he's using your latest one. I think. I'm not sure.
That's great. I have to ask
But
him
yeah.
tomorrow.
But yeah.
Let's see. We have some more community questions here. Yeah. Kmaxi, the sort of the creator of Voices of Wynn, he wonders what should people learn, or what should they practice on if they're interested in becoming a developer.
Developer in general, or developer
for Wynncraft? Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not sure what you need. Specifically, you just need to be. I feel like a good recipe for you being good at something is that you need to be passionate about it and also like what you're doing. It doesn't really matter if you are good, like a good programmer or something like that. You can always have potential to, as long as you have the potential to learn and are willing to learn, you might feel your role quite well. And the true ingredient for turning into a specialist of something is just being passionate about it. And that's pretty much it. If you like the thing you were doing, you're gonna do it great because you like it.
Yeah. And sort of looking at how you got approached for working for Wynn. That's quite the unusual story, but did you have the sort of regular hiring process? Did you have interviews and such as well?
I had one interview with Shamlet, and I don't really remember how it went because it was so long ago. But my recruiting process took a little bit, mostly because John was like really busy. So he would ask me something, and then I would answer, and then he would take like one day to answer back, which took a bit.
And that's
because he was busy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it took like a little bit, and yeah, but then I joined it. I was explaining some stuff. I was tasked with my first ticket that I had to take was like quite easy. And then it started escalating up and up and up. So for example, I went like from it was blocking from like what is the correct word for like swear words from being used on pets. That was my first task.
Oh, you fixed
and I was like, oh, okay, that's quite easy. We already have like list of bad words.
Oh yeah.
And then my second task, let's make a beacon beam.
Yeah.
And then my third task was like, okay, let's do wars.
Quite the escalation.
Yeah. I'm glad I survived the trial.
Yeah.
With wars. But yeah, Solid believed in me. He was like, Jomla thought I wouldn't be able to actually finish everything on my own, but Solid actually was like, no, I think he can actually do it.
That's great.
And then I actually did it. Yeah.
Do you feel like you have a lot of support in your endeavors from the content team, but also, admins or owners like Jomla and Salted?
Yeah. As I said before, I love working with Solid,
Yeah.
and that's pretty much it. I really love working at Wynncraft, and I'm happy on keeping work on it.
Yeah, I saw I saw one of my event managers say, "Dude made Wynncraft his life. He's living my dream." Quite true. Quite true.
Yeah, basically.
We all envy you. um, but I'm gonna sort of skip to a different type of topic here for a moment.
Sure.
You work probably with a lot of secret things, and since you have a paid position, is it true that developers have to sign a so-called non-disclosure agreement?
Yeah, I do have an NDA signed. Sorry. So if I leak something, Salted can literally destroy my life. Not that he's gonna do it.
Does it say
It's possible.
specifically what the punishment might be for breaking it?
Honestly, I don't remember. I signed it like 2 years ago. But yeah, it is mostly related to the Wynncraft source code, because, as you know, I have access to the entire Wynncraft source code, and I'm just not allowed to leak anything.
Yeah.
Because it would be bad.
But sort of on the topic of contracts, do they also include anything about prohibiting you from working for a competitor?
No. My contract doesn't forbids me from working for other people. I just don't because I feel like I don't have enough time to do that. And I'm not really interested on doing so as well, so I have like a mindset that is like as long as you are comfortable with something, it might be better to keep it as is than you like try to go over your limit, because if you can, your body can handle you going over your limit for quite a long period, but then after you stop, you might get destroyed. So you need to kind of balance that thing out. So yeah, of course I could work in like 3 other servers at the same time and do everything, but it's mostly guaranteed that I wouldn't deliver the same quality as I am delivering right now. And like after a few years, I would be like insanely tired and I wouldn't want to do anything anymore. So I just prefer to keep the balance there. It's just like a long-term thing.
Yeah. Sort of, you know, I asked you what the sort of bigger things you've worked on were, or your favorite thing to work on, and you mentioned the ability tree, which is, you know, quite a large thing to having worked on. But are there smaller things that, you know, might go unnoticed that you've worked on?
Yeah, there's a lot of small details that I add that not a lot of people notice. For example, after 2.0, mobs don't get inside your face anymore. They always try to keep a little bit of distance. Before 2.0, they would like get inside of you quite constantly because they would get pushed and stuff like that. Now they always try to avoid doing that, which is a small change, but it's like makes the combat a little bit more satisfying because stuff getting to your face is quite annoying. One more. All the note blocks were out of tune for years.
Really?
And I fixed it like recently, a few months ago. I fixed all the note blocks being out of tune. That was like a really funny fix because I always noticed they were out of tune, but it was like maybe it's like some weird Minecraft limitation. It might like maybe like it gets out of pitch because I'm moving or something like that. But turns out it was not. The values were for the pitches were wrong. And there is small details. For example, you know, when you take a big hit and your screen kind of goes like white for a few seconds. That's also me. I added that thing, and it's a small detail that I like because it helps to tell new players that they're not supposed to be on where they are because they're taking too much damage, or they're just taking too much damage there, so they need to be a bit more careful. Because one of the problems I see with deaths is that deaths can be a bit frustrating, because for a new player at least, because you just like take a hit and you die and then you respawn somewhere else, which can be a bit confusing. So having this hit animation helps player to realize that they are taking a lot of damage, especially when the health bar is not like as a proper MMORPG. You have like the Minecraft health bar, and it's not completely visible, so you might be taking a lot of damage and not noticing, if that makes sense. So yeah, I like play. There's like a bunch of small details that I did. For example, you have like the ability tree menu. When you click to open the reset menu, you have that like tiny scrolling animation between one point to another.
Oh yeah.
I also did that, and I'm really proud of that. It's just like small
It
details
looks
that makes.
great.
Yeah, it's just like the small animations and details that I like to include. You have like the scrap menu as well. The one that when you scrap items, you have that animation. I also made that.
Oh, cosmetic items.
Yeah, you know when you
Oh,
scrap like
yeah.
5 cosmetics and it does
Yeah.
like the
Little yeah, or like it goes a little covers them or yeah.
Yeah,
Wow,
and there is
okay.
like a bunch of sound effects related with small details, like when you have like the guild start sound that is made to replicate like a very heavy drum that I don't really know the name in English, and it's like boom, boom. And then you have like the season end, the season start, the rewards delivered that makes like a cool, satisfying sound effect for when you like receive a reward for a guild season, and stuff like that. I love small details. I think they make everything more satisfying. For example, I also try to add a bunch of audible feedback to all the menus. So before I joined Wynncraft, no menu had like interaction sounds. They would make like nothing. It would just like click and they would switch. Now most of the menus you would interact to, they have like page sounds that make like every time you click or
Yes.
something like that.
I just did
And
it with
it's just like some yeah, it's just some satisfying feedback that helps you understand that you clicked. And these small things, they all accumulating to provide a better experience for the player. And yeah, that's the stuff I'm always doing, like improving little points that looks really small, but all it improves like how you think or what you think of the game.
I mean, that is sort of what differentiates, right? Sort of the average developer from someone who actually cares about what they're doing. You're putting effort into the small details that you might not notice unless you're looking into it, but it really does affect the sort of
Yeah, I really don't like delivering stuff that I don't feel satisfied with. So I will only finish or mark something as finished or finish something if I'm really happy of how it turned out. Because if I'm not happy with the thing I created,
yeah.
how can someone else like it? If that makes sense. So that's what I keep in mind always.
And on that topic, right? I previously talked with Oculism, and I asked him, if he is his own biggest critic. Would you say the same about yourself?
No, I don't think so. I hardly critic myself, but not like in the sense that I'm like, oh my god, I'm so good that I don't need a critic. But it's because I don't like the mindset of criticizing yourself. I like when people tell me something. For example, they find something really annoying, like a read sound that I put, and it was like, oh, yeah, I can see that. How can that be annoying? But I don't like criticizing myself because I feel like it's like you're doing self-harm, if that makes sense. So I just prefer to let other people tell me. But of course, I'm always evaluating if whatever I'm doing is sane. For example, I'm not gonna add like a super loud sound if you click a button or something like that.
Yeah. Modding, right, going back to wind tills and such, but modding, does give some more opportunities of changing the base game than just, creating a vanilla server like Minecraft or Wynncraft, I mean. Even though, Wynncraft has, gotten very, very far. But
Yep.
could you ever see Wynncraft having its own sort of community mod, but it's more like created by the Wynncraft content team?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm not sure if we would be interested in something like that. because it's a lot of work to keep up with a mod. At the same time, it would be cool to have like an official client, but at the same time, it's also important for us the no mod title,
Yeah.
because like when you join Wynncraft for the first time and you're just like used to play Minecraft, you have kind of whoa experience because everything is new and we are
Yeah.
breaking so many game mechanics to make it look cooler or do something different. And that's something we are proud of. We like showing the cool stuff we do because we're proud of it. So yeah, but yeah, definitely having a mod would allow us to create even cooler stuff. And that's why Windows exists.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking.
And that's why I created a Windows.
Yeah, because I was thinking how, you know, Wynncraft is very, you know, advertised on how it's unmodded, but perhaps there would be like a side mod created by Wynncraft that wasn't necessary, but it would add more official feeling, like features that the sort of only hardcore try hard or, you know, sort of invested in the community players would find useful.
I feel like tools like that, advanced tools, should be done by the community itself. And I understand that there is stuff like that could be done in the game. For example, we have the identification roles percentage that could be done in the game, but it's something that Salted say to me. This is like more for power users, and power users are more intended to like use Windows or something like that. When I was creating Windows, I was really careful with one thing, is that I wanted Windows, as I said, I was trying to improve Wynncraft, so I wanted Windows to feel like if it was part of Wynncraft. That's why you have like settings in the quest book and you have the custom quest book and stuff like that. All of that is just to make it more immersive. I didn't want it to make like a mod that looked like a mod. I wanted to make a mod that looked like part of the game.
Yeah.
And that's what I followed when I was developing for Windows.
Yeah. And sort of on the topic of your modding history, we got a question from chat here. What features from WinTils did you basically copy paste into Wynn, if any?
I quite a bunch, not literally copy paste, but because it's like too different. But you have the quest beacon, which wasn't my idea to copy, but you have like clickable party invites, clickable stuff in chat, and small stuff like that. There's probably more that I don't remember. I did a lot of stuff. I did in the past, so it's kind of hard to remember small stuff.
Yeah, I forget the clickable things in chat. Really
Yeah,
useful.
you guys used to we used to have to type it. It was really bad.
It was really bad. Really important quality of life change.
Yeah, there is always like small quality of life changes you can make to make the game better, and I'm always up for it because I love making stuff easier.
Are there more things from WinTils that would be possible to implement, or even other mods?
Probably. I just can't think something out of my head because I don't really remember the entire WinTils feature list, and I'm not looking for something, so I can't remember one out of the top of my head. But definitely, there is probably more stuff that could. I literally said one actually. The identification roles, like adding the percentages, definitely could be added to the game.
That is something the community would love to see, I think.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, you have Windows, right? So
yeah, that's true. And then is that something you consider? Like, maybe I shouldn't add this feature because less people will use WinTils.
No, I'm not biased toward Windows at all. If there's something I see that could be added into the game from Windows, and if see that it's like a cool change, I will do it because I would rather have it on the base game than on a mod itself.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna jump in here with quite a different type of question. Well, not maybe, but because you and I had a discussion before this interview took place, where I mentioned ChatGPT for people in the chat, an AI, basically an AI bot.
Mhm.
With AI improving more and more over the recent years, do you think it could ever be possible for games like Wynncraft to in the future be able to use AI for randomly generated dialogue, but also even content?
It's quite funny to do that because Crunkle,
Mm-hmm.
when like OpenAI was starting, and he got like he got like a he got a license to use it, and he actually added like a test NPC in the middle of ragging it that would like just literally talk to you and generate like a random quest text, and we just like talk that, and it was like such a funny experience. It was bad because it was like the start of OpenAI, but it was still like a funny experience. But yeah, technically it's possible, but guaranteeing the quality of such thing is like too hard.
Oh yeah, that's true. But
But
would
yeah,
it be
we almost
interesting
had
to see?
Yeah, we once had in a dev server for a few minutes an NPC that would click and it would like generate and talk with you, and you would like be able to reply to it as well. And it would like automatically generate an answer for you.
And sort of on topic of having more different sort of endings and such. We've seen recently dialogue options. Is that something
yeah.
you worked on?
Yeah, I made the dialogue options.
Was that hard to create?
The dialogue, no, it was. I mean, there is still one bug with it that I don't like, that I need to fix in the future. That is sometimes when you select the dialogue, you might get kicked. I'm not sure if you ever experienced that, but sometimes it happens.
Oh yeah, that did happen once.
Yeah. But that's pretty much it. Crunkle created the dialogue system, like the new dialogue system, because he also made the new script language, and they are kind of tied together. Not exactly tied, but they were developed together. And I just added to the structure of the new dialogue code, the options. And it wasn't a hard task because Crunkle architected them quite well.
Is there something similar, like perhaps other ways of handling quests that you would like to see added into this sort of scripting system?
Yeah, of course, there is like a lot of features we could add, but I will again not talk about them because they might get added, so it would be spoiling.
Perhaps then, what is something you wouldn't want to see added?
I wouldn't want to see. I don't know, dude. It's harder to think on something you don't want than something you want.
Let's see. We got another question from chat. If that question is a bit hard to answer, we can jump into another one.
Sure. I mean,
someone asked, "Are you earning enough money by working part-time? And what do you do in your other time?"
On my other time, honestly, it depends. Sometimes, for example, for the next weeks, I will be taking driving lessons at the same time, and it's like I need to do the lesson for like 5 hours, and it's quite annoying. But sometimes I'm making songs. Sometimes I'm just playing a random game. Sometimes I'm just actually keep working on stuff, or just like managing things on Wynncraft, like telling people to make particles or stuff like that.
Yeah.
It just varies. It's like a free time after that.
Are there parts to your role as a developer that might go unnoticed by the community? Like, are there things you do that they don't know about, or they wouldn't expect a developer to do?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Well, for example, I handled the particles, which is not like you don't expect a developer to handle the particles. That's kind of weird. What more? I also do some. Dude, it's a kind of hard question because when you are a developer, or you are like the only developer of something, you kind of become a public figure, and becoming a public figure for something it's a little bit it's like a little bit complicated of something to, because there is like always things people expect you to do and people that don't expect you to do and such. So it's a bit hard to answer exactly if there is something people don't know I do, but I'm still doing my job. It's not like
I was, for example, thinking about now when Salted was away during the holidays, you were left in charge of sort of managing and making sure everything is working fine. Is sort of controlling lag and such. Is that?
But that's something I think that you would expect from a developer. I think that's something you wouldn't expect for Salted. Salted is like, we have like a bunch of alerts. Like if something crashes, we know. If a server goes like starts lagging, we know. If a lot of players get kicked randomly, we know. We have a bunch of alerts that makes our job easy. So maintaining Wynncraft working is not an essentially hard task. What you have to do is like an undergoing maintenance to make sure the systems are actually working, because you could have like silence. You can have stuff silent be throwing an error somewhere that could like kill the entire network after a few days. Or like a random application that starts memory leaking and then it just like kills an entire machine randomly because of that. Or the disk space goes full randomly and a game server dies because of that. Diagnosing this kind of problem is like always something hard, and sometimes we have it and they take a little bit of time to fix. There was like one specific issue related to connections that I fixed recently, which was sometimes when switching worlds, you would just randomly get kicked from the world with like read connection timeout, something like that. And it was like a slight hard bug to fix, because it was so hard to actually point what was causing it, because there was like a billion factors. So maintaining Wynncraft active, like online, is way easier than it's easier than it appears, but doing the maintenance for that to happen is like the harder task, because sometimes stuff that you don't understand happen and then you need to figure out what happened, which was the case for like the 2.0 release. That we had to like shut down the entire network for a few hours to fix a lot of stuff.
I remember that. I was about to shout and it went down. Didn't shout. Very sad.
But that was like, I had like the perfect plan for the 2.0 release. I came with the idea of using the lobby queue to not kick everyone and just keep everyone in a queue, and everything went like smooth for the first 40 minutes, where it was like we deployed the entire game, we applied the patch, everything was ready, we just need to release the game, release the players into the servers. We opened like 90 worlds already, so we just literally had to release the players, and then when we did that, like a specific microservice decided to die and just like brick all the worlds, and it was such a chaos. And then one of our providers also decided to die, like not a few after, which like slowed us immediately, because we didn't knew what was causing them to die, and we didn't notice they had died because they were not reporting anything, and the error was not clear it was caused by them. So it was a turbulent release, but most because of this like small stuff that we weren't expecting. It's like, as I said, doing the maintenance of like microservices and the stuff we are running is always harder than actually keeping the game running itself.
And with the whole, how to run the game, are there sort of sides to running a Minecraft server that perhaps the community doesn't take into account when, there's a lot of complaints about lag and issues like that?
Wait, sorry, what was the question?
What? Wait. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. I kind of
Oh, that's fine.
blanked out for like 3 seconds while I was thinking on something. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Are there like aspects of running a Minecraft server that the community doesn't really take into account when they complain about lag and similar issues?
Oh yeah. maintaining a structure like Wynncraft is like very complex. There is like there was like years working all the time. Like imagine the guild simulation, like the whole resources traversing from one point to another, and there was like guild people warring from a point to like billion wars per hour and stuff like that. And then there was like the trade market that is like executing operations every like 1,000 operations per second, people switching pages and stuff like that. These were all handled by microservices, and they are stuff that can be considered like keeping Wynncraft. They don't like the server itself, but for example, Wynncraft has a lot of entities, and entities are like the most cause of drops or TPS.
Yeah.
And we have like 20,000 entities for worlds, which that's kind of a lot. Imagine like 20,000 entities on a single space, like doing stuff and calculating like where it needs to go, who it needs to hit, what it like, and casting spells and doing stuff like that. So having a server like Wynncraft is actually a miracle.
Yeah.
Is actually some sort of miracle, because we actually run at 20 TPS like 99% of the time.
Which, for the viewers who might not know what TPS means, is what?
TPS is the amount of ticks the server does per second, which means the normal standard, like what we want, is 20. So which means the game ticks 20 times per second. 20 times per second. Every time it goes below that, the game starts to feel laggy. So for example, if you have like an entity that is walking and it walks like five blocks per second, if it's a 10 TPS, it's gonna walk 2.5 blocks. You have like 50% less performance. So that makes sense. So yeah.
And sort of on the topic of hosting a Minecraft server, I have a question here from one of the event managers. If you're allowed to answer, where is Wynncraft hosted, and does it use cloud hyperscalers or local servers? Whatever that means, I have no clue.
Fortunately, I can't enter in much details about how the Wynncraft infrastructure is set up or where it is located. That would expose us to attackers and stuff, and we don't want that.
Yeah. Speaking of exposure to attacks, was it 2020 that both Hypixel and Wynncraft had a massive DDoS attack, right?
I think it was 2021.
Oh, perhaps.
But I'm not sure.
The pandemic is just all one blob at this point.
Yeah.
But how do you prevent that, or how do you handle a DDoS attack, or how do you handle attacks?
Essentially, we don't. We're not experts on dealing with this kind of stuff. So we just, as 90% of all people, just hire a service for them to do that for us. So that's all we have been running for ages. Unfortunately, on the Minecraft scene, there's like a bunch of DDoS attacks, which is kind of horrible, but it happens. Essentially, we just hire someone, not someone, a company that does the job of protecting us from this sort of attacks.
Does Wynncraft experience attacks like that more often than the average player might suspect?
Yeah, we receive a bunch of random DDoS attacks. Like recently, it was even published by Cloudflare, but we got attacked with like a huge, massive DDoS attack. It was like one of the biggest they ever saw, if not the biggest. And we were like, what? We didn't even realize, because the protection like filtered the entire attack out.
I did.
But it was like one of the biggest DDoS in history. And we're like, and it was targeted at Wynncraft, and it's so weird to think about that.
When I saw that article, I thought it was talking about the sort of Hypixel Wynncraft takedown. But you mean to tell me that Wynncraft somehow has such a good system that, and I think they've called it like the biggest DDoS attack in internet history, and the average player didn't really suspect anything.
Yeah, we didn't realize. Like,
And
we
you
weren't
did.
informed by Cloudflare. We didn't know. They just like contacted us saying like, "Hey, did you guys notice something happened on this day?" And they're like, "No, everything was fine."
That's
So
pretty
yeah,
funny.
that's the story behind it.
That's pretty
Which means
funny.
they're offering a great service.
That means that they're doing a great job, yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of on the topic of creating things again, moving back to developing. You made pouches, right? You made the emerald pouches.
Yeah, I did.
Did you?
And the super potions.
And the super potions, exactly. And one of my questions is potions were made stackable, but you can no longer trade them with other players. Is that intended, or is that some sort of unintended side effect?
Honestly, I think it's I think it's like an intended side effect. I didn't design the potions in specific. It was sorted, and I don't really remember, but I'm pretty sure that's like intended. Or if it's not intended, it's like an intended side effect, the fact that you just can't take out potions.
Yeah. How does pouches, how do they work? How can you have one piece in your inventory hold a bunch of actual items?
Well, on the item of the pouch, we store the information. In this case, for emerald pouches, we don't need to store anything else than just the amount of emeralds you have inside of it. And then we have the automatic converters, right? So, for example, we have 4,000. If you have one LE, it's going to store as 4,096. So every time you open the pouch again, it just converts it automatically to an LE, because as long as you have the pouch that converts it automatically. The pouch system is quite a simple system by itself, but it has a bunch of other stuff that makes it feel satisfying, that were mostly taken from Salted's original ingredient pouch design, which is like, if you shift right click, stuff goes directly into a pouch. You can just like grab an emerald and click on the pouch, and it's gonna put inside of it as well.
Yeah.
You can right click to open its inventory, both on the hand and stuff like that. If you pick up emeralds, if you're like constantly picking up emeralds in the ground, it counts how many emeralds you picked, instead of just like going +1 +1 +1. It goes like 1 2 3 4 5 and so on. And just like a bunch of conveniences that make them more useful and feel better. One thing I have like when designing this kind of stuff is that I always try to make it the most vanilla experience as possible. I always try to add all the vanilla behavior, all of the vanilla clickings, because that's something the player might expect to work. And if it doesn't work, it feels bad. It doesn't feel like too clean, if that makes sense. So when I was making the pouches, I make sure all the interactions the player can have with inventory make sense, and like they can shift click, they can just like use this quick stack button and stuff like that, just to ensure that it feels vanilla and feels good to use.
Yeah. And sort of on the topic of pouches and sort of stacking items, is there a possibility that we might see other items or similar things be stackable in the future?
Like pouches for other stuff? Well,
Yeah.
honestly, I don't know. Maybe, who knows?
For example, I think a lot of proffers would very much appreciate a material pouch.
Well, what do you mean by material? Have like the
Like the
Oh, you mean like for raw materials? Yeah. I see.
Like
Yeah.
you could gather infinitely. You wouldn't have to go to the bank every time.
Well, there is like some aspect of having to go back to the bank. The main gameplay loop of Wynncraft is that you are in a city, you go do something, and then you come back to the city to like store items and prepare stuff. And this is part of the gameplay loop, and it's something it was designed this way. It's not there for no reason at all.
Yeah.
So we need to take into consideration this kind of stuff when we are creating this search of quality of life improvement. coming back to cities is a good thing.
And backtracking to the script system, that's pretty new for Wynncraft, right? When you get new tools as a creator, it's often very, you want to try everything right away. But do you think that the sort of new script system has potential that has yet been explored? Are there, custom things that we haven't seen in the community yet?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. The script system is quite powerful. It was made by Chronicle, the new version, and it works quite well. And it has like a lot of stuff you can do. You can actually manipulate a huge portion of the game using it. You can do like simple stuff, but you can also do math, and you can also ray trace blocks. You can also do a billion of other stuff. You can change the player time and do everything. So it's more about having the content, the GM to have creativity to create something cool with it than something else. But yeah, definitely there is stuff that we could do with the script system that we guys never saw. For example, it's 100% possible for you to create, I think actually it might be able to create a complete like a chess board in script easily. Not easily, because chess is not an easy game, but it's definitely possible. It's just like you need a little bit of programming knowledge to be able to create such features.
Yeah. Sort of.
But yeah.
mhm.
You also, yeah, and like an example, we have like the blackjack merchant.
Yeah.
That is also a co-creation that was done using this. It's like an unexpected thing that was done by the city with the tools we offered. And the tools are really powerful, but they aren't very clear what you can do. So it just come of like you need to have the idea of what you want to create.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I forget. The sort of question we've asked every guest so far has been what their favorite color is. Do you have a favorite color?
Honestly, I don't have a favorite, but I think red makes the most sense. Like everything I have is red. Like my profile picture is red. I have like red thing on my hair, and my skin I'm wearing right now has a bunch of red. So yeah, I don't have a really favorite, but I can say that I really like red.
Red's a
So,
good
yeah.
color.
Yeah, I agree.
And speaking of your sort of skin and profile picture, I think we had a question in the beginning from chat asking, do you look like your profile picture?
Not right now because I have a beard. My hair kinda, and I also have glasses, so not really.
A fellow blind person, that's always appreciated.
Yeah, dude.
No, chat didn't like it when I called myself blind. But yeah, how do you see the future of Wynncraft? Do you see yourself working for Wynncraft in the future?
I assume so. I don't really think much about the future. For no reason at all. I just don't. There isn't much to it. I just don't really think about the future. It's like a really like not satisfying answer, but it's the truth, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's true. Perhaps thinking about the past is better then, because Wynncraft is soon turning 10 years.
Yeah, Wynncraft is making 10 years.
And you've been here basically for all of it. How would you like to see it sort of celebrated?
How I would like to see it. There's a lot of stuff. I can think of a bunch of stuff, but again, it's the sort of question that I might do. So, okay, I have an idea that I'm definitely not gonna do, but I think it would be cool. Let's replace all player skins with salted, and I think that would be like the funniest thing ever.
That would be fun. I was thinking that
Unfortunately, no one would get it.
Would be replaced with salted.
Yeah, that could be cool as well. Let's replace all reference every time someone says a name, like an NPC name, it's just salted. Or variants of it, like Cowman.
All quest dialogue is just salted, repeated over and over again.
Yeah. And all the NPCs are also salted. You are also salted.
Yeah. Now, sort of back in the day, we used to have armor skins, right? But because of Eula, they had to be taken away.
That's not the reason they were removed.
Really? I thought it was because of Eula.
You mean armor gear skins are just like texture changes for each?
When you put on armor, you used to have like it used to switch your skin or how you looked.
Yeah, that's not because of the Eula. That's just because it was it's kind of complicated just to keep up. Imagine that we would need to like prepare a skin, then we would need to upload it to Mojang, then grab it and stuff like. At least that's what I assume. I wasn't here when. I mean, I wasn't a developer when it was done, but that's what it would assume. It's like a very hard system to keep active, and yeah, I don't think it was because of the Eula. I don't think the Eula bans anything like that.
Speaking of sort of skins and things, how do human NPCs, how is that possible?
What do you mean how? And they're just
like we have
normal entity.
But how is that? Like Minecraft doesn't have like a human except a player.
As Minecraft has Orpheon, Linus.
Well, I don't know everything that, you know, to me it's a mystery how all of this works, you know?
Well, you have so in the client, yes, you have the entity players, but you have also something called entity human, and that's what we are using right now. Unfortunately, it's kind of like a hacky solution. As long as you can have the entity human, but you also need a player to be bound to it. So what we do is like we fake a player. The same way your work exists, we can create a fake player of you.
Oh.
So yeah, that's how NPCs work. We just tell your client that, hey, there is like a player there, and that's an NPC. It's not an actual player.
I don't remember from where I got this from, but when the tab menu was remade, the gray squares, how are those created?
The gray squares? You mean like this tab? The current tab?
Like this, yeah, like when you tab and see everyone's names, there are gray squares. Are there something
it's just a player skin.
That's a player's.
It's just a player skin with gray head.
Oh. When you import player skins, do you have to have a separate account for them? Or do you just upload a skin and...
The way Minecraft works with this skin is that whenever you upload a skin, it creates like a signature, a URL for your skin, and when it was created, it basically stores like a bunch of data. This data is always available, even if you remove your skin or change your skin, it's always there. So essentially, you just need one account, and then you create the skin, grab like the skin hash, which stores all this information, and then you can use that skin for anything.
Interesting.
So yeah, you don't need to keep the player with the skin. You can just like have one player and just upload in and then keep uploading. Then you have services like MineSkin, which is exactly made for that. You upload a skin and it just like immediately generate the hash for you.
Oh.
Using their own Minecraft accounts. Yeah. It's made by a really good developer called Inventive Italian.
Do you keep track on other impressive developers within the Minecraft community?
I'm not keeping tracking. I just like, eventually sometimes it's like when you are into a specific niche, you know some people and you are like always looking for something cool, for something cool other people are creating to have like inspiration for other stuff. So eventually you met, and sometimes you're just like randomly browsing for a service, and you're randomly browsing for a service and you find something cool, and it was like, oh, who created this? And then go and see.
Sort of wrapping things up. Is there something you feel should change? in Wynncraft? For example, our other guests have talked about loot running and professions and such.
Okay, that's another question that I it's like if I answer would be spoiling, but I would answer personally just because I did the same answer like 5 times already. Yeah, I would love to see wars change. I don't really like how wars play.
Yeah.
And the loot running system as well.
Do you have a concept of how you would like wars to go?
Yeah, but not gonna
Maybe
share
you
that.
can't tell us, yeah.
Yeah.
But the guild community might be excited for future things.
Yeah.
I see.
Eventually we are gonna change it. Just we don't know when.
Guild update, Wynncraft 3.0.
Yeah. I would definitely not leak that we are working on Wynncraft 6 right now.
Yeah. Wynncraft 22.0 coming out next year.
Yeah, that comes after 6. We're skipping directly to 22.
Yeah. Sounds cooler with like Wynncraft 100.0.
Yeah, your chat is asking about my phone ringing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you need to go?
No. It's fine.
It's fine.
I just was trying to mute my phone, but I didn't know where it was, but I found it.
Ollie, you need to step up your questing pace. Or questing? No. Questioning, I'm assuming. Or maybe he means questing. I'm not sure. But where were we? Now I got distracted by chat here. Things you would like to see changed in Wynncraft. Is the sort of content team or developers, do you keep up with what the community wants to see added or changed?
Yeah, I do keep up with a lot of. I'm always reading like constructive feedback on the Wynncraft Discord or actually the forum thread. I really like reading new ideas because, as I said in the beginning, even if the idea can be bad itself, it might be used as a fuel for something else. It might be used like you can probably read something bad and it would be like, oh, that actually could work on another context, if that makes sense. So yeah, I really enjoy reading what people think about Wynncraft and what could be changed, as long as of course they're not being toxic, because there's a lot of that as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm always keeping up with what people expect to see and checking the suggestions. For example, the guild community has like a Discord where they just share. They have like a suggestion channel of things they think would be cool.
Yeah.
And I'm always reading that because I find it quite interesting to read about what people think and what they would do if they were in your place. In general, I really feel like feedback is great and is very welcome.
I feel like that would sort of make very many players happy to hear, because there's always this sort of, you know, conversation within the community, like, are we being listened to? Is, you know, does our complaining matter? But, you know, it's really nice to hear that you're keeping up to date and, you know, checking what the community thinks of the stuff you work on.
Unfortunately, of course, we don't have time to answer everything, but we do keep track. It's like, if you use your common sense, it's like, we are the developers of the game. Of course, we want the best for the game.
Yeah.
It's not like we're trying to make it worse or anything.
Yeah.
So if we do something, we truly believe it would work, even if it's like a bad idea and we just didn't notice. But everything is always passive of changing, and that's what matters. So yeah. But yeah, sometimes the community can be stressful related to that, because they think sometimes they think the admins are don't play the game or something like that.
Yeah.
Which is not true. We actually play the game.
Yeah. And care about it a lot.
Just kidding, we never play the game.
Yeah. Wynncraft, what? I thought I was working for Gamepoints.
Yeah, we play the game, of course, and because we created, like, there is no way we are gonna make something without playing it. Yeah, but yeah.
with the 2.0 update, right? Salted sort of talked a lot about sort of all the work you had done, right? You know, improving particles, the new drop effects, how things aren't in your face anymore. Does that sort of give you a, you know, does that make you happy to hear, you know, Salted really, you know, really brag about your work and talk about how good it is?
Yeah, definitely. It's always good to see people saying that your work is good and they like what you're doing. It's a good feedback, and it's even great when it comes from your boss, because it makes you more motivated to keep working and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Compliments are powerful tools that can be used when you manage stuff. But yeah, they are always welcome.
Let's see. I'm not sure if we have more questions from the chat. At least my managers haven't given me any. Is there anything you feel like you haven't been asked about but you wanted to talk about?
I mean, there is a lot of stuff I could talk about, but can't think of anything specifically. You can ask me literally. If you ask me something about that is a gameplay feature, I might know how to answer. So it's up to you.
Gameplay features. Well, let's see. My managers might have some more questions for me to bring up here. I might have missed. Oh yeah, I missed a question here. Someone in chat, don't remember who, asked how good are you at Osu?
Oh, I'm okay. I'm like average. I'm rank 97k. So yeah, there's like 97,000 people in front of me on the leaderboards from like 2 millions. But yeah, I think that's pretty much average. I'm okay at it.
97.
But yeah, I see that I have some stalkers right there that are stalking my Osu profile.
I've never tried Osu, but it looks very complicated. Oh, yes, of course.
It's just like a rhythm game. I love rhythm games.
The sort of, you know, the stream or the event has been doing quests. So on the topic of that, do you have favorite quest?
I knew you were gonna ask that, dude, and I had an answer, but I completely forgot. 1 second, let me think again. Because I haven't really played any of the new quests because I simply didn't had much time. But I think before I really like quests that have puzzles. I really like solving puzzles. So any quest that is like you need to think more about a puzzle, it's quite entertaining. For example, I really like the concept behind the question mark RRG, because it's just a puzzle and I love puzzles. So so yeah, I think question mark is not my favorite quest, because it's like the only thing that makes it cool is the RRG, not the quest itself. But I think any quest that has like a lot of puzzles, I really like it.
Do you have a least favorite quest?
Least favorite quest? I think I do. I just don't remember. Wait, let me check my quest list. I think it might be like, oh yeah, I know. I hate Enzen's brother. I'm a big Turk star hater.
Oh.
I mean, I'm of course joking, but it's my least favorite quest.
I mean,
but I hate the Turk stars. They don't make any sense.
That's such a good point. It's something I haven't thought about in a while, but they did say when they added it that it was gonna be gone soon, and it's still there, and it's an eyesore. So,
well, yeah, it's like it's a goofy thing, and it's kind of funny, but at the same time, for a new player, it's like, what? Why the hell there is a stair here?
Yeah, looks like some
there's like a random stair
in progress.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It looks like a work in progress build. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Dark Series, unfortunately.
We got a question here. Why are soul points still a thing?
Why are soul planes still a thing? Well, because we never removed them. That's why they're still a thing. I'm not sure I don't think we are happy with the soul point system. But we need a system to replace it, and we didn't figure out a really cool solution yet.
Yeah.
But they might get replaced in the future. I don't know.
Can we expect a buff to assassin?
It's hard to say a buff to assassin, but you can expect changes to assassin. Yeah, definitely. Currently the IMs are taking care of the ability rebalancing, and they are creating plans for assassin. So eventually we are gonna do and implement their plans and make assassin better, because we are also not happy with the state of assassin.
Yeah.
Of course.
Because I know that a lot of assassin mains have been worried about Trickster and Jade Stepper. But yeah, I believe those were all the questions I had for you. Do you sort of feel like you've had the sort of ability to talk about the things you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, definitely. As I hear, I'm just guest. So you make the questions, and if I can answer, I will answer them.
But yeah, I must thank you for joining in this special event here. It's been an honor to have you join us. Really,
You're
it has
welcome.
been. But yeah.
Thanks
Also,
for
thank
having me
you
as
for
well.
joining our
And-
Discord, because now I have all 3 of you red names.
Oh, don't worry, I'm leaving right after the 7.
Ah, dang it.
I'm kidding, of course. But yeah, thanks for
Alright.
having me.
Thank you for
Congratulations on
joining.
10K, of course.
Hey,
Good luck
thank
with
you.
your quest adventure. Hopefully
you.
you will not fail any puzzle and
Oh,
have to pay more VIPs.
I failed already during this. Hollow Serenity got me.
I'm gonna purposely tweak all the puzzles so you can fail and pay more VIPs to the players,
Oh, I
because
thought you were
to
gonna
your
help me
chat,
out.
because they deserve it. The chat deserves it, Linus.
Yeah,
You need to take care you need to better take care of your chat.
yeah,
They deserve it.
that's true. Don't hype them up. My wallet. Yeah. Money that goes to
But yeah,
Wynncraft goes to your salary, so I see your point.
yeah. I'm definitely trying to pay my own salary right now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Thank you so much for joining.
you're welcome. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hop out now.
Yeah. Alright, bye.
Bye. See you. And have fun.
Thank you. I will. And that, guys, was the interview with HeyZeer0 or HeyZeer or HeyZeer0 or just Zeer or just Zero. But yeah, that was very interesting. Very fun. It's not every day you get to talk to developers. Actually, never. Well, I have accidentally, gotten Seer in a call. That's actually, quite a funny story. When we were preparing the event and working on things, I accidentally clicked didn't click some button that made every guest get pinged. That's funny. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed that interview as much as I did. We are 9 hours in, and actually we're about to have a new guest soon. So let's see. And we talked to Seer during the driving lesson. Exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna check with our next guest. Let's let's see. I'm just gonna double check the schedule so I don't accidentally ping someone unnecessarily. But yes, here we go. Yoink. But yeah, was a nice conversation. Need to say, it very much was. I'm a little, intimidated by all the cool people we've been able to interview. It's a bit, I don't know if you guys can notice, but I am incredibly nervous when we have these interviews. And I'm supposed to be the host of them. But yeah, I need to do quests quicker. Time is running low. Yeah, I mean we're getting closer to the end of the 70s range, so I think we're gonna be okay. Oh. But yeah, man, I'm at level 73. Yeah, but there aren't that many 70s quests. Not that many. Not several hours worth. But yeah, our next guest in 23 minutes from now, would be IMAX. Both a GM and another manager like Bracewell. We've been able to talk. We talked to Bracewell today, and it does not feel like it's been like it's the same day. But my brain is a bit mushed right now. I guess. Yeah, they did add. Okay, they did add a few quests. You're right, Lou. But I feel like we can speed through some of these. They're not very long, all of them. This one is pretty long, though. I don't... Oh yeah, I gotta spin the wheel. Do I count as cool person even though I wasn't interviewed? Yes, everyone on the content team is very cool, but also very intimidating. Except Rene, because I know him already. I mean, I've had my, my sort of conversations with CT members before. Yes, I failed the puzzle. We shall roll the penalty wheel. And I just got my armor back. And you guys saw why I'm slowed down, Lou, is because I got killed doing witch trials. Oh, I forgot to mention, we've gotten now a third donation. We've gotten plenty of donations, but I was in the middle of an interview. I'm sorry. Daniel P, thank you for the donation. What's the goal? The goal is to complete all quests. In today's stream, the goal is to sort of reach the level 80 quests before we end and continue tomorrow. Best part about talking to the content team is they actually know the game. Yes. The giveaway is not running right now. But we're gonna roll a penalty, seeing what debuff we get as punishment for me not knowing the Hall of Serenity block puzzle. So let's roll that real quick. No armor. That was the one we already have, so I'm gonna roll it one more time. No. Why did I roll it one more time? We gotta read bread lore. Wait, can I read it when I haven't done the quest? Or do I have to get on my main account or something? See, Lou, now we're gonna be even more delayed. Or does anyone have, like, the bread lore? Is the bread lore on the wiki? Perhaps I could read it while we continue, so I don't have to start the quest, because we don't want to start the quest. Man, do we have time to read bread lore before IMAX gets here? I don't know if you saw earlier, but I wanted to let you know I booked my flight to Iceland. I'm leaving on the 2nd January, and then I won't have internet for a long time. Ah. Gonna go and enjoy some sort of traveling the world. That's very exciting. You don't even have to be level 9. You can just walk over to the NPC and talk to him. Okay. So do we talk to him in game, or do I pull it up on like the wiki or something and read it from there whilst we continue with quests? Man, I need more tea and I'm out of tea. My voice is gonna be dead after this. So that's the end of me as an online presence forever. That's so sad, Meef. You might return. You have to comment on a few more videos and then I'll wait with reading and replying to them, you know. Save some Meef for the future. Who typed the whole bread lore on the Wynn wiki? Did someone do it? It's on the wiki. Luke, can you get me a link so I can open it here whilst we continue with our questing? I don't want delay seeing as I have to stay up for question mark quest. Exactly. Funny that we get bread lore and Teely is one of our guests tomorrow. You're gonna have your interview with Salted and you won't be able to talk because your throat will hurt too much. Exactly. Lou is gonna have to hold it for us. Oh no. Let's just shift click through this. Okay. I got a link here. Wait, that's the wrong window. I'm opening it. Okay, let's speed through this bread lore so we can talk to IMAX. Right. Alright. Let's do this. Hey human, what can I do for you? What can I do for you? Just saying hi. You know me, pal. Just doing the rounds. Watering pot. Wait, no, what do you do? Oh, favorite type of bread. There we go. That's the bread lore. Click here to reveal list. Yes. Oh, wait, there we go. Bread lore. You know what? I'm glad you asked. Lots of people these days are going crazy for that all-natural, multi-grains bread ethically garbage. Really, I wish some of those nutters sit down and take a good bite of some raw, authentic rye or hearty whole wheat. That's the stuff that puts hairs on your chest, my pappy used to say. Good, strong, proper bread from out in the fields. Wait, got it. Bedroom, yeah. We used to be farmers, you know, out near Maltic. Phew, glad I moved here, though. Not many places, wait, now I lost. Yeah, serve a better rum than good old Joe Fash. Back to the point at hand, though, bread, man oh man, I feel like I could go on forever about this. You know what people always miss when talking about bread? The consistency. The consistency is consistently the most important. Consistently. Didn't even mean to do that. He seems distracted. Best to walk away. Ah, there you are. The good old train of thought gets derailed sometimes, you see. But I can tell that you're a real enthusiast for bread. Back to the topic at hand. Consistency. The consistency is consistently the most important part of any good loaf. Overusing so-called refined grains is a sure and done way to get runny slop that's not fit for the pigs. Come to think, you shouldn't feed pigs refined grains anyway. It's hard on their digestion. Of course, digestion, a topic I'll get to later. Anyway, whole grains are where the money's at. I swear it on the plants. What you want is thick, crusted, chewy loaf that you can savor, not some frail morsel that collapses under its own weight. Why? Things I've seen. He begins to list off a seemingly endless amount of examples. It looks like he's nearly finished. In particular, have you seen some of the scraps sold at Almsword? Ridiculous. I'll let you in on a little secret. The Sky's Kitchen is great and all, but what passes for bread there is intolerable. No substance at all. What you'll want to do is get it straight from the fields, right from the soil. Well, not literally, but from the countryside. Leave bread making to those who've been working with the grain before they could walk on two legs. I bet even I could do better than those snobby sauciers. Right, digestion. The fiber in whole grain bread is a lifesaver. Did you know that the whole grain bread has 4 times the fiber of white bread? Now you do. Helps keep you full and fit. Want to avoid looking like a loaf of white bread yourself? Fiber's your man. Nothing beats a rich, fresh ground, fresh baked loaf with a slab of flat iron steak. Red meat and fiber make a real man, my pappy once said. Seems like he's lost in reminiscence. Oh, how time flies. Where was I? Right, white bread. That stuff is poison, I tell you. Wait, I gotta check the quest book. What am I doing? Manor Catacombs. Okay. Let's see. Not a lick of nutritional value. It's more milk and sugar than bread. Hardly something you'd want to eat. Never mind something for which you'd pay extra. Those hawkers can pretend that it's an upper crust good all they want, but we all know that it's just a waste of dough. Where am I? I did it again. Sorry. I'll get the train back on track. Blending grains. Why jumble the flavors and textures? Just make 2 loaves of bread instead of 1. Or several if we're talking about more than 2 types of grain. That reminds me. Bread's probably the most versatile food. You can make it from just about any type of grain. But just because you can doesn't mean that you should. Who could stomach something like oatmeal bran fusion delight? Who would even make bread out of oats? Just a waste of food in my opinion. Sure, it may be like the hottest new culinary sensation now, but it will die out like any other idiotic fad in just days. I'm positive that nobody's eating it for the taste, that's for sure. Like 7 colors of the rainbow or hearty hemp-tastic, or doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. We're not even halfway there, and we're soon doing the interview. And don't get me started on pain aus in Fras or pine or no. Pain in Fras? Bread of Sinfras, I guess. But really, oatmeal bran fusion delight is among the worst. That reminds me about a better use for oats. If you want to avoid being 3 sheets to the wind after a busy night of Jofash rum, then eat a hearty bowl of oatmeal. Sounds crazy. No, I'm in a boss fight. Wait. Everything sounds crazy. Can't hear anything. While anything made out of grain helps, oats are particularly good at this. And I bet my bread that you'd rather eat oatmeal than oatmeal bran fusion delight, or whatever that's supposed to be. Though it seems like you can't get just a good loaf of bread nearby. Sure, there's sailing biscuits, but that hardly qualifies. I can't stomach the fancy stuff, so I just make my own. Not only is it cheaper, but it also tastes much better. It isn't too difficult, besides the obvious. You'll just need some salt and some yeast. Grab something to write with you. You hear? Take some notes. It seems like he's waiting expectantly. Alright, ready. Right, let's get started. The less ingredients you use, the closer you'll be making a real loaf. Not the wannabe pound cakes eaten by wannabe spendthrifts. There's a common misconception that you need sugar for the yeast to start rising. Not true. Give it some time and the bread without sugar will rise just as well. If you want something good, you need to put in the time and effort for it. Get it right. You'll have the perfect taste and texture for nothing more than a few hours of your time. Let me make it clear. Wait, why am I? Oh, I'm not doing anything. Just checking the time here. Okay, let me make it clear. Where were we? Let me make it clear. You don't want sugar in your bread. It will do a number on its taste and your teeth. I'll cover the taste first. The sugar fights with the raw, savory flavors of an otherwise respectable loaf of bread. It also fights with your teeth. Bread is quite sticky as it is, and the sugar doesn't do it any favors. Why? I can still remember the time I got a cavity. Cried my eyes out I did. Eventually my pappy had enough. She's fine. Eventually my pappy had enough, and he went for the old string on a doorknob trick. He got me good there. though it took him a few tries, he's thoughtfully rubbing his jaw. Best to leave him be. Okay, we're halfway now. It seems like I got distracted. Back to the topic at hand. You aren't going to get quite as much as an effect on your digestion than coarse ground whole grain bread. It keeps most of the fiber intact after all. You know how fruit juice contains next to no fiber because none of it goes into the juice? It's the same deal with white bread. Fruit juice was banned in my household, as my pappy liked to say. A real man only drinks hard spirits and the sweat running down his face. Though I wasn't allowed to have the former, not yet at least. So I drank milk instead. Say, if you haven't done so already, try bread dipped in milk. Go on, there's nothing quite like it. Don't accidentally drop the bread into the milk, of course. You'll end up with a bloated mess with the consistency of a sponge. And you should know by now that consistency is everything. While we're on the subject of milk, do you know that some folks can't drink it? Oh yes, they can try, but sooner or later their belly will protest. Okay, let me just get out of here. Also, next quest, acquiring credential. I can kind of know brain that. Alright, I'm trying to speed this through, but I'm gonna pause it and then we'll continue it after our interview with IMAX, okay? We want to be respectful to our guests and not delay them by me reading, you know, things that are supposed to torture me, but only me. Well, I mean, it might torture you if it's horrible to listen to. But tortures me the most, trust me. Alright, what was it? Acquiring credentials. Okay, let's get started. Where were we? Yes. Say, if you haven't done... Oh, yeah, no, bread, yeah. It's the same deal with bread. Stick with whole grain, nothing added. That way you don't have to worry about surprise milk appearances and whatnot. You got that? Let me know when you're ready for more. Say, you know what? I ought to talk a bit slower to help you digest what I'm saying. Oh, digest. I did it again. He's beaming with pride. Read it alone in a dark room and waste away like a husk. Exactly. I'll go to bed now, but good luck with bread lore and the quest and with the last interview. Have fun and see you later in the stream. I'll see you tomorrow, hot dog. But yeah. So acquiring credentials. Let's get started. I don't think we can get through that. But perhaps. Okay, I'm gonna do like a whole new paragraph here. Right then, something that really peeves me is people using baking powder. What's wrong with some good old yeast? Too little of it and it will go plumb flat in the oven. Just a little too much of it and your bread is going to be as bitter as wormwood. The only way to get a size that's just right is the long way. Wait until the yeast works its magic and bake it as it reaches its good size. There's also nothing quite like the smell of yeast, as it causes the dough to rise. Works up quite the appetite it does. Some people put the cart before the horse and think that yeast works like baking powder. Try that and you'll end up with scorching hot bricks in your oven. No, you have to do it right, and doing it right means leaving some of the work to the yeast. Unless you like flat breads, I can't see why anyone would, though. Bread is supposed to be puffy and chewy, and not some dough jerky. Though that might not be the case for other pastries. For one, I've never once heard of a pie with a chewy crust. Really, the beauty in bread lies with its simplicity. No complicated steps, no chances for the dough to rebel. Certainly not as fickle as something like a cream puff. If you treat the dough with respect, the bread will respect you in return. It's simple stuff, really. No finicking around with stiff peaks or needing half a dozen bowls to mix in, or getting a flaky dough just right, or he proceeds to rattle off several grievances about pastry making. I think that's that. We pause there for a moment. Why am I getting hacked? Invisible mob again. Yeah, we're pausing there. But yeah. Let's see. So we are going to move on to our next guest here. As soon as I kill this thing that's attacking me. Bit hard to concentrate here. But yeah. Our next guest is a man of many roles, both a manager, quality assurance, modeler, GM, and builder. But probably most notably known for making some of the most loved quests in the game. I'm, of course, talking about IMAX. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Hello, IMAX.
I'm glad to be here.
I'm glad you are here. I've sort of, we've been in contact for a while. You helped me with many of your quests during betas before. You've helped me play the Dwarves and Dogons quest line and Hunter's Calling when they were new. But let's talk about your experience of Wynn. You joined 9 years ago in the very earliest days of Wynn. How did your journey from a regular player, one of the most active members in the content team, go?
So it was actually pretty funny because when I first joined, it was a friend who invited me, and I really didn't like Wynncraft. I thought it was very boring, so I quit pretty quickly. So I think I got to level 11, and then I quit. But then I joined back a year later and got really interested, and then after a while, I kind of wanted to, I guess, explore building more in Minecraft. So I started applying for the content team as a builder. And it took me like, I think 7 tries maybe before I got in. So yeah.
Wow. Talk about persistence. 7 tries and now you are one of the sort of most known, I'd say, members of the content team. Or at least, to me, I'd say you're one of the most known. You've done and you worked on a lot of things. You've, for example, worked on some of the most appreciated quests in the game. You also probably have worked on the most amount of quests out of everyone in the content team. How does that feel?
Yeah. Well, I think there's good things and bad things that I've been able to do a lot of work. One of them is that like I enjoy the work, but it also becomes a thing where a lot of work gets thrown my way. That if, for example, a GM drops a quest or something like that, I kind of pick it up because like we need to get it done, of course. And some of those quests I wouldn't really say that I'm proud of. So there's bad things and good things about doing a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Now I lost my place here in my own chat here. But is it a relief when an update drops and people adore your work?
Oh, definitely. It's really, I feel like that's why a lot of content team members are on the content team, is to just see the players' reactions to stuff, because it's very satisfying when people enjoy what you've created, and also just getting feedback on how you can improve or just do better in the future. It's a very giving thing to do.
Mm-hmm. How did the early days of 1.19 feel with the release of A Hunter's Calling, since many recognize it as one of their favorite quests?
Well, the funny thing with Hunter's Calling actually is that it was thought of pretty late into 1.19, so it wasn't really planned from the beginning. I think I was doing group words for the majority of that update, and then Salted was like, "Oh, hey, we want to add a hunted mode. We need a quest for that." And Grian was actually the one who came up with the idea to be on like the bad guy side in Wynncraft, and then we got to kind of just planning the different scenarios, and yeah, then it turned into a pretty good quest.
Was there a reason then that the certain, there are certain events picked in a Hunter's Calling? Is there a reason that those specific events were picked over others?
I think we tried to pick, so I was kind of in charge of the different events, like choosing where to go and stuff like that. And we wanted to pick things that were very memorable for the player, like Ragni, the starting of the game, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
So the first goal was to get like the big memorable cities and locations, like Ragni, Almuj, Nesak, and whatever else there is. And this is also how we actually kind of figure out that Gavel is lacking a lot in story, because a lot of the Gavel cities, like there wasn't a lot to do.
Yeah.
So we kind of struggled more with the Gavel part than coming up with the Wynn part.
Yeah.
And then of course we wanted it to end in Depthless because, yeah, it's the iconic city of Wynncraft.
And sort of on the topic of one of the events is Rodarok, right? And you can see how the king has, his own people living in slums, and he's gonna kick them out. And you've worked a lot with the dwarves, you made dwarves and dogons, and we've sort of experienced a lot of their story. But we've only kind of met the resistance, right? We've met Axelis, and he's trying to save, the Dogons and help them and everything. But the rest of the dwarves seems to be, quite a tyrannical people. Do you feel like they have any redeeming qualities?
Yeah. I think at least when we made it, we wanted it to be very clear that the general dwarven, like the general dwarf people, weren't bad people. They were just misled and kind of brainwashed into thinking a certain way because of the leadership. And I think also in Hunter's Calling, it was kind of clear, I hope it was clear, that it was still the higher-ups of Rodarok that decided to get rid of the homeless people. It wasn't the actual dwarves, the normal people.
Yeah, the king and his advisor and such.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you feel like when you work on quests, do you get a sort of attachment to your creations?
Oh, definitely. I think if you ask any GM that's done a quest, you get very attached to everything that has to do with what you've done. And that's also why a lot of times feedback can be very difficult to deal with, because you think you've done something really good, but then it turns out that, oh, maybe it's not good. So yeah, and you can, like, I for example get attached to both like the characters, just the locations, and random stuff like what music I listened to when I made the quest, like stuff like that just sticks with me. I don't know.
And sort of speaking of feedback and such, it has been one of the sort of bigger topics we've asked every guest so far. How do you deal with feedback, both positive but also negative?
I guess I've always, well, I'm not here to tell that I'm like the perfect person, but in the past I was very like upset about negative feedback, and I've took it very personally. But now, like, the more I've done stuff, the more I've like I read the feedback, I obviously take it to heart, but I don't take offense to it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get very annoyed at some feedback that is stuff that I don't have control over, which is the frustrating bit. but it can be difficult sometimes, depending on like how much time you've invested in something. But it's definitely helpful to improve and do better.
And sort of on that topic, right, of how, as perhaps a new content team member, you take feedback more harshly than if you're sort of, you know, you've learned how to look at feedback and similar. Your role as a content team manager, do you feel like you have to sort of help maybe newer content team members deal and sort of help them, you know, understand how to use feedback in a good way?
I think it depends a lot on, excuse me, it depends a lot on the person, right? Like a lot of people know how to deal with feedback, and but sometimes there is people that get offended, and the big thing is that we don't want people to, like CT, to get mad at people on the forums or Discord or whatever.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the part that we managers kind of intervene in, and how people respond to feedback, not how much they take it, like accept the feedback, but more how they respond to it.
Do you feel like perhaps a bit of focus should be put on, you know, helping them understand and, you know, making sure, you know, you don't take things too personal?
If there is like a particular big topic regarding a piece of content that we notice on Discord or forums, we often bring it up in the content team chat to kind of discuss it in the CT, because a lot of the times CT members have a similar opinion, and it's a lot of the times also easier to get it from a CT member that you kind of know and see as your friend when they have the same feedback, because they might be a bit nicer with it, or more constructive, or just kind of give a different view on it. So if there is like a big piece of feedback that we get, we usually bring it up in a chat, basically.
Yeah.
And discuss how we could do better and what we could improve and stuff like that.
How long have you been a content team manager?
That's a very good question, actually. I think I got promoted right after we released Corcus, which was what, 2016? No.
2017 in April, I believe. I'm not sure.
So it was right after that.
Have you learned many things along the way?
You mean in Wynncraft in general?
Sort of about being a manager.
Oh, yeah. There's definitely a lot that I've learned, and a lot of things that I've also, for example, I study game design currently, and that happened because of Wynncraft. Like, I wouldn't have even thought of it as a career if Wynncraft hadn't existed. And I think me being a manager had a big part in kind of sticking with the content team for as long as I have, because it kind of gave me a different perspective on everything, and it definitely has helped me in my studies and what I've wanted to do and stuff.
Do you learn things in your studies then that you can then apply when you work on Wynn?
Oh, definitely. There's a lot of things, and there's also a lot of things that I already know from Wynncraft that I read in a book or whatever, and I'm like, oh yeah, that I've done that. Like I've already kind of done that without really thinking about it. But yeah, there's a lot of like different game design principles that I've been able to use. Yeah.
Moving sort of to the topic of quests, what's your process of creating quests?
Okay, so I think my process might be a bit different from a lot of other GMs, since I've been with the team for so long. Green and I are kind of like on a very similar wavelength when it comes to just how we think and how we make quests. So a lot of, like, let's just speak for potential future content that we all know is Fruma. A lot of the the quest that I'm going to be making is things that I've kind of just come up with myself.
Yeah.
So, and that means that I have an idea, I propose it to Grian, I ask like, is this okay? And he usually says yes, and then I just continue developing like, so I usually start with an idea, approval, and then I come up with like all the stages and what's supposed to happen, at what stage, what the gameplay features are, what mobs are going to be used, characters, etc., etc. But more a general GM would get a prompt or an idea that kind of starts with Grian, or at least in discussion with Grian, and then develop the quest further from that point on.
So does that sort of mean that more seasoned content team members might have a more say in how things are made and done?
I think, yeah, both yes and no, because it's not uncommon that I'm speaking mostly from a GM perspective now, because that's kind of where my responsibility lie.
Yeah.
But it's not uncommon that a new GM, has a cool idea for a quest, and Grian's like, oh yeah, that's great, let's do that. Like that's not uncommon. But a lot of the times, the more experience you have, the more responsibility you will also get in terms of the content you get. So we typically give, or at least in the past, we've given reworks and discoveries to new GMs, and full quests to people that have done stuff in the past, just because it's good to get to know how like to use our systems, to manage builders, to just get used to everything.
As a manager, do you feel like you're at a sort of do you feel like there's a hierarchy, or do you feel like everyone is playing on a similar field, or everyone just has different responsibilities?
I think that depends a lot on what we're doing, but of course there's the thing Brace talked about earlier, where content team, then managers, then admins.
Yeah.
But within our manager team, we also have different responsibilities. So for example, Hams does most of the building stuff, and his say usually, like his opinion will usually matter more than mine in terms of that, because he knows better than I do, and it's not like I'm trying to take that over either. It's just like how it's done, basically.
Yeah.
And I might have more say in GM stuff, but there's not a thing where like, oh, Hams is #1 manager, I'm #2. Like, we don't have that.
Yeah. Banking to quests. When you've made a quest and it's out on a beta, do you worry that it might break in a way that you hadn't planned for?
No, quite the opposite. I'm hoping that the quest will break in something I didn't plan to happen, because even though like we all know that Wynncraft is a very buggy game, right? And a lot of the bugs that happen is things that we didn't even think could be a possibility.
Yeah.
And I think that's why the beta is a really important thing for our update process, because that's where most bugs appear that we wouldn't normally find out.
And speaking of beta, right, that's sort of where you and I have been in most contact previously. Do you know if the content team sort of as a whole keeps sort of close check on how players are playing, or do they wait for the bug reports to come in on the forums?
I think it depends from person to person, but at least on betas, it's most people find it very fun to just see how people play their stuff. Like, my favorite thing is videos and streams. Like, I love just watching people go through the new content.
Yeah.
But it's also like, for example, like if I'm doing that in my free time where I'm like just watching a YouTube video, I'm probably not gonna write down every bug I see just because that would take forever.
Yeah.
So that's why having a bug report forum is also really important when keeping track of things.
Yeah. Do you enjoy making quests more than playing them?
Definitely. I feel like when I got really invested in just the content team and Wynncraft overall, I lost interest in playing the game to the same level as because when I first started playing seriously, I enjoyed the game and it was the whole Gavel release party, blah blah blah. It was so exciting with everything, and playing the new quest was so fun.
Yeah.
But after you join the content team, there's never that hype again where like, oh, I wonder what the next piece of content is gonna be. Like, what's the next region? Oh, so exciting. Like, there's never really that. So, and also a lot of stuff with quests is that we do a lot of internal testing, different quest stuff, and like run through them multiple times. So you get kind of tired of it after a while. But I still really enjoy playing the game with friends because I like seeing their how they experience it and what they think and stuff like that.
Is that something you miss is becoming a content team member?
Not so much anymore. Since I've been on the team since early 2017. Or no, 2015, whatever it is. It's been a long time, so like not anymore because you kind of grow out of it, I guess. But at the start, it was very, I guess, boring to not have the hype anymore. But I would definitely never give up my content team position as it is of now because it's a lot of fun to make a game.
Going back to A Hunter's Calling, were there any difficulties you had to deal with when making it?
That's a good question. It was so long ago, I don't really remember. Nothing that stood out, I would say. I think it went pretty smoothly. Yeah, I can't really think of anything.
But not only have you created quest lines and quests from the bottom up, but during the 2.0 update, you also reworked a large amount of them. Was there a particular reason certain quests like Beyond the Grave or Enter the Dojo needed a rework?
A lot of the, let's say, higher quality quests like Beyond the Grave, I didn't really rework it. I mostly added updated features to it because a lot of those quests still used old common blocks and redstone and builds. Since we've changed a lot in our build style, that had to be updated. So it was mostly for that stuff. Same with Enter the Dojo. It was mostly just updating the existing mechanics.
I see. Out of all the quests you've ever worked on, do you have an ultimate favorite?
That's a really hard question. Favorite in terms of how they turned out, I think I really enjoy Aldera's Secret Part 2. Just because it was a very experimental quest in terms of how a lot of the gameplay was laid out with the dialogue choices and how, I don't know if you knew, but there's a lot of different forking paths you can take in that quest that do different things. Like a lot of them are very cosmetic, like you go to the bar or whatever. But I think I really enjoy how that turned out, and that you can kind of choose like if you want to do parkour, if you want to use all on social skills to get in.
Yeah.
But of course, there's things I want to change. I'm not 100% happy with how it turned out. There's of course problems, But I do enjoy that one a lot.
When I'll bring this up because I believe you told me about it, but when you work on a quest with several options and then you see a content creator like me do only showcase one of the ways to do it, do you feel like that does it injustice, or do you hope that the players themselves will experiment in their own playthroughs?
I think if it's a guide, I think it makes total sense to just show the fast and easy way to do it. But when I see, let's say I'm watching like just a gameplay video of someone who plays through the game for the first time, and they like pick the most boring options, I get really frustrated. I'm like, don't do that. Do the fun part instead. It's much more fun to do.
Yeah.
But if it's a guide, yeah, I definitely think that it makes sense to do it, to just do one way.
What would you say some of the fun options for Elder Secret Part 2 in particular are?
I think like, well, the big one is I think the parkour. Personally, I think it's a very fun parkour to do. So when people choose the just talking, actually, because the elevator part is funny too. So it just depends on how you want to do it, I guess. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I got a question from one of my event managers here. I believe I've asked you this before, but I'll bring it up for everyone. The second stage of the canyon puzzle is already solved, and you don't really need to do anything. Was that intended to troll the player?
Kind of. Originally, it wasn't, but I noticed how it was laid out, and then I was like, oh, that's pretty funny. I'm just gonna keep it in. And it makes it more difficult than you would think.
Yeah. So it's more like an accidental joke. You talked about a friend inviting you. Who invited you to Wynn?
His name is actually Sifix. He used to be quite active before, but he doesn't play the game as much anymore. He kind of comes on if I force him to play the new stuff, but yeah, he introduced me to Wynncraft, and I stayed and he left.
Did the old switcheroo with who stays. Same with me. The friend who sort of told me about Wynn was a hardcore like craft and movie fan, and a bit after I joined, they just never saw them again.
Yeah, my friend was also a craft and movie fan.
Yeah. Do you want to see future quests involve not only, you know, how we've seen dialogue options, but, you know, multiple or different endings?
I think it's important to want something and also be realistic with things, because having multiple options, like in terms of the quest endings and forking paths and stuff like that,
yeah,
is of course really cool, and of course we would do it if there's time, but it's a lot more effort than you would think to do that, and it's a lot of just punching yourself because it's awful.
yeah,
So it's not really that reasonable to do. Like Order of the Gook, for example, doesn't even have like forking endings.
yeah,
It just has like different classes you can choose, right?
yeah.
So even that was just really a lot of work for. I think it was worth it, but you could argue that. But in terms of the dialogue stuff, I think that is something we're definitely going to do in the future, because I feel like it makes it a lot more. It feels more alive when you can actually reply to the NPCs. It feels like you're an actual character in the game.
Yeah. Have you ever thought about different, instead of different endings, have you ever thought about different ways to start the same quest? Perhaps you accidentally stumble into something in a city, or that leads to you on a certain path, or you save someone and that leads you on the same path, and then you end up starting the same quest.
I guess we've kind of toyed with the idea a bit, but nothing. It hasn't really left the ideation phase. It's just been like, oh, we could do this, but we haven't really went further than that.
Yeah. Oh, similar to one of my event managers, reminds me of how you can start Arachnid's Ascent in two ways, by either talking to the NPC in the savannah or going directly to the quest start. Now, do you have a favorite quest that wasn't made by you?
I think a lot of quests are really good. Like, for example, Canary Calls is amazing. Hollow Serenity is also really good. What else? Oh, Breaking Point. I really enjoy that. I think maybe Breaking Point is my favorite.
Breaking Point, that's a good choice. We did see a lot of praise for Glitch about Canary Calls. And something I've asked all content team members is who is a sort of new member to the content team that you think have done really good work so far?
I feel like I'm having to pick my favorite child.
Yes.
I mean, I think I don't think I can answer the question really. There's a lot of talented people in the content team, and we get new people very often, and there's always people that stick around for a while.
Yeah.
But of course I'm gonna the people I've worked with, let's say builders, they're cooler in my eyes, but you know, they don't have to know that.
Unless they hear this. I mean, what?
Exactly.
Yeah. Going back to the sort of manager role, are there any difficulties with being a manager?
I mean, there is of course some stuff, but for example, you have to obviously have a bit more of a strict tone, I guess, when it comes to what you can accept in the content team, what people can do and what they can't do and stuff like that. And you know, that can be I don't really like confrontation that much, so I don't like that.
Yeah.
And I'm also in charge of trials. I was in charge of both the item maker one and GM ones, and having to fail people is very heartbreaking. But yeah, I think that's it.
What is something you look at during trials? How does a trial for GM go?
So I guess I can also take the how to successfully get an application pro tips. So the big focus in the applications is how well they can kind of communicate their ideas and how they can explain gameplay stuff. The story is, of course, writing is of course important, but I would say that being good with gameplay and making fun stuff and being able to communicate is a lot more important. And same goes for the trial. The trial consists of both doing mobs, basic quests, and also the fundamentals of script, which is very difficult to get used to. So the actual trial, it doesn't really matter how complex and how good you are at scripting or YML. It's more of how you've managed to create gameplay out of the options you have. So it's a big focus on gameplay.
Yeah. You mentioned communication, right? And a lot of the other content team members I've had on talk a lot about communicating, right? When you're a GM, you work together with builders, and sort of everyone has their own task, but you're working together in a sort of large group. Do you feel like new members of the content team have a sort of, is it easy to become part of that whole communication system and how things are done, or is it sort of a hard thing to get used to?
I wouldn't say it's really hard to get used to. There's the simple process of having like requests. Like we put up what we want done, and builders can look at that and choose what they want to do. And that is a form of communication, even though it's like maybe not person to person, but it's more, you're still putting out a request for someone.
Yeah.
But for example, with comment blockers, even though we don't really have a lot of them anymore because of script, that's more where you actually need to like sit down and really chat to them. Like, this is what I want. This is the puzzle that I want. Help me do this.
Yeah.
And from my experience, I wouldn't say that it's really difficult. Of course, it depends on person to person. Like some people are better with communication, and some people might struggle with English, or things like that. And but yeah, people definitely improve over time.
When you say struggling with English, I know a lot of members of the content team are from different parts of the world, but for people who want to join the content team, is knowing English an important skill?
I would say yes, but that doesn't mean that you need to be some sort of professional English writer that is perfect with grammar and has a million thousand vocabulary, blah blah blah. That's not really that important, but at least you need to know the basics, basically, because there's, like, as I said, a lot of everything we write is in English, right? So like what you need to build, people talking to you, it's all in English. So yeah.
Back to sort of quests with different choices. Is it hard to sort of come up with a meaningful choice when you still want the quest to go in a certain direction? I would imagine it's quite tricky.
We've actually had this conversation recently internally. Not gonna go into what it was about, but yeah, it can definitely be hard, because sometimes it can kind of turn into having a choice just to have a choice and not really because it's what's needed. But I think what we have in game currently, like the big one being Ironheart Part 2, I think the choice there really works.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Also a choice many end up regretting if they do it a certain XP items are better.
Agreed.
But yeah, sort of how do you balance being both manager but also working on your own content?
I would say I wouldn't say it's hard, because since I've usually done a lot of the bigger stuff in terms of both like story, what's very important to the story, a lot of what I do in my content kind of becomes something that other people also have to kind of take into consideration when making their stuff. So it kind of goes hand in hand, I guess. But I wouldn't say it's difficult to balance, since I don't, for example, Hams does a crazy amount of work when it comes to like build requests and managing building stuff. I couldn't have his role and also do content on my own. That would not work.
Now, have you ever had to make any difficult sort of manager decisions?
I mean, yeah, of course there's always stuff that happens, like people breaking rules, not behaving properly, like stuff like that, and that's always difficult. But I guess a problem that's more related to content that happened a while back is the decision of postponing Road to Dern, or Silent Expanse as it's known.
Yeah.
Because the original plan was awful. Like if we released that, it would have been horrible. So thank God we made that decision to postpone it. But that of course made a lot of people angry, but I think it was worth it.
And when you make these decisions, I would assume you don't make them alone. But who do you make them with?
Well, usually when it comes to like decisions like that, is usually someone who brings it up, and I think it was Lumi who brought up the whole Road to Dern thing. But it at the end of the day, it is Salted and Grian's decision basically. But we can of course try to like influence them with what we think is better, and by we I mean like the entirety of the content.
Yeah. Out of everything you've worked on quest-wise, do you have a sort of favorite?
As I said, I do like Aldera's Secret, and I also I really like what's it called? 1000 Meters Under.
Yeah.
Mostly because it was like my first project that I did as a GM, and it turned out really good. So those two. Oh, and of course, what we have planned for Fruma is gonna be the best.
Yes.
But yeah.
You can only tell me about those in the DM. I mean, what?
Sure. I accept PayPal.
Oh. Don't let Salted hear this. Yes. You can DM me the details.
Sure.
But when you sort of work on larger quest lines, right? I'm thinking dwarves and dogons, right? How do you need to stop leaking your connections? Yes. How do you handle working on a whole storyline that's split up in several parts? If you're sort of unhappy with a certain part, do you feel like it might risk needing to change other quests that's part of the storyline?
There's always problems with individual parts of the quest line, and I wouldn't say like that we really have anything that we had to change that totally changed how the rest of the quest line worked. But like for example with Dwarves and Dogons, we actually had the quest planned as a two-parter, and we had the two quests planned out, and then as we were like going through the stages and how we like the gameplay features and what would be featured and stuff, it was like, okay, well, one quest is gonna take like 3 hours, like we can't do this. So after that we decided that we would split it into 4 instead, which unfortunately made part 3 a bit lackluster, but I think it was definitely a good decision when we were making it.
Because that quest line sort of came in a time when the community had been wanting more level 90 content, because it was sort of dry on that end. There wasn't really too much to help you level up except grinding, and then there were only so few quests in the sort of higher end of the 90s. Did you feel like a bit of pressure from the community wanting content in that section when working on that?
I wouldn't say that there was pressure for the amount of content in the Molten Heights in particular, but there was definitely a lot of expectations on the Molten Heights quest line, and people thought it was going to be the greatest thing ever, and it would be mind-blowing, and it would win an Oscar. But in reality, I think a lot of that was just built on nothing, because there wasn't really anything there that we kind of worked on, except the dragon. Like the dragon skeleton was pretty much what was there before me and Grian kind of started brainstorming what to do.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of the hype built around that quest line definitely put pressure on us, and we expected people to dislike what we made just because of that expectation. And I think we also, as I said, where we split the 2-parter into a 4-parter,
Yeah.
I think that was also really good because it filled the entire Molten Heights with a proper quest line.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I mean, we have talked a bit about expectations previously. Do you feel the community might sometimes set too high expectations? So as a content team member, you're almost bound to disappoint sometimes.
Definitely, but I don't think that's I think people have very high expectations, but I also don't think it's very unreasonable to have expectations, right? But it can definitely feel pretty bad when you deliver something that people didn't really care about, or like people didn't see as important as you saw it. But I think that a lot of people have high expectations, yeah, but I don't blame them for having them, if that makes sense.
Have you ever felt like something you've worked on haven't been received as well as you hoped it would be?
I mean, yeah. I think, like, of course you always expect people to kind of like what you've done. For example, right, like, I feel like this is gonna get unpopular opinion, but when we were making Realm of Light, we being me and Grian, we thought that people would kind of enjoy the complexity of Laurie and how she's a flawed character and not just like oh, I'm good, I'm happy, let's win.
Yeah.
But you know, how people saw Laurie was completely different than what we kind of hoped for. But of course we take that feedback and we try to fix it, which I think Selva helping with dialogue definitely also helped us make her feel better.
Yeah.
And then there's also like expectations with, or not expectations, but for example, Alderae Part 2. When we made the thing with the elves being the cause of the issue, was planned since we kind of made the new or cleaned up the previous Gavel storyline back with the first Gavel expansion, right? So the elf thing was always there, but we just didn't have the time to implement that in Alderae Part 2 until Spellbound. So, and I guess that how people saw that twist at the end was a bit unexpected, at least to me.
I mean, it was during beta. That was the biggest plot twist ever. I was incredibly shocked.
Yeah.
But sort of on that topic of Alderae Secret Part 2, when you create quests, right, you want to make it fit into the world and the lore and the, you know, everything that's already made, but also being planned to being made. Is it hard to sort of make a quest fit in, seeing, you know, for example, how the first version showed the Dern portal, but, you know, that was removed during beta because the player hasn't, you know, doesn't know the portal to Dern yet. So is that like a perspective you have to keep in mind when making quests?
Definitely. There's like a lot of thinking going into like how this will interact and how this will change other bits of the story and relations and things like that. And the Dern portal thing was honestly an oversight from my part because that ending cutscene was done like at the last, I don't know, week before the update or whatever. Like it was a very last minute thing. So I didn't really think much of, oh, right, people haven't been to Silent Expanse yet. I kind of forgot about it. So then after when people brought it up, I then decided to just remove it.
Now we talked a bit about the dwarves and dogons and such. Now you talked about how the third part was lackluster, and sometimes the community's sort of expectations can affect how it's received. Do you feel like it was well received, or do you feel like it could have been received better?
I think it's a mixed bag. I think a lot of so I watch a lot of YouTube like of people playing Wynncraft.
Yeah.
And I think the more casual players who don't really know the ins and outs of everything and things like that kind of received, like, they liked the questline a lot. But then the more I guess dedicated players that have been playing for years didn't like it as much. But yeah,
because I feel like that's a sort of perspective, right, that I'm not really aware of, right? Us as players, a lot of what we think is how we receive something, but we don't know how you receive our receiving or like our perception. What I'm trying to say, right, is like I'm a huge fan of your quests, right, and I've loved every single one. I'm very much a quest enjoyer, right? That's why it's so fun to be able to talk to content team members, right? Because they've created basically everything I do, right? I do quest guides, and those are thanks to you guys. And to me, right, it's there are quests in the game, right? Where I understand feedback and criticism it might get, but for most of them, right, I think you guys do an awesome job, right? And that's something I would want everyone in the content team to be aware of, because I think everyone does a really good job, and it's sad to see sometimes, when people have to deal with unfair criticism. Yeah.
I really appreciate that. Thank you for the comment.
But yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I think a lot of the content team members are also very proud of their work, and of course it is hurtful when people let's just say the example of someone makes a quest and someone posts a thread on the forums where they're like, oh, this quest sucks, it's shit, it's worse than any quest in the game, and there's nothing redeemable about it. Like, there's nothing you can really take from that.
Yeah.
That you like, oh, I can do this better, because if everything is shit, then you don't really know what to do about that.
Yeah.
And I think it can be very easy to kind of get stuck with that sort of feedback and kind of ignore the positive stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah.
For example, right, we talked about the Realm of Light questline. Not only Laurie, but for example, part 3 has, a lot of cutscenes, and the time it goes that goes by going through all those cutscenes is something a lot of players have a gripe with. But one of the sort of aspects you might sort of fail to see would be the immense amount of lore you're getting. But do you feel like if people want to give feedback or criticism where it's due, you feel like they should learn to keep in mind to keep it constructive and not sort of have the whole internet anonymity of being sort of unnecessarily rude?
I mean, I feel like people are free to criticize how they want. Like, we can't tell them like, oh, you have to be nice. Oh, you have to say things like X and Y. But I think that we take it more to heart if it's said more constructively, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if someone posts like, oh, this is shit, this is awful, this is the worst thing that I've ever played, like, even if there is valuable criticism in that statement, it's easy to just ignore it and be like, oh, well, they just hate everything, which is both like a flaw on our part, but I think, yeah, like, if avoiding saying, oh, this is awful and shit is pretty good. Yeah, and it helps with our mental, because I know, like, personally, I've like avoided the Discord for a bit because I just didn't want to deal with that mentally.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Do you feel like, you know, both yourself but also as a manager of the content team, that the community might fail to keep in mind that you guys are all volunteers? You know, you do this for the fun of it.
I mean, I wouldn't, like, as I said previously, that I don't blame people for having expectations and things like that. And I think it is good that people care about Wynncraft and they want to see better stuff and they want to see quests be improved and things like that. So it is good that people are very critical of things. But yeah, sometimes it is just difficult since you get very attached to what you make.
Yeah. When you get attached to your own creations, is it hard to change them in case one of your, like, what if, you know, one of your bigger quests needed a remake in the future? Would that be hard to do?
I would say that if it was a few years ago, yes, I would be very upset about that. But now I see my own mistakes. Like, I'm trying to not be delusional, right? So, like, for example, like Hunger of Gerds 2. Like, I know that is a bad quest. Like, I know. And it's just unfortunate that it turned out as it did. So if we were to potentially remake that in the future, I would be very supportive of it.
Yeah.
Because I also want to see the best of Wynncraft, right? Like, I'm not just here because I want to see my own content in the game. I'm here because I want to make Wynncraft good.
So you would also be fine with someone else perhaps working on remaking something you've done?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Now, when you talk about, you know, feedback from the community and such, and you mentioned earlier how you don't really play much, you more create more, or you play with friends to see their reactions. Do you sort of keep up to date with what the community is doing or what they're talking about and things happening in the community?
I would say that usually I try to keep, I'm very up to date on the forums. Like, I really enjoy reading forum stuff. Discord I've kind of taken a bit of distance from recently just because there's been a lot of negative stuff and I just don't want to deal with that currently. But I do try to keep up to date with what's going on. And I watch, as I said, like a lot of YouTube and streams and stuff like that.
Do GMs sort of look at suggested quests, right? You talk about the forums, and on the forums, you know, in the suggested tab, we always see, you know, people suggesting different quests or changes to already made quests. Is that something that both you as a content team member, but also as a manager, sort of, you know, keep in mind or look at for inspiration? Or
I would say that a lot of quest suggestions just, it doesn't work because we have a lot, like, we have a very clear image of what we, for example, want Fruma to be, right? Like, we have the basis of the story and stuff like that. So we can't just take a random quest suggestion on the forum that's like, oh, Rob the skeleton is missing his left arm, go find it. You know, it just doesn't really work out.
Yeah.
But for quest changes, we do keep in mind, and we try to look at what people think and what we could change and stuff like that. But a lot of the times we also know ourselves that it needs to be changed, so we can kind of figure that out ourselves.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a really good suggested quest that you thought, wow, this would fit in Wynn perfectly?
I want to say yes, but no. I feel like I don't know if I've really read a lot of quest suggestions recently. I used to do that more before, but I don't think so.
Now, I know it's sort of years away, right? But do you see Wynncraft's main story, or like, is there a possibility for Wynncraft to progress after Dern? Because, you know, once we've sort of solved the whole corruption issue, can the game progress past that story-wise?
Well, who said that hasn't already been thought of?
Mm.
Yeah, that's all I have to say.
I see. Wynncraft, 100-year anniversary. Here we go. Speaking of anniversaries, very smooth transition, I must say. Do you want to see the 10th anniversary being celebrated in a certain way?
I mean, I guess yes, but I kind of didn't realize that until very recently that it is 10 years soon. So I haven't really put much thought into it, but it would definitely be cool because I think it's a really big thing that Wynncraft has been around for that long and is still continuing to be developed. I think it's really impressive. So it would be really fun, yeah.
Do you see yourself working on Wynn in the future?
Definitely. As it is currently, I don't have any plans of quitting. I really enjoy Wynncraft work, and it's very giving, so yeah.
You said you mentioned you study game development. Do you think you could turn Wynncraft into a career?
I think, yeah. Probably. I mean, there's always opportunities for things, right? So I'm not saying no to anything, but I feel like it could, yeah.
If such a opportunity would sort of arise, would you want to take it?
Oh, definitely.
Now, one question we've asked all our guests so far is their favorite color. Do you have any?
Lavender.
Lavender.
Yeah. Pastel purple.
A good choice. A good choice.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there was a recent poll or a survey sort of presented on the forums about quest rankings. Did you look at that?
I did look at it, and we also kind of talked about it in a one of our meetings we do weekly. But if you ask me anything like what quest is and what position, I have no clue.
Yeah.
I would not remember.
But one of those quests is the Lost Tower. It together with Cook Assistant were the worst rated quest.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Lost Tower could need a rework in the future?
I have to be honest, when you said Lost Tower, I had to think a bit for what that quest actually is, but I definitely think that yes, it's on our list of potential reworks, but I think currently we are focusing more on new stuff since we've done 2 reworking updates in a row.
Yeah.
So not right now.
Are you excited for Fuma?
I'm very excited, and I think it's going to be the coolest things we've done yet. And I think what we have going currently is really cool.
I see. Let's see. I'm just gonna double check here with my event managers if they've noticed any questions in chat. Fuma is going to be sick. IMAX is so right. Yeah, you guys will have to share all the spoilers with me. You know where, our secret channels and all. But let me just what has been the sort of most difficult thing you've had to sort of undertake and work
Um, I think Realm of Light was a really big thing. Also because of the time I had to make all 5 parts. It was, I wouldn't say it's rushed, but I would say that I put down a lot of hours, a lot of all-nighters to get that done. But then in terms of other stuff, I would say currently with Fuma, what I'm doing is different from what I've done before, and I think it's a challenge, but it's also very fun.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a way to phrase this question. But when you sort of look at a quest being that you've worked on being released, do you sort of have last minute regrets, or like, it's out now, I should have done it this way, or it should have been done this way?
I feel like with everything, really, I feel like there's always things that you're like, oh, I should have put down more effort into this. I should have polished this part a bit more. Oh, this idea sounds so good now. Why did we not do that? But I think it's also important to kind of also realize when you are done with something. Because I think you could add things to every quest in the game. You could change something about anything. But sometimes you just have to kind of realize that, okay, maybe I don't have to do that.
Someone asked in chat, how many content team managers are there?
There's me, Hams, Lumi, Brace, and Lex. And Brace and Lex are the 2 newest ones.
And do you have different responsibilities, or do some of you guys manage together?
I would say that we definitely have different responsibilities. So for example, as I think everyone knows, but Hams is the build manager, right?
Yeah.
He makes the requests for the builds. He makes he reviews the builds and then gives karma to people, and he has build trials and stuff like that. And then Lumi is doing a lot of bigger projects, like she made Sinfraz and Deathless, you know, like really big things. And then gets help where needed from other builders. And I would say that my role is more within like GM stuff. Like more recently, it's been more like the narrative design and the overall like world building, I guess. And I also do the trials for GMs and IMs. But I think since Brace and Lex are still very new to the manager role, I feel like they don't really have their set responsibilities yet, but I think they will grow into them very quickly, especially now with Fuma. But I think, yeah, Lex also does a lot of event stuff.
You have a lot of things named after you.
Uh-huh.
How does that feel? You have both a town and, as far as I know, Kmaxi and Mythics are named after you. How does that feel?
So, I think it's a very like surreal feeling to see your own name in the game. So for example, with Makes, it wasn't even my suggestion. We were talking about reworking or renaming Dogovi to something new, and so I think it was Xavier, maybe, that brought up like, oh, what about IMAX? What about his name? So it kind of, I didn't really have any say in that, and that made me feel like very like, oh, this is cool. Like I'm gonna be in the game. And then for Maxi, like it was my quest, so I made him, if that makes sense. So like, yeah, and it was one of the like first big parts or big quests that I did. And then there's also Axilis, which is based on my real name.
Ah.
Yeah. But if this is regarding like self-inserts, I would kind of see, so a self-insert is someone that's like based on my personality. And the only one in the game that's a IMAX self-insert is Ope in the Nivla Forest.
Ope?
Yeah.
Infested plants or what?
Yes, he is written by me and exactly how I would speak. So both Maxi and Axilis are characters that just have my name.
See, sort of looking at the Envoy quest. That was the very first time we saw moving NPCs, right? And it was hyped up in the trailer. Was that hard to work with? And do you feel like that extra hype created like a kind of pride on working on that?
It actually wasn't the first moving NPC. The first one was actually in Meaningful Holiday, which was the update before that. And it is the basis of the system we use today, like script. But it was impossible to work with. There were so many things that just didn't make sense in the Envoy, right? Like getting that to work was a nightmare. Like nothing made sense. Like it was a mess. And a lot of content team members that are here today never had to do that, and I'm so jealous of them because they never got to experience the horrible origins of script.
Yeah.
But it was definitely cool because we hadn't really seen much of that in Wynncraft before.
This page suggests that you describe your favorite place in Fruma as vague and with as few words as possible, like a single word or maybe two.
Let me think about this. Okay, leaf.
Ooh, that is very vague.
Once you see it, it's clear.
Oh. Okay, we're gonna have to wait until then, and I'm gonna have a big aha moment during my beta streams. You heard it here first, guys. Exactly. Unique Fruma details only on this channel. Make sure to subscribe. You made the dwarves and Dogan's questline, but it was given the end that we never really got to see first now with the breaking point, sort of showing the aftermath of everything. How does it feel to have something, you know, that you've worked on so much, sort of being finished by sort of other GMs?
that is actually the reason why the Breaking Point is my favorite quest, is because it involves both the aftermath of the Molten Heights storyline, but also the Corcus one. So it's just really fun and exciting seeing, like, I guess, the epilogue of things that I've worked on and how that has developed. And we never really, like, when we made Dwarves and Dogons, we didn't plan on making a like continuation or like a aftermath of the situation, but I think it's really cool that we did. And I love that we got to see more of Maxi and how he developed.
Yeah, and do you feel like it was a sort of a just ending? Was it as well as you hoped?
I definitely think it was done well, yeah. And I like that we got to finally see Maxi's husband in game.
Why weren't we allowed to go to the wedding?
I'm not allowed to disclose information about this, but we have had some plans about the wedding. I'm not gonna say more than that.
Okay.
It might involve time travel.
10th anniversary event. Bracewell is wondering, who's your favorite manager that isn't you?
I'm lagging.
Oh, yeah. It
Next
cut out
question.
there. This Discord cut out for a moment.
Yeah.
Moving on. What is something you would like to see added to Wynn? For example, or changed example. We've seen suggestions like changes to professions or loot running, but also additions like flying mounts and stuff like that, or swarms being added in a certain type of way. Is there something you would like to see changed or added?
I think there's like a lot of small things that I want to see more from like a gameplay perspective, because since a lot of what I do is more story and quest stuff, I don't think there's anything that I particularly think should change on like a big level.
Yeah.
But I think like changes to loot running, some stuff to how mobs function, for example. Swarms would be really cool. Yeah, there's a lot of small things, but I don't think I can name one in particular.
Yeah. Swarms would be cool. Do you feel like things like loot running and professions should get changed or need to change?
I definitely think there's room for change in both professions and loot running, and I think it's very easy to kind of think that we think something is good. Like, trust me, like I don't think anyone on the content team thinks that professions is like a flawless system that works perfectly. I think we all kind of realize that something needs to kind of be done, but we just don't have the resources or time to do it currently. And same with loot running. Like, I think there's definitely things we should change, but I think there's just maybe not current, like maybe not right now, if that makes sense.
Sort of prioritizing other things.
Exactly.
I see. Is there anything you felt like you haven't been asked, but you thought you would be asked about, or you wanted to talk about?
I don't know if there's anything in particular. I think the questions are very good and broad, and there were a lot of things to go over. I also like that I got to kind of speak a bit about Laurie, and yeah, I think it was pretty good.
Yeah. Do you feel like you would have wanted Laurie to stay the way she was, or did you understand what the community sort of wanted changed?
I think like a big problem with how Larry was perceived and portrayed is that a lot of the dialogue was temporary stuff that I wrote just to get something there.
Yeah.
Because we have either Grian or Salver rewriting stuff to kind of fit how Wynncraft is written. And I think a lot of people got their view and opinions on Larry with my text in the game, which was never it was never what I wanted. It was never the intent for her to be so angry and grumpy as she actually was. It was just my text. So I think like Seville did a really good job of kind of fixing up what we originally wanted her to be. So yeah.
You feel like maybe the community should keep that in mind, that maybe they shouldn't judge quests too harshly during a beta phase, because it's not really the finished product we're dealing with. That might create sort of untrue criticism before it's sort of makes sense.
I think having criticism on it is good, because we obviously know if we want to change something in the beta, but the beta is still there to fix, you know, both issues with bugs, but also how like the content flows and how the quests are, for example. So I think it's really good that people give their opinions on it, but I think, for example, with Larry, right, I think it's also important to kind of, when judging her character, I think it's important to look at how she's in game currently and not how she was when the beta first dropped.
Yeah. He was a bit extra harsh during the beta, but things...
She was very grumpy during the beta.
Yeah. So was Dado, I think his name is. He was very angry during the beta.
I think he's still pretty angry.
Yeah, he's pretty rude. But villagers are, lore-wise speaking, they're supposed to be kind of rude. And not...
Yeah, there's a lot of rude ones.
You've sort of, you know, you've explored all the sort of races on Wynn. You've worked with Dogans, Korkians, elves. Is there sort of a certain race you would want to work with more, or you would want to see sort of expanded on more?
Interesting phrasing. I think anything to do with Quirkus is very interesting, and I think there's always room for more content regarding Quirkus, since it's such a like unique place.
Yeah.
But I think like elves, I think, you know, they're in Gavel, so they can't really be much more than that. And I think dwarves are also like very on the scale of Wynncraft. I think dwarves are very low in terms of their importance to the overall Wynncraft story. So I think what's in Molten Heights and Thanos and stuff is plenty.
But you'd like to see more of Quirkus.
Yeah. Anything to do with Quirkus is great.
Do you we talked with Jbip yesterday, I believe. The hours are sort of blending in my brain. And you know, we talked about, you know, keeping things consistent with the sort of the game itself. I asked you a similar question when we discussed, you know, the Dern portal. But he talked about, you know, the Korkian switcheroo, when you can't explain something. You just, you know, say it's Korkian technology, and it usually works out. You feel like sort of wanting to work with Quirkus, working with Quirkus, does it give more opportunities because you can sort of easily explain more mechanics and technology with the sort of Quirkian technology explanation?
I think there's like a lot of it's both fun to be very free in what you can do. Like, we also have the joke that everything that's weird is magic.
Yeah.
But I think it's also really interesting to explore a more strict place, like where the rules are a bit more set in stone, where what's possible and what's not. And that's something we're doing with Fruma. And I think that's also very interesting to work with, where things can't just be there because magic or because technology. So I think there's both fun things, but also there's fun things with both ways to do it.
Yeah. But yeah, is there anything you would like to add?
I think if there's anyone that's really interested in becoming a GM, and feel like they're not good at writing or English is not their first language and things like that, I think you should definitely give it a go and send in an application and focus on gameplay, because gameplay is much more important to me when reviewing a trial and an application. So I think like if you want to be part of the content team, you should definitely go for it, because it is a very fun experience and you get to meet a lot of people and work on a game together, and it's a good experience for real life as well. So yeah.
I think that is great advice. Wynncraft is always a sort of growing team, so it's always good to entice those who are passionate to try to join. But yeah, those were all the questions I had for you. It's been an honor talking to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. You've made some of my favorite quests in the game, so to me it's you know, it's been a real honor, and I can't emphasize that enough. But yeah.
Thank you. It's been very fun.
Yeah. I can't wait to enjoy your future content. But yeah, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
And that, my dear viewers, was today's last interview. IMAX. That was it wasn't an honor talking to me. I think I said it was an honor talking to everyone. Because it really has been. It's a bit intimidating, of course. I've been trying to hide my nervousness, but yeah. It's hard to sort of be leading an interview with sort of with people you admire for their work. Yeah. But yeah. You are way cooler than all of us, CT though, Linus. Definitely not. Definitely not. I just sit here and I make videos and I record things. Making a quest guide, for example, is much easier than coming up and working on the quest itself. But yeah. It's really fun. I hope you guys enjoyed that interview. I really did. But yeah. I'm in a bit of a shock because, you know, I've had sort of, you know, contact with IMAX before, doing hero betas, you know, playing his quests and such, but never really had a sort of in-depth conversation. But yeah. I am oh yeah, you gotta hold the thing. I forget that. But yeah, it's very interesting, and if like these interviews have been very sort of nerve-wracking or nerve-wracking, right? No. Yeah, I think that's the word. You know, God, I'm supposed to interview Salted tomorrow. Terrifying. If I faint, just like, I don't know, make a loud noise or something. So, or like, I don't know. It's but yeah, if you faint, you'll take over. Nah, Lou. Nah, nah. uh, but yeah, it's been really fun talking to CT. It's I've never sort of had such an in-depth conversation or sort of insight. Oh yeah, this counts as a puzzle. Wait, I'm going to press that one. Eh. Wait, what? Did they change? Okay. Oh, it opened already. I did that one. That's like the first one I did. I'll roll one anyways, I guess. The insight we're getting is very nice. Yeah. I've literally been in VC the entire time anyways. I've had the stream muted the entire time, only listening in VC. Exactly. But yeah. Literally transparency offensive. Ask Salted what leaf means, yeah. Red lore stage, yes, yes. Oh, wait, Tealy. Interview me instead of Salted, he's just a boring dev. Hey chat, have you heard of Emperor? Tealy, stop. You guys are having your own conversation here. Yeah, no ads, yeah. Oh man, and I'm supposed to interview Tealy tomorrow and he's just gonna do ads about Ambrosia. What is this? What is this? Hi chat, this is my stream now. Wait, why am I reading it? That makes it true. But yeah. Very interesting. I feel like it's been hard to come up with good questions. Try advertising for Ambrosia Casino now. Oh yeah, wait. Oh man, Lou is brutal. Brutal. But yeah, I feel like it's been sort of hard to come up with good questions because I want to do everyone justice. But yeah, been interesting. And we're also meeting Nepmia tomorrow as well. But Nepmia does not want. Wait, why am I on the wrong side of the? I don't even. Yeah. All right. Instead of me talking, what stage were we on, Lou? I think you wrote it here. Stage 70. Yeah. All right. So let's continue on our bread lore journey. At least I can spell casino correctly, Lou. Oh. Yep. What did you think about the winter event? Let's see. Ask Sultan how much he makes a month. And we spend it on gas for the Wynncraft yacht. I'm not gonna ask Sultan how much Wynncraft makes. There are certain questions I'm not going to answer or ask. But yeah. But yeah, let's continue on our bread lore story here. It's gonna be tricky with all these options, but yeah. Not to mention that just about everything needs butter in some shape or form. Really, what's with it? It's not like that stuff grows on trees. Making the pastry shiny, making it taste rich, making the dough thick, there's no end to it. Bread's just so much simpler to handle. Though some people insist upon putting butter on the bread, or in the bread, I mean. Not just on it, but in it. There's more butter than bread at that point. Wait, let me just, because we have to select an option here. Okay, now we gotta save him. Wow. Let's go. Aren't you supposed to be able to break this with the spell? Hello. Oh, we're just gonna do that. Haha. I'm a genius. You hopping on your main after stream? Probably not. I'm going to work on tomorrow's event. A lot of it is planned, but not everything. Well, I mean, everything is planned. I just have to do some last minute fixes and changes. That's the thing with running an event. There are unforeseen problems all the time. All the time. That we got to deal with. And that is how I'm going to end up being up a long time anyway. But yeah, I didn't have anything against butter itself, mind you. It's great on toast. Just, I think it ought to stay on the toast rather than in it. Let's see. I'm not really able to read chat, but 5 to 7 million by now. Rian also gets his fair share, I guess. Yep. And he is rich on YouTube already. Wow. That's why Teal is here. He's watching me suffer through the bread lore he made. Not to mention there's a time, place, and occasion for it. If you put butter on everything, you're going to get sick of it real quick. Eat it in moderation. Your tongue and your emerald pouch will thank you. Of course, there's always margarine, but why settle for something inferior? You shouldn't settle for anything less than the quality you'd expect from your bread. Though, now that I look at it, bread does get a reputation for being a breakfast food. That's ridiculous. It's got a place in every meal of the day. Let me just check. Alder's Secret Part 2. Ooh, just after IMAX left. Poor timing. How about we try some options I haven't tried before? I'm not gonna count that as a puzzle then, because I have no clue. Because I usually run the same path every time. He still works a lot on it. Yeah, Grian, I mean, from these conversations, you really hear how much Grian works on it, you know, all working together with IMAX on Realm of Light, sort of overseeing the entire story, you know, just because his name isn't plastered on every update poster, you know. Grian shows up in RBCs. He basically is the quest lead. Exactly. Just like DSVH is telling us. I mean, we should ask Salted if he thinks Grian should share in his YouTube monies. Nah, okay, Alder's Secret Part 2. Let's, well, I can't really half brain it and read the bread lore if I'm doing different paths. That's true. Alright, let's continue. Sandwiches, they've got bread in them. Casseroles, any respectable one has it as a shell. Breadsticks, it's the name, it's in the name, for crying out loud. done right, and it's also great as a side. I already mentioned having a fresh baked loaf of whole grain with a slab of flat iron steak. But really, a well-sliced loaf and some dip in butter can transform a family dinner into a banquet. Yeah, I'm sorry. They're almost as versatile as potatoes. Actually, even more so, I'd say. Putting it against potatoes. Not that. That's a dangerous take right there. Whew, putting it against potatoes. I don't know, because you can boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew, you know? As my poppy like to say, a real man got to earn his daily bread through his own toiling. As you can see, I've taken his advice to heart. I feel that I'm missing something important that I wanted to discuss. Hang on for a bit, would you? It seems like he's in deep thought. Of course, I can't believe that I forgot. I wanted to cover some thoughts about bread consistency, namely the two extremes, too chewy and not chewy enough. I already spoke on hardly chewy bread plenty, but there's such a thing as too much of a good thing. And in this case, bread chewiness is a good thing. You don't want your bread to be too chewy, got it? Too chewy is a step towards the bread that's outright rubbery. Your teeth will bounce right off it. Sure, too much will give in the dough's too much give in the dough's awkward and sets you up for biting your own tongue. Wait, where did he go? Hello? Oh, is he fall? No, he disappears because I'm supposed to go alone, so he just stand there. They always say never bite off more than you can chew, but you ought to be careful not to bite off any less than that either. There you go. What do you do now? Rain. Stage 88, thank you. Not just right and chewy. No, just right and chewy is what you want. Don't settle for anything more or less. Come to think, you really seem interested in discussing bread with me. Lean in for a second, would you? I've got something important to say. He's waiting expectantly. Listening, right? Sorry. I didn't mean to shout in your ear. You're just about the only person that I've been able to have an honest conversation about bread with. Why is it open? There we go. Where was I? Usually bread gets brushed off as some kind of dull fodder, dismissed as too boring and too plain. I tell you, that's what leads to unnecessary excess. People try to make it into something that it's not. But us, we're different. We're visionaries, and we know the truth about what really makes a good loaf. Tell them off, I say. They can't follow the thoughts of bread enthusiasts like you and They can't follow the thoughts of bread enthusiasts like you and I otherwise. Wait, this is the way. Yeah, it's sort of... This one requires a bit more thinking. You gotta select the right ones. There we go. Alright. Right. Never did I get to answering your question about my favorite type of bread, that is. Plain old coarse ground wheat. Sure. Wait. Sure, it may be simple, but if you were paying any attention and all, you would know for sure that's why everything that's everything that I'm looking for. And just about sums up the basics. Let me know if you want to hear anything more. And then you can ask him to continue. Let's continue. Have you ever seen a baker wearing a fancy hat? Have you ever wondered how that corresponds with how to tell how well they bake bread compared to something else? You don't have time for this, it says, and it ends. We're free. But I did fail one puzzle. Just you guys don't think I missed it. I did fail a puzzle. We're just gonna quickly roll one more. No armor for 1 hour seems to be it. This counts as a city, so I can fix my ability points, so it's okay. Okay, there we go. I was just about to remind you. Thank you, Lou. Yeah, keep in mind that we need to end the stream before 55, otherwise it will go past 12 hours and the VOD won't be able to save. So just keep that in mind. We're not too far. Kira Hive is before question mark. Okay, let's just try to speed through this one. All right. We will not make question mark today for sure. Yeah, probably not. It does not look like it. We have basically 40 minutes to go. We'll see how far we get. I guess we could have continued a bit more yesterday. Let's try to speed through it, and I'll go with the options I know. You sound really dead. Maybe just go till 80 and do the quests tomorrow. Yeah, that is probably the best plan. I more so need to rest my voice, if anything. Because I need to be able to talk tomorrow. Because we're interviewing more content team members and Salted as well. I mean, does he count as a part of the content team? I guess so. Or are like admins special in a way? Yeah, I ran out of tea a long time ago, like 5 hours ago. No, but oh yeah. He makes content, so I'd say so. Salted is our CT dad. Well, I gotta ask him about my mod pack now that Seer confirmed something I have been sort of leaked on before. Salted is fan of my mod pack. Yeah. Wouldn't Hamspeed the dad and Salted the grandfather? Grian is your Salted's basement. I also gotta ask if Jumla is still locked up in his basement. Bam. Should we try asking for some official Fruma leaks? I feel like, I mean, there's probably no harm in asking. Whether he'd answer, that's that's a different question. Because I know the content team that we've talked with so far can't and aren't really allowed to answer anything. But Salted would only get in trouble from himself. So Just check my compiled list of questions in our manager chat. Thank you, Lou. That is awesome. I will try to, you know, pick some questions for tomorrow. But yeah, no, that's not necessary for the quest, so we're gonna skip that. But yeah, Korean can still scold Salted. I wonder, we could ask about that. If he did something, who would get him in trouble? I mean, the community probably as well. 11 hours of stream, yeah, exactly. What we don't do for content, right, peoples? Yeah. I mean, it's probably not even worth shouting about. Because, you know, we're so close to the end. But I want to shout about something else. Okay, so that's funny. It's got a kind of posts. So let me just grab a link here. So I made a post earlier today before the stream started announcing, because, you know, I didn't advertise that we might get salted into the event ahead of time because it was still uncertain because he was away. But now that it is sort of set in stone, or, you know, now he has to show up. No, but I've advertised it, and so I made a forums post announcing that. And so I just want to give everyone an ability and a chance to ask questions that they might not be able to ask otherwise. Okay, I wrote too much text and now the link doesn't fit. There we go. There we go. Shout 3 of the day. I'm gonna log out of my main account now. Yay, got a question for the creator of Wynncraft? I do, I have plenty. That's why I asked him to be part of it. Alright, we gotta talk with all of, or interact with all of these. Last time I did this, I accidentally went for an option I hadn't done before. And I mean accidentally because because I hadn't planned on it. But apparently you can fight the guards in the Seoul Embassy, and then he will talk about like, we killed the guards, and they're like, where are the guards? They're dead, we killed them all. That's pretty funny. But yeah, I can imagine that all of these options take a lot of work. What do we do next? Let's ask him. I've never asked him before. Okay, he still suggests confrontation. But yeah. This is Aldry's Secret Part 2. Honestly, half my Fruma related questions are just general questions about Wynn's future. That's great. Okay, the thing is, right, how we've sort of asked every content team member who they think has done a great job so far out of the sort of newer members. And IMAX was also asked who his favorite other manager was. Let's see. Did anyone shout anything? No. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Look. We go ahead. Oh, this is a meeting. We don't have time for this. Okay, what did I do? What are you doing? Yeah. See. Feel really bad. And he did magic on him. But yeah, no, whose favorite no rank is? Well, I've always wanted to ask, like, what's your favorite content creator? But I shouldn't, and I won't, because it's inappropriate. Yeah, I don't really fit. I don't really think that's a sort of fit question to have, and there are much more important questions. You owe us an explanation. I don't even remember which one I usually go for. About that, yeah, see, now he said, you did what? See? We got him. He said Alderay's secret. The title is in it. What is Salted's favorite class? Oh, not assassin, apparently. No, I'm kidding. We won't tell anyone. How come one chair's empty? I'm too strong and it would end up killing you. No, wait, empty chair. He better say mage. Do you think he would say mage? Well, I mean, he was very proud of Lightbender. That's true. He was very proud of Lightbender. Very happy with it. That's at least my like perception of how he described it during the stream. Get behind me. Yeah, last time I did this, I was also no-braining it. I'm like, where am I supposed to go? I'm bad at my job, you guys. I'm bad at my job. Amber mentioned 6 of them. Mage is my second least favorite class. Really? There's potatoes you can grab in a closet there. No, there's potatoes. Yeah. Oh, I missed it. Turkish potato. Yeah. Should be able to like sit here and like click them all the time. Turkish potatoes. Oh, high level ingredients. Ooh. I feel like you should get more. I mean, it's not a prof quest or anything. The 3 is like, I mean, we should get prof quests and where profers could get ingredients to reward. I feel like as someone who, you know, pursues the scoreboard, ingredients are annoying to grind, and it would be great with like prof quests to like reward you like a couple of stacks of ingredients. Yes, stacks, because you go through a lot in the higher levels. His level 200 is archer. Now you have to walk Boza. Oh, I forgot. I can ask for like teleporter being, yeah, not having to walk all the way to Sinfras. Oh, the message was held back because of YouTube. It's like, that's too rude. Yeah. See, it's because you tricked me with the whole potatoes. He had time to despawn. Oh, come on. Wait, let's do this. Oh yeah, I tried something new last time, because in my guide I took the elevator, right? Last time I tried the other option. It was very interesting. It takes a little bit more time. Well, it depends if you read the dialogue slowly or something, I guess. But yeah, we can do that now. I can showcase it so we can actually see it sort of on my channel. Showed. Let's see. Also, we can talk about how slow YouTube chat replies when typing. I want to ask him about the stream he had. Also about the trailers, like if he's the only one working on them. I mean, trailers probably take a lot of time and effort to make, but they surpass like the quality of everyone else doing YouTube content. Okay, let's not draw attention, right? That's the one I didn't do in my guide. And he's gonna do this for you, right? Oop, ow, fall damage. Oh, I was too slow, I guess. Right. It's very interesting because I've had people ask questions about like why are there arrows here and here, and I knew what it was, but I never tried it, right? But you get like this like little magic. Oh, yeah. You see, now we follow the little arrows, and you don't really notice it unless you do it, and then you get this like water parkour. I guess that is what would make it more time consuming. Oh, that didn't really, you know, compared to just taking the elevator. But like if you like playing stealth or something, you know, you want to get that little excitement, like, oh, I'm an assassin, I want to role play, you know, being stealthy. This is a great option. I feel like optional, you know, parts or ways of sort of completing a quest sort of really increase the potential of role playing. Because now you can, you know, you can sort of role play being stealthy and, oh, we're sneaking in. And then someone else who is more like a, let's just, you know, let's just be a good citizen and do everything by the book. They're gonna be like, well, let's ask if we can go here, or like, let's just go and talk to your friend, for example. Oh, I forget there's a timer, but there's a ladder, so it's okay. I'm talking too much. But yeah. So this, for example, yes, I mean, yeah, it makes sense, right? That I went with the other way because people who might not like parkour would much rather choose the elevator. It's quite fun. I like water parkour because, well, it's not too hard, except like it jumps like that. Good one. And we go up. Then we have another one, but it basically just goes straight up. Kind of. Whee. Up. And up. Dang, these are long streams. How are you not tired? Oh, I'm tired. Oh, wait. There we go. But you know, we're gonna sort of get to the goal we've set for today. Well, we have 25 more minutes. That's the problem. After that, I need to end the stream because we can't have it go past 12 hours. Otherwise, the VOD won't save. So if I'm suddenly going like, and then the stream disappears, it's because I didn't check time enough. But Lou, could you help me probably like in like 15 minutes or something? You can break. More ingredients. I used this location in my. Can I break it again? I used this location in my video. I was over there. Alright. Let's read through here. I guess this is the quest we're gonna be able to like sort of complete fully, and then we'll see where the rest takes us. I forgot when the penalty was enabled. But we'll just go no armor till the end of the stream. I think it's really good that you are shown the juggler here, because it's the first quest that you are able to use it for, and it introduces a part of sort of, you know, traveling world that you might not have noticed unless you sort of explore Sinfras. So it's good with small introductions like that. Where are we? Here. Alright. Or read change logs. Yeah, after this quest is probably the end, yeah. Your dedication to your stream is admirable. Thank you. Wait, after this quest it's probably end or read change log on updates. What is or read change logs on updates? What do you mean, Lou? But yeah, I mean, I've read a lot of change logs on updates preparing for this event. The researching on everything every guest has worked on. I tried to sort of, yeah, mention both bigger things, but also sort of other aspects. Either you find the juggler because you explore Sinfras, or you read the changelog. Exactly. It's a good way for new players who might not sort of read changelogs. I mean, players like us, Lou, right? We read every intricate detail of a changelog, but not everyone does. Am I being slow for some reason? Alright, see, this is the funny thing. You have this wall, but then you just go through here. And then you're behind everything. It's this one. Oh, how was this one again? Okay, we don't do that one yet. Well, we can do it now, but no. Not yet, I think. We have to do it in a certain order. It's this one first. STU is not approved by reason. What is STU? Oh, it's a guild ID. Alright. Alright. I like their skins. The new skins are really good. Oh, I never noticed he has a scar. Wonder if there's a backstory. Oh, go on ahead. Okay. You can interact with some stuff. Yeah, you can interact with this thing and over here. Those are the ones I know about. I think you told me during the beta. Yeah. He doesn't have a house, like a little hut. He just have like tents. Kind of sad. Oh, maybe just two. When will Salted's interview start on the next stream? Well, the sort of preliminary schedule seems to be between 8:30 to 10:30. I scheduled a sort of larger time frame because I to believe that there will be more questions. I mean, like the conversation with IMAX took 1.5 hours, Afro took 2 hours. It's very hard to sort of plan out because I do get a few questions sort of pop into my brain during the conversation. Oh, screw much. Yeah, return to the elders. Yeah, exactly. So I did schedule it to be 2 hours. It's 8:30 UTC, so because he wanted it to be in the afternoon in his time zone. So, you know, I found a time that works for us. But yeah, it might take longer, it might take less time, we'll see. But yeah, it's hard to sort through questions. But you know, he might have to go at a certain time, and then we'll just end it if he has to go and such. But yeah. This stream's recording will be on your YouTube, right? Yes. Oh yeah, Salted is in big behind zone. Yeah, exactly. It's 9:30 p.m. for Lou and I, and then it will end at 11:30 basically p.m. for us. It's a late one. Like the one we had with Mini, I believe, is set at the same time, basically. So if you were able to watch Mini's interview earlier, basically it will be that time again. Wait, oh yeah, they want me to go down now. But yeah. Better than 3:30 a.m. we have now, exactly. I'm going to try to wrap it up. We're soon done with this quest. We might not have time to finish it, and I will end the stream before the 12-hour mark. It's not because necessarily I want to, it's just so, you know, YouTube is actually able to save the clips and everyone's interviews and everything. So just do keep that in mind. But yeah, because there's a 12-hour sort of limit to saving a YouTube stream. But I think we might have time to finish this one. If we finish this quest before, I'll just end it after this quest. I mean, we do have a few quests. Catch up before question mark. It might be, you know, a bit risky, but I think we can do these quests in 12 hours tomorrow. I think so. If we rush a couple of them, probably have time. You can finish this quest in under 15 minutes, but quickly finish. Yeah, well, it's a bit risky because this parkour, I always try to cheese it. I say and then I fail. Yeah. There should be a little -10 button, and like only I could click it, and then it would let me skip parkour. Get that barrier up. No! See? Alright. We're gonna try to skip things. Be sneaky. Shift click. I can't believe I'm not shown in tab like yesterday because I had to leave for the build server. Building Ambruma. Just shaman fly entirely. Well, I don't think I could do that. But just hold shift and it won't push you off fully. Except if you're on a slab, because shift on slab does not work. I like the sound. Oh, how do you skip it? Ooh! I don't know how to skip things. Like, I don't know, I can't effectively fly. No, I feel like that would just wait, okay. I have it. No, see. Yeah, I feel like trying to fly with Windtill's spell things is just even harder. Oh, come on. Come on, come on. How did that even? No. Or be able to shaman fly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can do that. For example, like place in my head. And for it. Come on, I just want to finish the quest. Please. No. No. Just shift through it all. Well, on slabs, shift doesn't work. The creator of the quest telling us how to cheese it. Is it frustrating to see people try to cheese parkours and segments like this where it sort of go through a whole effort of creating it? I should have asked that. I just didn't think about parkour. Where did the thing go? Incredibly. Oh. Linus versus slide gust of wind, exactly. Maybe it's easier with that ability that lets you TP to your totem. Ah. Okay, this one. Ooh. This one is hard. Because the timing on this one is short. So I'm placing a totem there preemptively. Because I know the timing on it is short. You see the timing? Ooh. Okay, we can do this. 14 minutes until we've reached the limit. Come on, come on. Oh, Linus. Wait. Actually, light, silent, expanse, loud, expanse. Hypo superiority. Hypo superiority? Wait, what am I not understanding here? Hypo superiority. Light, silent, expanse, loud, expanse. Gallery Secret Part 2. Hypo made this build. Ah. The cave is a bit, you know, under detailed, but this part is amazing. It's very colorful. To be fair, balancing parkour is impossible. Some people will rush through it and be bored out. Others will be stuck for hours. Yeah. Oh, I had so many issues with this part because I never found the teleport. But it worked out in the end. Right. Oh wait, you're actually supposed to be over here and talk with them because they catch up because they're parkour masters. Alright, now we enter. Let's watch the biggest plot twist in Wynncraft history unfold while I shift click through it because we don't want this to not be able to save. Come on. 11 minutes. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Otherwise, yeah, I think we'll have time. Yeah, there it is. There it is. They did it. They killed us all. I remember Elder Prometheus having the shaman mask accessory. Oh yeah, he did. Oh wait, he does. He does. I'm not. I just have hide armor on. He still does probably. I just have hide armor on. IMAX don't think something's broken. If he's supposed to have it, it's just because I have hide armor on, so it hides it. It's fine. It's fine. I realized, right? Because this entire event, I've been like, why are the NPCs? There's an exit right there. What? No, I'm good. I'm gonna end this stream. Yeah, see, because alright, this was sort of made more clear. You can jump down there, but there's an exit. That's the one he takes probably. But yeah, okay, we did it. But yeah, so this entire event, right? I thought that villager NPCs were broken. I couldn't see them. We only saw name tags, right? This entire event, because I was working on videos, right? And I have the entity view distance mod, and for that one I had made villagers hidden so I could record when they still kept walking in sort of in the camera. There's also post-game stuff with Olan. Yeah, you can go meet him in the thing, right? He lives there. Or is there more? Here's body cares, right? Yeah. Oh god, that's the reason. Yeah, it's a big oof on my side. But yeah, okay. So we have time. We have like 9 minutes to end this. So thank you, everyone who's he gives you an Ellie. If you meet up for him for 5 days, 5 real days or in-game days. Oh man. Okay, well we can't do that right now because we're gonna end it. Sadly, real days. Ooh, I did not know that. I have to remake my quest guide. Or just make a clickbaity, get free LE that you never knew you could get, or something. Yeah. The LE you never knew you could get. But anyways, thank you to everyone who watched today. I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. We're interviewing Teely, Nepmia, and Salted. It's looking to be so far. But yeah. Thank you guys for tuning in. It's been a pleasure. Thank you to our guests today. It's been an honor talking to all of you and seeing your perspective of the game and how you work on it. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you have any questions for Salted, if you want me to harass him, let us know. But yeah, see you guys tomorrow in the stream. And yeah, let's have a good night's rest before we get started again, shall we? Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.